New York City, 6 a.m. An out-of-control satellite radio show is being broadcasted to millions of Americans. At the controls, Greg Hughes, a father.
I am amazed it lasted this long.
Anthony Cumia, an alcoholic.
Holy mother of God.
And Jim Norton, a comedian.
There's no positives out of this thing, except for everybody's blood.
The three men make up the Opie and Anthony Show, a popular radio program known for its cringe style of entertainment and having very few limits.
Oh, my God.
Okay, no, this is getting really intense now.
It starts funny and then gets very uncomfortable.
In the past, they have been accused of multiple FCC violations and have even gotten their show suspended from satellite radio.
You couldn't have picked a fucking more self-destructive show.
Yeah, crazier the better, yeah.
What are you, 19?
I'm 19.
Delicious.
You made Springer uncomfortable. Do you know how hard that is to do?
Thank God this show's on radio.
Everything you are about to hear is real. Real people, real excitement.
Let's go fucking have a good time. What the fuck?
Get ready to experience the thrill of a lifetime. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Just sit back and enjoy the show.
But enough of this palaver. Let's get the show on the road.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ronnie B in the house. Ronnie B in the house.
This is nice, Ben. Thanks.
We've already done an hour of radio. We should just turn the mics on. See what works and then just throw it on the air.
Well, 99% of what you say, you don't want anybody to hear, though, do you? Do you really want to
I
hear
don't care
that
anymore.
shit? Yeah.
No, I don't care at this point.
Yeah.
Put it all on the air. No more filters whatsoever. We talked about my kid waking me up in the middle of the night because he hook noses me. And Ronnie had a good theory on that.
Irish kids
are the worst, right?
always go for a hook. They'll hook the mouth, they'll hook the ear, they'll hook the eyeball. Anytime that you fight an Irish guy, you're going to end up scratched. As well as, like, either headbutt it and then some kind of hook in your mouth. It's
or
awful.
a hook in the mouth.
Well, now, what is he, sleeping with you? Is that the deal? Is
that bad? He's almost 2.
Oh, jeez. Come on, man.
We're kind of lame, man. We kind of like it. But we're aware that we got to take care of the situation.
But the thing is,
we're very aware,
right? But you have a single bed, and the three of you are just fucking crammed in there. It's not healthy. This isn't healthy.
We got the nice king size.
They're Charlie and the Chocolate Factory.
Grandparents in there with them.
Right. We got the big king size bed. But we're fully aware we got to get him in his own bed or crib, whatever. At this point, it's probably a bed.
No, you might. First of all, right now, just let him stay there until he's 18.
Right.
It just doesn't matter.
But we don't want to go through what they call the week of hell, where he's like, "What the fuck you doing to me? You don't love me anymore," and he's going to have to scream all night for a week straight, and we're not prepared for that.
You got to get him.
We're selfish.
Get a rocket ship bed or a
a little car.
Oh, I wish I had this bed.
Yeah.
You're lucky.
But 2 nights in a row, 2 nights ago, I got woke up because I got a heel to the head.
Right.
I think he's practicing MMA moves in the middle of the night.
So he sleeps in the middle?
In the middle. Yeah, so he doesn't fall off the bed. That's how we did that.
You probably snore. It's probably not an accident. He's probably kicking. He doesn't know how to say shut up, so he just kicks you.
I got a heel to the fucking face. That's a hell of a way to wake up in the middle of the night. And then last night, he went with the hook nose, man. He's a strong fucker. Like, when he wants something, he'll reach around. He knows where my nostrils are. He'll get his fingers in there and then yank as hard as he can to turn my head around to get my attention.
Dude, you need to read Oedipus. He is sleeping next to your chick.
Yeah.
He's fucking trying to choke you to death while you're sleeping. Shakespeare was into this shit years ago. You're in his bed fucking around with him and his chick. That's where his head is right now. You are the guy that when you're gone, everything will be great.
Then we got to get him the hell out of there, huh?
Yeah. Either that or you got to get out of there. That's the deal.
And then the third, the trifecta, which I haven't talked about on the air yet, but we're going down this road. The other night, I wake up. I'm like, why am I awake? Why am I awake? And it's my wife sighing really loud. She's pissed off. I'm like, what the fuck's going on? And then I smelled the oil refinery. My farts were so bad, it was waking up my wife, and she was exasperated, sighing really loud, which now woke me up. And I'm like, my farts are so horrendous, they're waking her up in the middle of the night.
You don't even realize that you're doing it.
No, I was deep in dreamland, man.
You're one notch away from pissing yourself right now. It's that close. You have no control of your body.
Well, my wife bought me Crustables for Valentine's Day. Oh. You know what a Crustable is? It's peanut butter and jelly sandwiches without the crust. Oh. They're in little packages.
Sounds so good.
They're amazing. And I've been eating them like crazy, but I guess that causes some bad farts, all that peanut butter.
How big are they?
They're just little things. You want to get some now? You
No.
want some Crustables, Ronnie?
I don't understand. Like, it's a peanut butter jelly sandwich?
It's like in a pita. It almost looks like a pita, but it's there it is. But it's Wonder Bread.
But you don't get the crust? What a ripoff.
You don't get the crust, but they make their own crust because now they're keeping all the goodness inside, so it doesn't push out the sides when you eat it. So technically, I feel like that's crust, so they should change the name.
And the bread is fresh?
Real fresh, man. I keep them frozen, and I put them in the toaster, so now you toast the outside, and it's still cold in the middle.
Somebody likes his little treats.
Boy, do I like. I love the Uncrustables, but they are causing farts and people to wake up in the middle of the night.
This is the thing, that we've gotten so lazy that we won't spread peanut butter anymore.
No.
So could someone spread this for me?
Man. No, because my peanut butter is always too cold. So that it just rips the bread. It's a pain in the ass to make my own
so
sandwich.
you're eating peanut butter and jelly with no crust and sleeping next to a child.
Yes. yes.
You're in preschool.
I used to be a shock jock.
Yeah.
Remember when we were shock jocks? Yeah.
Now you're just straight preschool.
You didn't have your kids in the bed, Ronnie?
Yeah, they did. I was just,
they probably still
all
live
over-
there.
Yeah,
They're probably still
yeah,
live
come
there.
on in, everybody. You sleep like fucking Eskimos.
Right.
Because this way you can protect yourself from the outside world.
Right. You just feel safe.
Yes.
The lights go down and everyone's just in their proper place.
Plus, nothing can make
in your little nest.
Yeah, nothing can make you like sleepier than when a kid falls asleep.
Right.
Because they just fall right out.
Don't you wish you could do that?
Yeah.
My kid will go from running around the house like a complete lunatic within 2 minutes out cold snoring. I'm like, I would love to be able to do that.
Because there's no problems. He has nothing to think about. He's not thinking about like the shitty boss or what's going on at work tomorrow. He's just tired and that's it. There's nothing to worry about.
Now, do you think? But didn't you think you had worries when you were a kid? Didn't you think like I got some things concerning me?
I don't remember. I just thought it was normal that all the boys were doing what we were doing. And I didn't realize
it wasn't.
Don't ask him any questions because he's got a flow chart that leads to molestation every time.
Right.
But
every time.
I don't remember if I had issues or concerns. I probably did as a kid, sure.
Right. You're always like, everyone always thinks that they didn't have any worries, but then you're like, I think that you do. Like kids will think stuff like, I hope my dad doesn't get fired or whatever the fuck. But you just don't remember those things. You just, for some reason, act like everything was great.
Right. Yeah.
Like everyone either remembers that they had a really great childhood or a really rotten childhood. You don't really remember the boring times.
Or a lot of the specifics get wiped away.
What's really weird now is like when you go back and see your old friends that you grew up with, they bring up stories like everything happened in one weekend. They're like, remember that fucking weekend? We fought those black guys. We picked up those chicks. We went to Wildwood. You're like, I think that was like over 7 years.
That's such a good point, man.
But everybody remembers it like it was just fucking crazy.
Right.
And I remember just constantly standing on a corner, fucking looking to see who's coming by. Like, please.
A lot of downtime.
Yeah, somebody fucking come by with a car so we can all pile in it.
Did you you think your parents had you in their bed?
No.
Of course not. We were born and we were thrown in a crib immediately, right?
Yeah. I don't think I even went in my parents' room.
No, it was
You
always
know,
like
that was
taboo and off limits.
Off fucking limits.
Remember when you would walk in there when they weren't around and just take
Yeah.
a look around, and it was just kind of a strange feeling.
Well, they kept the other phone there, so that was where the second phone was.
You were lucky to have two phones
Yeah.
growing up.
Well,
Look
I
at
didn't.
you.
I only had the one kitchen phone with the short thing that you just walk
Right.
back and forth on. But then they had their own phone.
Wow. We discussed that recently where it's so easy for kids to hook up and stuff because they all have phones. They could sext each other, sexting and all that crap. We had to try to work a girl in front of the rest of the family in the kitchen.
Right.
And you would try to pull the cord around the corner to try to get some privacy.
It's true.
It's like,
and then, your dad would yell, "Who are you talking to?"
Yeah, just because he knew it, he just wanted to make it even more uncomfortable.
You're just fucking all crawled over like a question mark. And
Yeah.
no, seriously,
So
you're really nice.
Yeah. So we'll meet at the movies. What do you think? And then we'll fucking ditch the movies.
Yeah, did you have a party line or no? We had a party line.
Really?
Oh yeah, well you'd pick up. We lived in
What's
Edison.
a party line?
It's where you're sharing it with other apartments.
That's like honeymoon.
That is like
we had a
that
party
is-
line.
That's poor.
I think it's called a party line.
I thought I was poor.
Yeah.
Now
We would pick it up. It wouldn't be for us. It'd be for the neighbors. Or you'd pick it up and they'd be on the phone and you couldn't make your phone.
So you
call
only
yet.
had one phone for a bunch of apartments.
I don't know how many were on it, but I remember. I can still remember the phone number too.
And Ronnie's right. That's honeymoon
what was
shit.
your phone number?
I believe it was 572-2730. But it's like you recite through cadence when you're a kid.
Right.
The numbers, you don't really know what they mean. You just that.
Yeah.
See, I remember when we did Hubbard 5. Where there was just like everybody had a fucking trunk, and like if you watch like Dick Van Dyke Show and shit, they'll do stuff like that. Klondike 5, 6,
Of course, yeah.
What was the honeymooner? What was there? No, Bensonhurst 6 or Bensonhurst 3. I guess that was how you started photographers back then.
But how did you know who the phone was for? Did it have different rings?
It might have, but I don't remember. I don't remember how, and I can remember picking up and hearing other people talking on it. But I don't remember what the system was. I was too young.
But you're not that old, man. You must have had the last party line. That shit went out.
That's early 70s. I mean,
It's like a fucking CB radio.
It's really strange, yeah. And then they could pick up the line and listen in on your conversations.
They
too,
could,
right?
yeah. And but you would hear somebody pick up. I just don't remember. I should ask my parents how that worked. I don't remember.
Anything better than we did finally get 2 phones and you try to pick up that other fucking line to listen in a little bit? How cool was that?
Yeah, that's the fucking strangest thing in the world is just you'll just know that you're a scumbag.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What are you gonna do?
There's nothing you can do.
What are you going to do, man?
I had sex with a girl in my parents' bed. They were away, and I was an adult. I was like 21. And I was living at home, and I was dating this girl who worked for the silverware company, and she was like 28 and hot Puerto Rican. And I brought her home, and we slept in my parents' bed together. So that's fucking creepy. Why would you? I don't know, because I had my room with Kiss posters at 21.
Right.
She was way out of my league, but I don't know how I tricked her into dating me. But it was really humiliating to have to bring a girl home and stay in my parents' room.
Didn't you try to like fake it like I like Anthony furniture? Only American. That's my scene.
Yeah, I just like these people. I have photos of them. No, it was really gross.
Would you smell your dad's like bad breath on the pillow and stuff?
I don't remember. I just remember knowing I didn't belong in there.
Yeah,
I didn't.
Yeah,
belong.
that's really creepy. I remember growing up, if I was sick, taking a sick day, my mom would go, "Yeah, you can sleep in our bed and watch some TV."
And
that was always like a comforting thing. But besides that, man, it was all fucking limits.
Yeah, the thing is with me, if my parents like left, went away for the weekend, I just took over the whole fucking house.
Yeah,
I just lived like this was my place.
Were you party guy?
Yeah.
Were you brave enough to throw the parties?
If my parents went to the fucking market, we were rolling keg in the back door. Just like, we're going to be here for 45 minutes. Let's fucking go. But all my friends were like that.
I wasn't brave enough until I was in college, and then I would throw the parties in my parents' house in the summertime. But before that, fuck no, I was scared shitless.
I've never done that.
Yeah.
Like, that's too much stress. Because then you had to put the whole house back together, like, the famous Risky Business,
I say you just take your lumps when it's all over.
Oh, really?
Yeah, just like, whatever. Yes, it happened. This is terrible.
Don't you hate people in your space like that, though? Like, I don't have people in my place now walking on your rug and shit. It's like,
it wasn't our space. It was our parents' space.
That's right.
We didn't
you
give
don't
a
care
fuck
about it then.
That's true.
It's just like some fucking stranger's house.
And there were always like responsible girls that would try to do the right thing and get the house back in order for you.
But remember, like when some fucking smart girl at school would have a party, you would just go there and destroy her house.
Yeah,
and she'd be all fucking crying, like, "You're ruining my house!"
Right.
Her fucking albums are all over the place. No one gives a shit. No. That's the fucking weirdest thing, though. Is like in my neighborhood. Everybody was allowed to drink in their parents' cellar. Like, if you just went down in the cellar...
That's a Philly thing.
You could fucking drink. And then the parents would always be like, well, at least we know where they are.
Right,
and they're not doing dope.
What do you think about that?
I will go along like people down in Philly just thought that drinking was somehow you could not get high and drink.
Philly,
like it was either or.
I've only been in the Philly culture for, 7 years now, and it seems like everyone started drinking really a lot younger than I did in my neighborhood.
Not only
it was
that,
so acceptable to be drinking at 13, 14 years old.
I don't even know if they could still get away with it, but you could go in bars when you were in your like mid-teens.
Wow.
Down there, if you go in, and as long as you kept your shit together, you didn't start yelling and stuff. As soon as you did, they threw you out.
Right.
But if you just sat there and just fucking hit your beer,
what's that about?
Everybody left it out. I think they're afraid that the kids will be pussies, so they just
they want to.
You know what I mean? Like
they want to toughen them up early,
right? Because
get them in their first bar fight by 15.
That if the kid isn't doing those things, they're like, I don't know about him. He's a little weird.
Yeah, that's interesting. That must be blue collar living.
I guess it is.
We were middle class, but we didn't middle class neighborhood, but we didn't have the middle class money, which was a strange thing for us. So
But did you feel like your friends and all was like a blue collar neighborhood? Were they blue collar? No.
To be honest with you, that's the no. No, we were truly middle class, almost upper middle class.
I was just talking to Ken Marino from the State about this movie that he did about Long Island called Diggers. Have you ever seen it?
Mm-mm.
It was about the last guys that were like baymen out on Long Island,
Sure.
where they would just get up and clam. And that was like the living in Long Island until like the 70s.
I grew up around that.
Yeah.
I had a friend whose father was a big-time clammer, selling his clams to the city and all that.
Right.
And he built an extra garage that was just a fucking cooler for all the clams that he was bringing in.
Jesus.
It was big business for a while there.
What do you just go out with a boat and scoop the bottom of the
Yes,
ocean?
it's literally what you do. These boats were small, too. And they just went out, worked it, came
I've
home.
done it. The clam rakes, they're a pain in the ass. They're like, a 30, 40-foot pole, and you got to get in there and dig. And I don't know how these guys did it for a living. We would do it for fun every once in a while.
Can you get sick eating a fresh clam like that, or is it only if they go bad?
Not when I was growing up, but now, a lot of the water's fucking poisoned.
Yeah, that's the
polluted
problem.
and all that shit. So you don't know what you're eating.
I don't like clams frighten me as far as health. I don't know why.
I love clams.
I do too, but I don't know why I always want to get sick when I eat a clam.
Nothing better than seafood, Bobby?
No, just the idea of oysters. I eat them, but I'm always scared because it's so raw and it's so unfixable if it's bad. Like, I'm always afraid that I'm going to get sick when I eat them.
Nothing better than a fresh clam, man.
Yeah.
Fucking
baked clams. I used to go to Umberto's Clam House because I like Joe Beningo, and he advertised. So I went down there and I would eat baked clams. And they were ruled.
Fresh over baked, but baked certainly not bad. And oysters not so much, but I'll eat them. But a nice tray of clams and a beer. We used to have like little clam shacks all over Long Island when I was growing up. My dad would stop on the way to, wherever the fuck we were going. We'd get a quick dozen. He'd get a beer, look at the water. It was awesome.
You would just sit outside like at a picnic table or something?
Yeah, man. It was like a little shack. Sometimes they would have a couple bar stools, maybe 3 or 4 tops. And they were all over the place, and you would just stop and have a dozen clams.
And they were fresh, right?
Fresh as fuck, yeah.
Well, most of the clams used to come from Long Island. Like,
Yes.
and then they
were literally would get them
destroyed it
in the water you're looking at. Like, they're coming in right now. And I'm sure some fucking local politician had to get his fucking hands involved or something because they got rid of all of them. It's too bad. It was a nice little Long Island thing. I would love to know why that went away. It wasn't hurting anybody.
There was a pretty well-known place in Brooklyn, too. Pip's Comedy Club, right around there.
Of course.
I don't remember the name of the place, but all the comics would go over there and eat clams between sets.
Nothing worse than jokes and clams.
You just get a big bucket with ice in it. You're just fucking sitting there.
Yeah.
But, I think the thought of, like, making that kind of a life for yourself where you're not going to be rich, but you know exactly what you're doing. You go out and do it. You work as long as you want, and then you come home. And I think, like, a lot of people would rather do that than the fucking people that you see working upstairs here.
Right.
They're in cubicles and shit like that, like a grown man.
Without a doubt.
Making cold calls.
I knew growing up that I was never going to wear a suit. I'm sure you were the same. I'm like, I was aware that was not for me.
Yeah.
And I was a caddy. I've only been a caddy and on the radio. That's my 2 jobs. And caddying was sort of like the whole clamming thing. Got up nice and early, worked a really fucking long, hard day, and you had some cash in your pocket.
But those guys treat you like shit?
No. In general, no. Not really. We used to have outings, they were called, where it was all like guys coming from wherever. Those guys were assholes.
Right.
But the members in general were cool. And you worked your way up the ladder. So, you got to like caddy for a lot of the same guys that really liked you or liked you because you knew what the fuck you were doing out there, and they treated you like a fucking superstar.
So you could have wrote Caddyshack if you fucking put
Caddyshack, that's my fucking life. That was my life, man. There's a lot of inside jokes in that movie.
And, no one ever forgets that film. Like,
No.
You just think of how many fucking comedies that get quoted. That film's coming up on what, like 30 years old?
It's got to be 30.
And you'll still, if you go on a golf course, you're going to hear, fuck, man, still?
I love
You're still
it.
saying that shit?
The owner of Dangerfields, Tony, told me that because he was at the premiere because he was with Rodney.
Yeah.
And he said that all the celebrities came up in cars, and Rodney went to the premiere in the back of a car that was towed. He had a car towed, and he just sat in the back. I'm like, what a fucking great way to show up at a movie premiere.
Bravo.
Oh, that was like his first movie, too, right?
I don't know.
For his, like, starring role?
He became the star of that, and that movie was his. I mean, I don't know. It might have been.
No, I think that's a movie that he hit with, right?
Well, he dropped out for years and years and then came back. He dropped out for like 10 years, did aluminum siding, right, and came back.
Yeah, or paint store or some shit like that, yeah.
It's 32 years ago, Ronnie.
Wow. You know who's in that movie is Paul Lowe.
Paul who?
Paul Lowe, the fucking... Yeah.
What part was he again?
He was the fucking waiter that fell in the pool. He was an extra.
Right.
But he was an extra in like most of the scenes, and if you watch it, you'll see him.
You see him a lot?
Yeah.
And I think that was his breakout movie. And then there was Easy Money, which I liked a lot.
Yeah, that came after. And then he had like a string there in the 80s where, you know, he was...
back to school?
Yeah, he was back to school. He was a draw there for a while.
Oh, yeah.
Ladybug, Natural Born Killers. Let's not forget about that.
To me, that was the best thing he did was because I bet you that was more like the real Rodney than any of the other movies.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Not the molesting part, but just that fucking creepy, fucking angry.
When he fucking turned and then became that character.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Go up and take a bath for Daddy. Get all clean for Daddy. He was great.
Yeah, he was spooky as
What
shit.
did he do before Caddyshack? Was there anything?
He did that Sullivan, but not in movies.
No, I don't know any of this. Yeah, no, it was Caddyshack.
Well, he did The Killing in 56 as an onlooker, uncredited. The Projectionist in 71. Benny and Barney, Las Vegas Undercover in 77. Like,
Never heard of these.
No.
The Killing, I think...
is that what Sterling Hayden?
Is Kubrick, isn't it? Is that the same what Kubrick did?
It might be with Sterling Hayden if it's a yes, it is a Kubrick movie, and Sterling Hayden, both right, yeah.
So he was just fucking extra or something in that movie.
I would love to watch that again
Yeah,
and try
I
to
will too.
find him. Because he wasn't Rodney Dangerfield. He
Right.
was probably Jack Cohen, I think was his real name.
Sorry. Can we take a phone call?
Yes.
We got to go back to the parents' bed thing. Tom in New York. Go ahead, Tom.
Hey, what's up, guys?
You're out, Tom.
Hey.
Hey, you guys are talking about parties, and I just wanted to tell you, when I was a teenager, my mother was a single parent. She was working in a hospital in Boston. She'd work like Friday and Saturday nights. My brother and I, my little brother, we'd have bashes at our house, and one night we had a bash at our house, and my buddy took this girl into my mom's room and fucked her in my mom's bed. And the next morning, I woke up early to clean up the house before she came home from work. And when she came home, she goes, you know, who slept in my bed last night? And I was like, no, I didn't want to get busted, so I was like, I think Matt did, my little brother. And she goes, well, there's cum stains all over the shit.
Now, did she say cum stains or stains?
She said ejaculation. She was a nurse, so I had to comfort her.
Jimmy, you didn't leave cum stains in your parents' bed, right?
No, I didn't. I
Kept it all nice for everybody.
The girl was creeped out. She wasn't comfortable.
Really?
I remember we were talking on the phone one time.
Thanks, Tom.
And she forgot that I lived at home, and she wasn't bashing. She liked me, but she was talking about how she wants to date. She's like, I don't want to date some weenie that lives at home. She called me a weenie, but didn't realize she was talking to me.
And you were trying to upgrade by going in your parents' bed. That's classic.
So awful.
That's great. Seth in Illinois writes, did you know the guy who wrote Caddyshack killed himself? Did you know that?
I didn't know that.
Before it ever came out because it was originally a drama.
No. That was the guy from National Lampoon, right? I can't think of his name, but he fell off a fucking cliff in Hawaii. I don't think he killed himself, though. I think he was hiking.
Oh, then Seth's
What's his name,
usually
like
good.
Kenny or something?
Seth, you're usually good. Because he's saying that Caddyshack was originally a drama, and he thought it would have been ruined and was going to suck.
No, it's crazy.
We would have known that, right?
Yeah.
All right.
What's the guy's name? Yeah. He was one of the National Lampoon writers. He came up with all those guys.
All right. And he fell off a cliff in Hawaii, you said?
Yeah, I didn't.
I kind of remember
never
that
heard
now.
that he jumped.
Right.
Maybe, I don't know.
Well,
I'm not fucking TMZ over here trying to figure out.
Speaking of killing themselves, we got a situation with this Seinfeld character. Holy fuck! Have you heard this audio yet?
I haven't heard it yet. I heard about it though.
God. I'm not a big Seinfeld guy. Where's Travis? Who was it? Was Costanza's boss in Seinfeld?
Costanza's boss, was it Kruger's name or something? Yeah.
Daniel von Bargen, I think, is his real name. You know this guy. You've seen him a million fucking times. A character actor. And I think he's living in Cincinnati. Yikes. He was on Seinfeld. He ends up in Cincinnati. And I guess he has diabetes or something, and they took his leg, and now they were going to take some toes, and he said, fuck this, so...
He shot himself, right?
With a shotgun.
You mean with a shotgun he blew it?
I believe so, and he survived.
Oh, my God.
He shot himself in the head.
Yeah.
Not the mouth, obviously.
Oh, yeah, sorry, in the head. Wow. Do you want to hear this? It's early.
Yeah, I haven't heard it.
When you shoot yourself, by the way, and you survive a pistol, it's because a lot of times instinctively you just pull away, you jerk, not even meaning to, and that's why a lot of times a bullet will graze.
That's why they swallow the shotgun. That's a guarantee.
That's a fucking...
Because you can't move your fucking head.
And even that you could probably move and just blow your sinuses out, and I'm sure that some guys survive that.
Now, here's the deal, though. So he shoots himself, he doesn't die.
Right.
Then he calls 911.
And with the holy shit, help me.
All right, let's say this. If you were trying to shoot someone else and they didn't die, you shoot them again.
Right.
So why is he then going, now I want help? You could have fucking just not done it.
Right.
60 seconds before.
He had a realization. He wanted to live.
When there's a bullet in you, I guess he was like, this is very unpleasant.
I always wonder about that because of that documentary of the Golden State Bridge where everyone goes out there and jumps. Did you see that movie?
No, I heard about it.
It's fucking brutal. It's called The Bridge.
They said everybody regrets it after they jump.
Yes, and we talked to one of those guys, and we asked him the question, what are you thinking as soon as you jump? And he said something like, I'm paraphrasing, I wish I wasn't jumping, that I wish I didn't jump. Immediately you realize, fuck this, why did I just jump off the bridge?
But then again, there's one guy who back dives off the bridge, and he didn't seem to regret it at all. He seemed to just enjoy...
That guy was the grand finale of the movie. Yep. They kept teasing him the entire movie.
Really?
And yeah... And he was the grand finale. He went backwards with his arms spread like this. He was dressed, I think it was a black trench coat,
Long black trench coat. But
that movie creeped me out. These guys, they were aware that a lot of people were jumping off the bridge, set up cameras for, what was it, Jimmy?
They said it was for traffic. Year? They said it was for traffic pattern studies, so the city allowed them to do it, but they were really filming jumpers. And you would catch some in the great distance, like a little splash in the water, and some they'd be down by the rocks and they'd see a guy pacing up on the top, and they knew he was going to jump. And there's nothing you could do. I mean, and they caught some people jumping, and it's really creepy. And then they would interview the families sometimes and the friends of these people. And the one guy who jumps at the end, they interview you see the whole movie, they're talking to his friends and family, so you assume he's going to do it. But you can see people were annoyed, too. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's always talking about it. He was always, it's like, all right, already. Just get it over with.
Did anybody cannonball or jackknife?
No, just the one guy going backwards.
It was a lot of clumsy. People are clumsy when they jump. Yeah. It's never graceful.
I would do the throw me the ball and I'll catch it on the way down. Backyard fucking pull.
If you're going to go, you might as well make it impressive. But we interviewed the guy. Maybe we should replay it. We got that audio, right, E-Rock? It's too morbid, though.
Yeah, I'm looking for it.
But that guy was like, "Fuck that!" As soon as I jumped, I realized I didn't want to die, and he was lucky enough to survive. With he's pretty much completely healthy now from his injuries.
I can understand it because that's how I am on most vacations. Yeah. Like, why did I fucking decide to go here?
Could have saved a lot of hassle and a lot of money. God, you're right. We all need to go away, and then you realize, what am I doing?
What is this? This is so nuts.
Right. All right, here's the guy from Seinfeld, Costanza's boss. This is the 911 call.
911 emergency dispatch, Nottingham.
Yes, I shot myself in the head, and I need help.
What's your name?
Daniel Von Bargen.
All right, Daniel, what's your...
All right, I think fake name.
Yeah. Yeah. Is this a prank call? Oh, God.
What's your phone number?
35.
Okay, and how old are you?
61.
Was this accidental, or?
No, I was supposed to go to the hospital today, and I didn't want to. I shot myself, but it didn't work.
Okay, anybody else there with you?
No, I'm alone, and I just shit in my pants.
Okay.
And I just shit my pants.
This is like the calls I take from Fez.
This is too close to home for Ronnie.
This is my weekend calls. All right, so you're okay now, though? All right. Okay, buddy, we'll clean you up. You're fine.
What happens? Holy fuck.
Okay. All right, what kind of gun did you use?
38. Colt.
Where's that at?
It's next to me on the bed.
So how do you fuck up with a 38?
I can't open my eyes.
Oh, okay. All right. Now, where did you shoot yourself in the side of the head or the chin?
I shot in my temple. And over. I don't know. I can't open my eyes.
All right. So you're still in the bedroom, correct?
Yes.
All right. All right. Just stay on the phone with me, okay? I just want to keep you talking with me. Do you have any family that lives close by?
Two sisters who were going to come later in the morning.
How long ago did you do this, Daniel?
5 minutes.
Okay. Now, did you just fire one shot? Okay.
There was only one in the gun.
Okay. No more bullets in the gun, correct?
All
right, stay with me, Daniel.
Yeah.
Stay with me. So, Daniel, you did this because you didn't want to have your toes amputated?
I was tired. The one leg was already amputated.
Really?
And the other was going to start working off it. I had no children and no wife, and I'm tired.
I understand.
I understand.
You don't.
You don't understand.
You don't
Shut
fucking
up.
know why he's doing this. Big deal. A couple toes.
Yeah.
God,
Now you're going to want to reach over, Daniel, and grab the gun.
Right. If you understood, yeah, you'd say jump out a window or something.
Fuck.
There's still more.
This is the biggest part this guy's ever had. This is fucking huge for him.
But I fucked it up.
Well.
Oh.
We're going to get you some help, Daniel.
Oh.
He's jacking.
Someone's at the door, I think.
Someone's at the door? Okay.
It sounded like it.
What I don't understand is, wouldn't this be more painful than what we're hearing?
The whole thing doesn't make sense. I don't understand how you could do any of this.
Wouldn't you be screaming your head off?
No, I mean, not
from the
necessarily.
pain?
No, I mean, if you're in shock, he's probably in shock. I mean, he recognized that he shit his pants, so he can obviously feel.
Right.
But I don't know. Maybe I think he probably pulled it away, and you're beyond yelling. You're just in such agony.
Right. Do we know the extent of his injury?
Well, maybe you know what I've heard? I've heard getting shot in the head feels like having ice water dumped on your head. Like it feels like cold water has been dumped on you. That's what the description I've heard.
So in the summer, we should all shoot ourselves in the head. God damn, that feels better.
Middle of August. Remember this conversation.
Okay, well, I just want you to sit tight where you're at.
Yeah, well, I'm not moving anyway.
Yeah.
I don't hear anyone. Huh. Yes, hello. I'm not.
Daniel, I'm going to let you go. Good luck to you, buddy.
All right, thanks.
All righty, bye-bye.
You don't have any other guns around?
No.
Just that one?
Just that one.
There you go.
He should be arrested.
The cop is basically fucking, let me see your hand.
Yeah. Don't
I will fucking
move.
pop you here on the
Right.
floor.
Right.
I didn't even think of that. That's the last thing you want to come walking in on. Some fucking crazy person with a gun laying on the floor.
Yeah, exactly.
So he's okay now, or is he? What kind of shape's he in?
I don't know. You got an update, Sam?
Yeah, it says he's clinging to life in an Ohio hospital.
That's how he was for the last 3 years.
We're talking about today. Let's say hi to Psycho Bob in Baltimore.
Hey, did you just recommend to a guy that commits suicide, he's only got one leg, to jump out of a window?
All right, he can hop out.
Oh, okay.
Why not?
All right. Okay, bunching out.
All right. You can still jump in one leg, sort of.
You don't even think that you need both legs.
Oh, yeah, we talked about it earlier. I mean, I'd rather them take a leg than a fucking arm. Fuck that arm shit. They don't have the arm figured out. I've seen people. I go to Central Park a lot and bike and run and all that shit, and you see the one-legged guys getting along just fine.
What do they got?
They got the spatula thing, and every once in a while on Columbus Avenue, you see a guy with the titanium fucking fake leg with the foot and the sneaker, and they're walking better than a lot of the other people on Columbus.
See, I don't like that at all. I like a guy who just ties off his pant leg. One of those fucking.
Oh, really?
Just
Old
tie it
school?
off the pant leg.
Old school?
Just fucking walking around with it.
With crutches?
Yeah, I'm not going to let the pant leg fucking swing back and forth.
Well, Ronnie said he'd take my left arm.
I would rather, I think, lose my. I mean, basically, I use my left arm like I'm in a fucking hockey fight. I'm just, I'll just grab it, whatever, and then the right has to do everything.
Your left arm's useless?
I don't do a lot with it.
Really?
Yeah.
But if he was gone, you'd probably miss it a lot. Like,
Fuck
oh,
yeah.
fuck. I should have appreciated you more. Every time you went to lean and it wasn't there. Well, it's just a convenience to have. I like having a left arm.
And you could hide it.
I'd rather have it. Yeah, I mean, a choice between having it and not. But.
And you could hide a missing leg easier.
Yeah, but
with the pants and stuff.
I had a friend. He lost his leg from like the knee down, and his fucking missing foot used to cramp on him all the time. He would get a fake phantom cramp in his foot that didn't exist. Enough that would have him fucking screaming.
How do you get rid of the fake cramp?
Oh,
How do you do that?
Like this fucking Kruger guy.
Really?
He didn't take it well.
My pal Eddie from Big Brother, he came in for an interview,
yeah.
and we've been friends ever since. I think it was season one or two.
It was the first year.
Was it the first year?
Yeah.
We got behind him and decided that's when we had fucking real juice, and we got him his money, man. We told everyone to vote for Eddie. He probably shouldn't have won the show, but we said fuck it, we're going with Eddie because he was a local guy with one leg. But his cut is too high where they can't really help him out. So he has to deal with crutches. He only uses the fake leg at family. Yeah, there he is at family functions, like a wedding or something, because he can't get around with his fake leg.
But it's more comfortable to see somebody with a fake leg than a fake arm, because a fake leg is much more practical. You can probably live a much more normal, unimpeded on life with a fake leg than because a fake arm, man, you got your hands. You do everything with your hands. What do you do with your feet? Besides, you walk, of course.
Would you be one of those guys who just got like a rubber fake hand and he just fucking throws down?
Yeah.
Like the cop in fucking Young Frankenstein.
You're not that claw thing. I don't know. They just don't.
You wouldn't want a
figure it
hook
out.
hand? Just fucking constantly throwing it out?
Growing up, my brother's friend's father had the hook thing, so it creeps me out to this day. He lost his arm in a factory or something.
They could do almost anything with it.
But this is back in the 70s, I guess. So, I mean, just imagine what they were like.
A lot of those guys used to lose their fucking limbs and shit. Yeah. When you worked in a factory.
Oh, yeah.
A lot of people forget that. That's not all that long ago. But dads would die when they went to work.
Right.
Oh, his dad died at work.
Yeah, there was a chance your dad wasn't coming home from work.
Yeah. My brother-in-law, his dad was one of the oil refineries there. Whole thing blew up in Philadelphia. They never even found him. Nothing. Just just gone.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. You never hear about people on radio dying at work. Just something fucking goes really bad.
Well, we all just get brain cancer at 55, though.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah, because what do you think this is doing? Look at Jimmy. I just freaked him out.
You're just working around electricity all the time.
Yeah,
you're just surrounded by all these...
Yeah. You know how they talk about cell phones are dangerous? We got cell phones times 100.
Oh, fuck.
And we're making 4-hour phone calls every day. What do you think's going to happen to us?
Most guys that work in radio make it to like 60 tops.
I should take my headphones off.
Take them off and leave them off. I never put them on. You're just like fucking killing yourself with them.
Fuck.
Here's the weird thing, though, about electricity.
You feel better?
You got to figure all the people in the history of the world never had artificial lighting until like 100, 110, 120 years ago. Now, you don't even know what the sky looks like at night.
Right.
There's so much fucking light pollution that we are cut off from the way people saw the sky for 60,000 years. And we're the first fucking generations to go, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what's up there.
We could also see it better than they could, though, with our telescopes. I mean, for all their great vision,
right.
They thought the moon was a fucking...
But I mean, just as like you walk out of your house and just that feeling of like sometimes when you're in the mountains and you just get the whole Milky Way thing.
You don't realize how white it is up there.
It's crazy.
When you're really away from city lights, there's a lot of white up there.
We were in the mountains like a couple years ago and we just walked out at night and saw that and we all got like fucking Jimmy, like we're all like,
yeah.
Everybody almost fell down from just looking at the heavens.
Pretty fucking cool.
But we're not around that at all. And like us, just surrounded by this fucking radio waves and electricity. And plus, when you're walking down the street, you're hit by stuff.
Everything.
You know, everywhere you go.
How can Wi-Fi, I always think like Wi-Fi in a city, that couldn't be healthy for the whole city to have Wi-Fi zipping through it.
No, it can't be. And don't you think, like, subconsciously, we got to be picking up on some of that shit, you know? We got to be on some level picking up on it.
Some weird shit in our brains.
Yeah.
Fuck.
That's what happened to Kruger. He couldn't fucking take it anymore.
Too much Wi-Fi.
Yeah, too much Wi-Fi. Two of his toes fell off. And then he missed shooting himself point blank.
But he was that guy. He was confident when we saw him on TV. Yeah.
Hey, T-Bone.
All right. We got Ronnie B today. We're very excited about that. And we got Kevin Pollak stopping by later. You know Kevin there, Ronnie?
I don't know him. I know of his work, of course.
Last time he was on, he was great. He's playing Caroline's this weekend, so he'll be here at 8 o'clock. And, Jimmy, you got something going on?
Yes, I do. I leave tonight, tomorrow, Saturday, Hollywood Improv in Florida, in Fort Lauderdale at the Hard Rock. And today at 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. is the pre-sale for my April 28th show at the Ohio Theater. I'm doing 2 shows, and I'm shooting them both for my 1-hour special. Just go to, fuck, I don't have the real word, but go to the, I have to tweet the fucking,
oh boy,
the link, playhousesquare.org, I think it's called. Okay. And I'll tweet the link for pre-sale. The password is WMMS today, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. Both shows will sell out.
All right, when we get back, we're going to do a little, maybe a little debate, maybe.
Oh, I'd love to, because I got something for you for that, too.
You do?
There's something about that debate that was really bugging me last night.
Oh, good. So we'll do that. Romney misquoting fucking George Costanza.
Seinfeld.
You saw that?
Yeah.
Okay. And the guys pulled a Troy story.
Yep.
But you won't tell us what it's about. You want us to just play this cold. You want us to play this cold. You're confident that this is going to work.
I thought it would be fun if you listened to Roland's immediate reaction to it before you listen to the story.
So what, we're going to play, what is Roland laughing at?
What's Roland laughing at?
All right, this is Roland laughing. And then after the break, hopefully, before Kevin Pollak, we're going to get the story.
Yeah, sure.
That was told, what, on the after show yesterday?
The end of the after show yesterday.
This is Roland laughing. And we're going to find out why he was laughing like that. But he laughs like that all the time.
Yeah, but it's always for some reason.
And I want to talk to Roland about Jeremy Lin. You in on this Lin thing?
Oh, yeah. I am, in a big, big way. You know, they're playing tomorrow.
Miami.
Tonight.
Oh, is that tonight?
Yeah, I can't fucking wait. That's one of the big tests.
It's cool, too, to have to go down there and compete with that big game in Florida. That'll help ticket sales for the show.
You got a show tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, you're fucked.
That's good.
Everyone's talking about
No, that's
the
good, though.
Knicks
They're going to watch
fucking
me
Heat
instead of the big Knicks Heat game.
All right, Ronnie's all in with Jeremy Lin. We're going to find out why. We're going to talk about the debate, and we're going to get this story from Troy that made Roland laugh so hard.
Yeah.
Perfect.
The Opie and Anthony channel.
He's so horny.
Sirius XM.
Nobody is supposed to touch your private parts.
Don't touch me like that. Don't touch me like that. No.
Nobody is supposed to touch your private parts.
You know I really like you, but I don't like the way you touch me. Touch. No.
Touch.
Stop it.
Touch.
No.
Did you ever hear anything like this?
Anus. Anus is a useful thing indeed. We all have an anus. All have an anus. Remember that anus is the proper word. Anus. Anus gives relief in time of need. We all have an anus. All have an anus. All. No. Vulva. Vulva is what girls have down below. Vulva. Vulva. When she's naked, it will show. Penis. Penis is what boys have down in front. Penis.
Most people call it vagina. Some children call it Virginia.
Nobody is supposed to touch your private parts. 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 Nobody is private parts. Private parts.
No. Stop. If you don't, I'm going to tell my dad.
Touch it.
No.
Touch it. Touch it.
Stop it. Stop it.
Touch it.
No.
Touch it. Touch it. Period. Nobody is supposed to touch your private porch.
And now, another bedtime story with Jim Brewer. Lars gives a call. God, this is like 98, something like that, 99 maybe. And he goes,
Dude, what are you doing tonight?
I said, I'm playing down the village.
Let's fucking hang out, and I'm going to meet up with some friends. It's going to be great.
On the way over, we cabbed it, and some kid from NYU left his knapsack with all his books and notebooks. And so, you know what? I'll be a nice guy. How cool is be? Guy from Saturday Night Live is going to send him back his books. And, well, this is a thorn in Lars's ass from the minute I get it. From the minute I get it, he's like, dude, what are you doing with the fucking nap? Get rid of the fuck. It's ridiculous. You look like a fag walking around with this fucking knapsack. So I'm walking around with this thing. I said, I'm going to give it back. Why does the knapsack bother you? It's fucking stupid. Fuck that guy. He's irresponsible. Fuck him. It'll teach him a lesson. He tears the knapsack off my back. I said, what are you doing? He tosses it across the street, hits some chick in the leg, and it opens up, and the bags go all over. And he's walking down the village going like this. There's your fucking knapsack, huh? Are we hanging? Fuck the knapsack, huh? Huh? I'm like, Lars, what are you doing? Chill out. And he keeps getting in my face. Are we hanging or what? I went, I don't know if I can live up to this. I talk a great game, but I don't know if I can live up to this status.
Stay tuned for more bedtime stories with Jim Brewer.
Sirius XM. Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
All right, stop. Now, before you walk in the door of this liquor store and try to get money out the drawer, you better think of the consequence. Who are you? I'm your motherfucking conscience.
That's nonsense. Go in, gap for the money, and run to one of your aunt's cribs and borrow a damn dress, the fun of a blonde wig. Tell her you need a place to stay. You'll be safe for days if you shave your legs with Renee's razor blades.
Yeah, but if it all goes through like it's supposed to, the whole neighborhood knows you and they'll expose you. Think about it before you walk in the door first. Look at the store clerk. She's older than George Burns.
Fuck that. Do that shit. Shoot that bitch. Can you afford to blow this shit? I do that rich. Why you give a fuck if she dies? You that bitch? Do you really think she gets the fuck if you have kids?
Man, don't do it. It's not worth it to risk it. Not over this shit. Stop. Drop the biscuit. Don't even listen to Slim, yo. He's bad for you.
You know what, Dre? I don't like your attitude.
Getting topical.
Hold up. Wait a minute.
With the Sex Man.
Good morning, sexy.
Good morning.
Did I fuck up the hook again?
No, there's really no...
There's no hook to this
There's
one?
no set hook in this song.
I said off air that I'm embarrassed to do this bit in front of the great Ronnie B. Are you enjoying Ronnie B on the show today?
Of course.
Ronnie, we get topical.
Mm-hmm.
And it's up to E-Rock to kind of play something, and then we have to figure out why he's playing it. Any ideas on this one?
No, I have no idea even what that was. It was like an Eminem thing?
It sounds like an Eminem thing.
That's Eminem.
So Eminem did something today.
You know what? Is there a new Eminem? Is it the brown Eminem?
No, it's not that.
Eminem,
would've been great.
what's Sam?
That would have been clever.
That would have been clever.
Like if it were news about the candy and he played the rapper.
The problem with the bit is he's not really clever with it, and that's what we're hoping for.
Yeah.
So this thing will be going away soon.
Hopefully. Oh, well.
Eminem's first album, the Slim Shady EP, was released
13 years ago.
13 fucking years ago. I thought he...
My name is...
I feel like he's a new artist still.
Yeah, that's what happens.
It happens, right? To the best of us.
My apologies, Eric.
What happened?
I broke his phone yesterday.
Oh, yeah.
What do you mean you broke his phone?
I didn't even know, but people out in the hallway and some of our staff heard you slamming the phone down repeatedly, yelling why you can't dial out.
Here's what was happening. I had to do a phoner to promote, and the fucking phone. I was dialing 9, and then I kept dialing the numbers, and it kept going like. But you ever dial a phone, you're 6 digits in, and it's like, you're like, you motherfucker. Or I would get like 7 or 8 digits in, it would like, boo-doo-doo. Right. So there was something wrong with that phone. I couldn't dial out. I hit 9, and I dialed the number.
You had to figure out the code.
Did you press 1 after 9?
You go 9-1.
Of course, 1954 was a Florida area code. The 1954, that didn't work. Then just 954, that didn't work.
I love how you're asking Jimmy like Jimmy's an alien from another planet.
Well, I didn't think he knew. I didn't think he was dialing 9.
Yeah, I did try. I did
he
dial 9.
He lives in hotel rooms. He understands.
Yeah, he understands 9-1.
Yeah, and I will say this: I just got so angry because once it started ringing when I was 8 digits in, because I started to think I had it.
Yeah.
And then 8 digits in, it started ringing. I was like, "You cunt!" And I slammed the phone down.
And it was E-Rock's phone.
Yeah, I broke it.
Yeah, he was so pissed. Too.
I didn't mean to. I'm sorry, Eric.
I
couldn't hang up
De
the
Niro
line.
Found out Joe Pesci got fucking whacked.
So E-Rock, you don't have a phone?
Not right now, no, because I couldn't get the line to turn off, and he broke the little button that the receiver goes on to actually hang up the phone. It's now buried inside of the phone.
Oh, it's not a cell phone?
No.
Who cares?
It's
It's
a
a company phone? Who cares? I thought it's a better story if it was his cell phone. That's hilarious.
E-Rock was really pissed about it yesterday.
Were you? What do you do with the phone? You don't do shit with the phone.
I call
in order fucking
Who uses a
Papa
company
John's
phone?
from another phone?
Ronnie, you use a company phone?
No.
Of
I have
course
never
not.
even been in my office.
We haven't
You know,
been in our office.
Upstairs somewhere.
You don't even know where it is,
No.
huh? Well,
They moved it, I think.
That's better than us. We have an office down this hall. When was the last time I was in there, Sam? Be honest.
Last time you were in,
Be honest.
probably it has to be a year and a half at this point.
Easily. I was going to go at least a year. You're going a year and a half?
Yeah, I would say a year and a half. And
do I still have a computer in there?
No. Theoretically, I mean, the interns use it, but that would technically be your computer.
See, the mistake the company made was putting the office way too close to the assholes.
Right.
Remember the old days, like the jocks had their own area.
That would be,
You didn't hang out with the fucking assholes. Ronnie knows.
T-shirts against the suits.
When me and went to Boston, AAF, they put us in a storage closet. That was our office. But you know what? We were really happy because we were away from the assholes and the cubicles.
One of the offices I had in Florida, we put black lights up, took the phone off, and put beads down. And when the fucking bosses ever came in to talk to us, we just hit a strobe light. It was we were like, hey, man. Just fucking trying to be as weird as possible.
Fuck yeah.
Now, don't you feel bad, though, that 2 guys in Florida yesterday were like, well, we were supposed to be getting a call from Jim Norton, but hasn't gotten in touch with us.
No, I did. I used someone
finally got
else's
him?
phone. Because I have to have the phone wiped down before I use it. I don't like talking on somebody else's phone. It's disgusting.
Even if it's Eric's phone?
Anybody's phone.
But in your private life, you do weird shit.
Yeah.
So, but a phone grosses you out.
Just there's something about being on a phone, somebody's face, grease, and breath. Anybody. I don't want to touch it. I don't use people's phones. I don't want people using my fucking phone.
Anything worse than smelling someone's bad breath on their phone?
I wouldn't know. I don't
You
do
don't
it.
get that close
You
to
don't
it.
get that close.
No, I have to. I Clorox wipe it.
Yeah.
And Clorox is good.
I think your office is in a good place, though. It seems like you're kind of hidden.
There's more suits upstairs than there are downstairs.
There are.
Yeah, but they're not the regular, They're not
like
people that
our-
make decisions.
I don't think we were supposed to survive this long in this business to see it change like this.
No.
I think we were supposed to go with the rest of them.
No,
years
you're
ago.
now you're like an old cowboy who sees a fucking train going by and everything's ruined.
Right. What happened to the stagecoach?
They're putting fences up out here.
Right.
Cattle used to run everywhere.
Right.
They'll
That's
be
why-
fucking hunting you down soon.
That's why I think it's good they take you out before we get to this stage, the bitter stage.
Right.
Are you in the bitter stage officially, Ronnie?
I think
I'm
I
in the
came-
bitter stage.
I came into the business in the bitter stage.
Really?
I know. I've always thought it was kind of fucked up.
Really?
Even when it was fun.
Even when it was fun, you thought it was fucked up.
Well, I always knew that that the whole fucking. I always hated the way that they would turn.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That the bosses would turn.
Yeah.
That always sucked. Plus, here's the thing that's bothering me right now in this room. Is like I got a Barton Fink thing going with that one fucking piece of wallpaper that's open.
What's a Barton Fink thing?
You ever see Barton
No.
Fink, the Coen
No.
Brothers movie? All right, you're in. That's your next rental.
Oh, it's
You
good.
got to pick it up, yeah. You like the Coen Brothers, right?
Yeah.
This is one of their, like, early 90s Really a fucking classic film.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the name. I've never seen it.
And you got the walls kind of
there was just a thing he had, like, it's the entire movie is about him having writer's block, and he's in this shitty fucking hotel room, and he just keeps looking up, and his wallpaper just keeps fucking, and that kind of is his soul unraveling. And that's how I look up at this sometimes. Like, somebody can fucking fix that.
You want us to fix that?
No, I want it to stay like that.
You want it to stay like that for a while?
Yeah.
All
But
right.
don't you think you need a little bit of that to be radio?
Oh, yeah. I told you before the show, I got to stop bitching because, and I know a lot of the listeners are sick of it, but and Ronnie will back me up. There was a time when you bitched, you got a lot done, and that's why you bitched.
Right.
Now I'm realizing I'm just bitching out an open window and no one is fucking either listening or caring about it. So now I look like a complete asshole because I can't get things done through my bitching anymore.
Because there's too many studios here. They don't, you know what I mean? There's just too many.
Yeah.
You don't want it, somebody else will take it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, they don't care.
We're like those fucking Purdue chickens. We're all just on that thing. Fucking heading through the grinder.
Right. What's that?
You guys, compared to the other shows in this building, not compared to what used to happen in the business, but compared to other shows in this building, you actually do get a lot done by bitching.
Well, not like the old days, man. When we
not like
bitch,
those.
Sam, I know no one listens to you and Who Kid.
Yeah,
I know that's a fucking problem.
Is that one of his shows?
Yes.
That's one of the Sam shows. You think we get a lot done by our bitching?
A lot of the
I
shows,
certainly don't feel that.
A lot of the shows are envious at the amount of what you get done. Yes.
Yeah.
A lot of other hosts
Really?
are envious
Name
at how
one.
much you get done.
See, envious isn't the word. It's jealous. That's the word that you're
Green with
going
envy.
for.
So now the listeners could blame Sam because I was ready to stop bitching today,
No.
and you're telling me no, keep bitching because things are getting done.
Those guys that just walk down the hallway don't get anything done.
They play stupid pop
But
music.
they want stuff that gets done that they
What
can't
do
talk
they
about.
want?
What do they want done?
What do they want? They talk 2 minutes an hour. Look
Another Gaga song?
Yeah,
what do they want?
What do they
Look
want?
how they're slowly walking down the hall. They got 25 minutes to kill.
Yeah, but they've always got ideas.
Like
They've always
what?
got
What
things.
ideas?
I don't know. They're always,
Nightcrawler wins tickets?
they're always
That's not
complaining
an
about
idea.
stuff, but
Pissing
off
me,
the air.
Ronnie and Jimmy off
They
now.
complain about stuff off the air,
Like
but
what?
because they don't
Like
complain
what?
about
Like
stuff
what?
on the air.
We're
they
talking
wanna-
about what's their channel?
the Hits One, the
Hits
morning
One.
mashup.
Morning mashup. What could they possibly want?
They want to be doing other stuff.
They're
They want
the
to be
easiest
more.
gig in radio.
They want to be more visible. They want to be a bigger show. They want to be out doing things.
They can't compete with the music. They chose a format where you'll never be bigger than the music.
That's what I think too.
No one gives a fuck. Like Ronnie said, there's another fucking chicken ready to take their place.
But then
When
again,
is this
Z100's big, and Z100, Elvis Duran, they play the music, so those guys are just falling short.
Yeah, they are.
They're just falling short.
They're the next Elvis Duran.
They actually want what?
I don't know what they
get
specifically. Exactly.
If I was the boss, I would cut that staff in half.
You would just
Yeah,
a
you don't need
2-person.
Fucking how many guys are on that show?
4.
You need 2.
4, but
Two
they do
tops.
2-minute breaks.
Right.
Yeah, it's true.
And a lot of it's today in fucking history. It's the same thing that E-Rock just got yelled at.
Except that's the whole break.
Yeah.
But E-Rock, what song was that by Eminem? Why didn't you go
Guilty
with
Conscience.
I don't know that one.
What was it? Because if I go, my name is, I mean, even though...
Why not? We haven't heard that in a while.
What song fucking lit the phones up?
That's right. People would be like, oh, fuck, I remember this song.
This is great.
This is 13 years ago?
Way
Holy
to go,
shit.
E-Rock. We're loving it. You're fucking rocking us.
Yeah.
Yeah, instead.
That's a big song, Guilty Conscience.
I don't remember.
I don't remember it.
It was big.
And I kind of
Who
like
Kid loves it, right?
He performed it at the Grammys.
He did?
Yeah.
All right.
Dre was on it.
Then I'll
Snoop
shut
Dogg.
the fuck up.
I forgot about Dre.
That's the problem.
That's what happened. I forgot about Dre.
Everybody want to talk like they got something to say.
Good old Dre. All right, we got Kevin Pollak coming in at 8:00, and I don't know. I watched the debate last night, but it's the same shit.
All right, here's what pisses me off.
Yeah.
And you know that these guys are pushing the Catholic stuff all the time.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, you've got to have, you can't
Morality.
give out, no
Condoms.
condoms, no fucking pill, all this stuff. We're Catholics. Rick Santorum is a fucking Catholic.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
Oh,
He
yeah.
didn't have his.
Catholic.
No, I'm saying that because he didn't have his ashes.
Thank you. That's what I was screaming at the fucking TV.
Where's
Him
your-
and Newt had no ashes.
You're screaming and yelling how Catholic you are. You had an opportunity to show the world that you're Catholic by keeping your ashes on your head. You had ashes on your head yesterday, I would assume.
Of course. Unlike you, I can stop in St. Patrick's, get my ashes.
I've been there. I've been there since.
Have you?
Just to see if lightning would strike.
Fucking bell goes off. I just come running down the hall.
I was there last year. We had some people up from Philly, and I went for the St. Pat's.
Did you?
To this day, it's uncomfortable to walk through those doors.
I've never been inside St. Patrick's. It's beautiful.
I'm wondering if they got my picture. So you've never been to St. Why?
For
you
what?
live in New York.
Well,
it's amazing. It's an amazing building.
I'll go to look at it, but what am I going to do?
Maybe not.
Just go look at it.
All right.
Just from maybe not from a religious standpoint, but you should walk in just to check out what they used to be able to build in this country.
Yeah, I would do that.
They wouldn't be able to build something like that anymore.
I'm annoyed at my absolute hatred of religion. I've gone completely ballistic, just despising religious people, and I know I shouldn't. I shouldn't. It's not healthy.
When I walk around New York and I see a church, I walk into every single one of them, and you realize, this one's a great church too.
There's an amazing one down in the village, like 12th Street and Broadway. Have you ever seen that one? It looks like a castle.
They're all over New York.
Fucking amazing architecture. All right.
St. Patrick's Cathedral would cost probably $1 billion today to build that thing.
Easy. If you could even find the stoneworkers that know how to do that anymore.
Right.
I mean, that's the thing.
How do they?
Those guys were immigrants, Italian immigrants. Every single piece that you've seen like that were just Italian guys that came over.
I look at St. Patrick's Cathedral. I don't get how it was built. You know what I mean? I can't wrap my head around it. Like, wait a minute, are these individual pieces? And then how do they make it look like one piece? And like, what's underneath this shit?
I don't know how you do any kind of an arc. It would just be so. Everything I did would look like just like a fucking tree fort.
Right,
like it would just be squares. But that's really true. Like, how the hell does that building stay up?
I don't understand it.
Well,
I don't understand it. You got to see the ceiling, and it's mind-boggling.
Imagine air conditioning that place. What an impractical design that is.
The thing is, the money that runs through there, though. I mean, tourists are just throwing money as they come into the place.
Yep.
They're just chucking money.
Yep. So, all right. So, Newt and
Rick Santorum should have had ashes on their head last night for all the bitching that they do. And you're not allowed to wash them off.
Oh, really?
You can't say, like, oh, I took a shower after dinner. No, that's going to stay like that the next day. That's the way I was taught.
Yeah, he's yelling and screaming about Satan and all this. He had an opportunity to show the other side.
Because he would lose. Because when you walk down the street, and if you have ashes on your head, Protestants just are like, what the hell's going on in the city? This looks scary.
Right.
So to get out in the middle of the country where they don't know what Catholics are, and they saw that man with an ash cross, they would think that the devil had him.
He's a douchebag, Santorum. He's an absolute douchebag.
And that's maybe why we need him. Just somebody that can start the revolution. You know, that we can finally have the courage to fucking bum rush. Bum rush the government.
We kind of need a little bit of a revolution.
Yeah, man. I'm ready to light torches.
Yeah, because people I've been bitching about Romney and Santorum. Like, oh, we all know you're voting for Obama. No.
See, that's the thing.
No. I want a revolution.
I don't think that you'll ever get around to hating Romney or Obama enough.
Right.
Like, they're just going to leave that thing in the middle. They're both just like, I don't know, we're going to just keep chipping away at it.
Right.
You know? Ron Paul would be the fucking guy just to do something different.
What I like
about
Ron Paul, he answers questions at the debate and he educates everyone a little bit. He's like a teacher up there.
I like Ron Paul, man.
He explains shit to you like, oh, that's why they do what they do.
He gives you a real answer, even if you don't agree with it or like it. At least it's an answer, and it's not some fucking prefab statement. They're just awful. All of them are awful and soulless, and they're just pumping out pre-thought of lines. At least Ron Paul is in the moment.
Ronnie reminded me I wanted Newt just because I thought it'd be really, really a lot of fun. You know, having him in Obama debate and stuff, but he has fallen off the map.
Romney is going to win, you know it from the beginning. And Romney, to me, looks like Reagan left behind a suit and a hairpiece. It's just like,
That's perfect.
An old fucking filtered down copy of Reagan that's enough times. And he's kind of like, hey, what did Reagan used to do? I'll try to be like that.
Doesn't it feel like there's no soul with any of these guys? Like, there's no... Like, at least with Reagan, you felt like this is what the guy feels in his guts, and this is who he is. You don't feel that with these guys at all.
No, they don't connect with the people.
There's nothing to them.
Going with Ronnie's thing. What was the movie? Multiplicity with Michael
right.
Keaton?
That was it.
So it's the clone that...
Right, the clone. It
it's
just
too
keeps
many
getting
clones
a
of
little worse,
Reagan,
yeah.
right?
Just keeps getting a little worse.
A little too many clones.
Every generation that they run it off.
Yeah.
Santorum has zero shot at winning the election. Zero.
Yeah, but he's making a run in Michigan.
That's even
If
great.
he wins Michigan, it fucks up everything for the GOP. They're going to be very confused.
And like you saying about religious people, that goes the people that are voting for him. It's just because they're religious.
Yeah.
There's no other reason.
He's a twat. He's against. He doesn't like birth control. Just go fuck yourself. He's enraging.
How could you be against birth control? Not even like abortions is one thing, and I still disagree. Just leave people alone. But to say I don't want anybody to get a condom or a birth control pill, that's fucking insane.
Yeah, we should think that way maybe after we take care of everyone that's out there already.
Right.
And
Like-
then maybe we could, go down that road.
That's pilgrim shit. When there was
Right.
like 30 of them and they had a whole country.
Right, yeah, exactly. So you think Romney gets the nomination there?
Yeah, I think I
No
said
doubt.
from the beginning is like there's certain people that think this is the guy. He's kind of like Obama. He'll do the same thing as Obama. We'll take it down to a little bit of a personality contest.
You think he can win it?
I think it's a toss-up.
It'll be a toss-up at that point?
Yeah, I think it is. I mean, there's enough people mad at Obama.
I predict, and I've been saying from the beginning, it's going to be Romney, and he's going to take Ron Paul as his vice presidential. And they have a good relationship. And Ron Paul has gone to bat for him publicly on something that he said. They actually have a decent relationship. And I'm telling you, that's a smart move because Romney is kind of moderate. The Republicans are going to vote
He's
for
very moderate.
anybody other than Obama. The key is not to get Republicans to vote for it. No Republicans are voting for Obama. Romney has them. How do you get crossovers? You fucking get Ron Paul, who taps into that fucking very left-thinking. He could pull a lot of Obama's voters.
I think
Romney can't.
I think he's too rogue.
Yeah, I think
In
he's
the
right.
end.
I don't know if he is, though. I mean, he's been in the government for a long time. He's not a first-time
No,
guy
he has
running.
been, but he makes a point not to like vote on anybody else's bills, and none of his bills ever get through. I mean, he's just that dude. He's a fucking rebel.
No, what they're talking about, his son is going to be the guy.
Yeah, I've heard a lot of things about
His son is going to come up and be the guy that a lot of people are hoping Ron Paul is. That you got to actually wait for his son to develop a little more.
Ron Paul is a vice presidential candidate because Romney's young, so there's not as much pressure on the Republicans to pick a fucking VP as they had with McCain and Palin because McCain was old. Vice president shouldn't hurt you as much as Palin hurt McCain.
I like your reasoning, but I don't see it. I really don't. I don't think Romney goes there in the end.
And I'll tell you something else. I think if Palin didn't take the money, she'd be fucking the Republican nod. But that I quit as governor and I'm doing a reality show.
And the
you know what I mean?
book tour,
Like,
the
yeah.
book tour.
I mean, she just literally sold out.
Yeah.
Because she'd be stomping these fucking guys.
She enjoyed.
She'd be stomping them, I think.
She
on the Republican side, not in the general election. On the Republican side, those Christian people love her.
She
Love her.
got addicted to the spotlight.
Yeah,
And said,
cash.
you know what? And said, fuck that. I can do a reality show, write a few books. I don't need to be the governor anymore.
And everybody in her family had to get paid. I
Yeah.
think every one of them needs a bankroll.
Yeah. You think she's a smart lady?
No. But she's charismatic, and people liked her, and there's going to be that HBO movie that everybody wants to see.
Yeah.
Who's playing her? Is it?
That hot redheaded chick.
Julianne Moore?
Yeah.
Julianne Moore's playing.
Why not
Sarah
Tina Fey? I
Palin.
guess maybe she don't want to do it.
Yeah, she doesn't want to do it anymore.
No, she wants to be. She would cartoon the whole thing. They need a real actress,
Right.
I guess. Romney just misquoting George Costanza last night was classic. We got the clip. Romney just very clueless in general when he speaks. I think he's very unaware.
Well, he's a rich guy. You know what?
He came up too privileged. I think
He's just like John Kerry. John Kerry did the same exact kind of shit. They're both from the same state.
Right.
They're both rich.
reporting for duty.
Yeah, and they both don't know how to talk to regular people.
And then Santorum brought up Dukakis last night. Did you see that?
Yeah, that was out of nowhere, right?
Yeah.
Just busting fucking Dukakis.
You don't want to be compared to.
Dukakis is like, no one's heard about me.
He's basically
20-some years. Why are you fucking busting my dick?
Wasn't he a
basically
Boston
saying,
guy?
"Leave me alone."
Yeah.
Another Boston. What is it with the Boston politicians? They just come off like dorks, like real fucking dorks.
Well, they all want to be Kennedy. They all want to be Jack Kennedy. And that's the thing. And then everybody's always looking for another Kennedy.
But he knew enough not to put that cowboy hat on when they gave it to him because he never wanted photographs taken of him where he looked stupid.
Right.
So that was smart.
Which, he wouldn't put it on at that breakfast in Texas.
Because that's an awareness. He had that awareness.
Boy, he would be horrified at the Zapruder film. But
yeah. Here's Romney from last night.
In an attempt to quote character George Costanza during last night's presidential debate, Romney fumbled. I just fumbled. Romney fumbled.
I want to restore America's promise, and I'm going to do that. That's good enough.
What does that
mean? Yeah. As George Costanza would say, when they're applauding, stop, right?
Now let me set the record straight. The actual quote was said during the show's 172nd episode, and it was by Jerry, not George, in a scene where Jerry is encouraging George to, quote, end on a high note.
Showmanship, George. When you hit that high note, you say goodnight and walk off.
All right, that's it for me. We're good, everybody.
What was that? What's that? Showmanship. George is trying to get out on a high note.
Not the worst faux pas, I guess, but
yeah, but it's the one thing fucking Americans know. Seinfeld. It's the one thing they feel smart about. Fucking sitcom quotes.
I love watching these debates. Fucking Newt is chill. It's almost like they talked to him in the back office.
Yeah,
and said, you gotta just chill out.
I wonder if he dropped out though. Would all those votes go to Santorum, and then he wanted to really crush fucking Romney?
Yeah, they would absolutely go to Santorum, right?
I can't imagine anywhere else.
I think that was the last debate too. I think we're just about done with debates
until they go up against Obama.
Right? Who's singing?
But
I told Ronnie it's frustrating because he won't sing the whole song. He sings the hook of songs, and everyone loses their fucking minds.
I think
who can't sing "Sweet Home Chicago"?
I think he's going to sing like a little more
every time
until finally, like they're just like, ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, tell the roof off the fucker, tell the roof off the fucker. He's just coming out. He's going to have the fucking guy with the umbrella next to him, the guy in the diaper, the whole fucking band going crazy.
I don't know how Obama will do in debates against Republicans now, though, because he didn't really have a huge record to go after. 4 years ago, he was the one who could attack the Republicans' record, which was in pretty bad shape with the Iraq War going on. Now he's vulnerable because he's got like a lot of stuff that he wanted to do that he didn't do, or things he backed up on, even if it was for the right reasons.
Right.
So now I think he's more vulnerable in a debate than he was 4 years ago.
He can honestly say he didn't do anything. He can sit there and go, I can guarantee you I didn't do a damn thing.
What do you think? He's on TV right now, Chris Christie. He vetoes the gay marriage bill, but he wants the people to vote, is what he's saying.
Well,
so he's basically saying if the people want this, then they're going to get it.
How about he allows the people to vote on the rights for other people, too? Right. Like women to do this, or blacks to do this, or fucking obese people to do this. Fuck him.
He's trying to defend vetoing that bill.
It already got thrown into the courts in California when they had the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so in California they voted against gay marriage, and it's being thrown into the Supreme Court. Their Supreme Court kicked it. Mm-hmm. It's going to go all the way to the Supreme Court of the United States, is where it all belongs anyway. All this stuff is bullshit.
Right.
It's just endless amount of bullshit. And he, for a guy who's not running for president, is on TV constantly. Mm-hmm. What the fuck are you? You're the governor of New Jersey.
He's probably regretting that he didn't go for it at this point. Maybe he didn't believe he could win, and now he realizes, fuck, I would have... Wow, his head is tiny on that body.
I wonder if he'd be a vice presidential candidate.
Look at his head.
And he's close with Romney. Maybe that's the...
Maybe you go Romney, Christie. Maybe he's like, fuck, I could have had this thing.
Either that, or if they ever do the Flintstones again, he's got a real fucking shot.
What was the Monty Python movie with the big guy? One more.
Give me a bucket. I'm going to throw up.
Yeah, that's what he looks like.
Hey, pate. Don't skimp on the pate.
Pate.
Did you see that the Pythons are talking about getting together again?
Oh boy, what do you think?
Doing one, yeah. It was
what do you think?
Just some rumblings about it. I think everybody but Eric Idle wants to do it.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah,
and Graham Chapman.
Well, yeah, he's can't count on him.
No, not at this point.
Wow, why Eric Idle is you need Eric Idle.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Why do they want to do this? They're bored?
Maybe they just want to do it one more time. You know, you take 30 years off, take one more shot. If Eric Idle doesn't do it, Steve Martin will pop in and do it.
Don't talk to Jimmy about Steve Martin.
No, I don't. I feel bad.
Did you hear?
I saw your Twitter about it.
I feel bad about
But
it.
he ran into Steve Martin as he was covering the Grammys for Leto. And Steve Martin called him out on the stuff he wrote in his book.
He was cool about it, though. But then I felt a little bit bad about that for a while because he's a comedian. And I hit another comedian really hard, and he didn't do anything to me. I just didn't like a movie choice he made.
Right.
And when I look at that, I'm like, I should have been more. I mean, I just recently watched when he accepted the honor for the Mark Twain Award.
Right.
And he did a night, and he was fucking hilarious in his speech. And I'm like, what I wrote doesn't reflect the fact that I recognize that. It was unfair because he's not a guy who would have to free speech like these fucking pigs, Jesse and Sharpton, even a stupid Al Roker. And all. I feel great trashing those guys.
Right.
But Steve Martin was unfair.
Did you just love Peter Sellers? Is that the thing now?
I did, but it more annoyed me that I thought a great role like the Pink Panther, you couldn't improve on that. And I was like, what are you doing? You don't need to do this. I kind of equated it with if somebody had put on a white suit and an arrow through their head. As a comic, you'd be accusing them of stealing your shit, and you'd be right. And that was his role.
A better example. What if they remade The Jerk? Would he be okay with that?
I'm imagining
because that was a unique character, obviously.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm imagining he would be.
I would love to ask him that question.
I don't know why I got so annoyed at. Like being annoyed is one thing, but why did I took it like I reacted to that the way I would if somebody had badmouthed me personally, or if somebody. It was just out of whack. I felt a little bad about that because as a comedian, I try to lay off other comics. I never hit them that hard because there's a weird thing you have with other comics.
But like Russell Brand doing Arthur, it's like
I didn't love it.
You felt like you could improve on that.
Yeah.
Those were great movies.
But he's a stand-up, so I'm like more gentle with other stand-ups. Maybe it's phony of me, but
I got a question for you. When I was growing up, I loved Steve Martin's stand-up.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Yeah.
And at this point in my life, I don't really remember his bits anymore. But I remember as a kid in high school and stuff, loving Steve Martin.
He was weird, and it doesn't hold up as well, but some of it's still really funny. His bits on The Tonight Show were funny. Or when on SNL, he was an amazing host. He was a great Oscars host. And I watched an interview with Pryor recently. Did you ever see it was on the set of Stir Crazy? And I guess they had shot in the morning, and the audio got messed up, so they had to reshoot in the afternoon. And it was with a school teacher. And Richard is sitting there on a director's chair, and he's got like a little audience. It's outdoors, and he's obnoxious because he'd obviously had a few and probably done a few lines. And the guy badmouthed Steve Martin to him, just kind of joking. And Pryor's like, Steve Martin is brilliant, man. Don't badmouth Steve Martin and make me feel good. Like he got like a little annoyed. And I'm like, man, I watched that again recently. I'm like, ugh.
Right.
Fucking douchebag I am.
The cool thing about that whole story, you guys ended up doing comedy together after he called you out, and it worked.
Yeah, but I mean,
that's a weird spot to be in.
That was towards the end of the bit when he finally saw my name because he didn't recognize my face. He didn't put two and two together until he saw my name on the CD. But then he still was okay with it. He wasn't a dick. I'll say it all.
Yeah.
So I kind of felt bad about it. I have to watch that footage. I have it.
He was in here not too long ago. He was in here. I ran into him in the lobby. And all he did was something to do with, his banjo, doing that banjo tour.
Yeah, he won't do, that's what he wants to talk about.
Yeah.
Did you speak to him?
No, I just fucking went, there's fucking Steve Martin walking by. That was fucking plenty for me.
Where you at with the banjo?
It's a banjo.
You ever get into it? Ever?
No.
He's good at it, but it's not my influence.
Ronnie's a rock guy. You ever get into the banjo?
Well, I'm trying to think. I mean,
it all sounds the same to me.
There's a little bit of it in the background.
It's okay.
I don't mind. But,
mixed in with everything else, maybe?
But if it's front and center, no, I can't.
I never got into it. That and the ukulele, I don't know, man. I don't know.
You're not going to go to Eddie Vedder's fucking ukulele tour that he does?
Travis went, I think.
Did he do the ukulele
and he loved
tour?
it.
A whole tour, just him and the ukulele.
Yep. But I love his voice so much that I think I'd be all right with it.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not going for the ukulele, no.
Oh, Roland got one.
Roland got a picture with Steve Martin, huh?
Steve Martin looks thrilled.
Speaking of Roland, we got Roland laughing before the break, losing his mind. But Roland laughs at a lot of stupid shit.
I actually know what he was laughing at. I don't know if I should blow the surprise.
Do you really?
Well, he thought it was hilarious that WMMS is the code for the pre-sale, which happens today from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. I got to plug this every break. Saturday, April 28th, the Ohio Theater. I'm shooting my 1-hour special in Cleveland. Tickets go on sale tomorrow. Today only, playhousesquare.org is the pre-sale. WMMS is the password, and both shows will sell out because we're losing seats for camera kills and stuff.
Right on. And we're going to do the show live from Cleveland. You want to
I'm
come
very
up, Ronnie?
psyched about that.
You don't like Cleveland?
No.
I love Cleveland, dude. It's a fucking. They're hardcore
No, they're
fans.
great. They're great.
And every chick in Cleveland fucks. They all fuck. And there's no game playing with Cleveland girls.
That was always a place to break rock records, was Cleveland.
Oh, yeah.
They would play it in Cleveland first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, really?
And bands would go to Cleveland, and like the rest of the country, they would do like, okay, and then go to Cleveland and just destroy and just have the best shows. So they always wanted like record guys to meet them in Cleveland to see, no matter who it was. Particularly metal was always a really good hard rock and metal town.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, always.
That's
Like
what I-
going back like for fucking ever.
Do you have any examples of metal bands that broke in Cleveland?
I'm trying to think of bands that would do, like 1,000 seaters everywhere, and then go to Cleveland and play 15.
Wow.
Fucking thousand. They would just. It was always a town that would come out. For
I wonder
the
why
show.
that was. I wonder why that was the thing.
They're just into fucking live performing.
Yeah.
They just dig it.
But why not Philly? Boston, you understand.
Philly's a good
More
market.
shit
So is
going on.
Boston. Both great markets.
Why not Buffalo? They're just depressed.
Yeah, it's just everything in Buffalo looks like it was done in 1983. Everything in Buffalo looks like it was built then. Has a weird, dingy, weather-beaten quality. The gold is kind of like the gold's trim on stuff is kind of kicked in and
Well, the
beaten
weather
up.
just beats the shit out of everything 9 months out of the year.
They haven't really built anything new since Jim Kelly. They were all so fucking excited when Jim Kelly was playing.
Kelly was supposed to, put that whole city over the top.
Yeah.
They fell
came
short.
close.
And they're
They
just
came
waiting.
close.
They're waiting for the next Jim Kelly. God, did they come close. Fuck. That was my time up there. All right, we got to get into the Roland story.
What's Troy's story?
Troy's story and Roland lost his mind.
Yeah, Troy.
We're counting on you guys because I haven't heard this. You guys said just play this cold.
Well, we rarely steer you wrong.
True. Yeah, true there, sir. And is Roland in? Because I want to get his thoughts on Jeremy Lin from last night. Because Roland's a huge Jeremy Lin fan. Ronnie.
I saw his Linsanity shirt.
He's got
so
4 of them.
Yeah.
But he doesn't know shit about the Knicks or Jeremy Lin.
Well, it's a nice breakup for his E Street Band shirts. So
That's
it's
true.
really nice to see his wardrobe double.
That's true. Here comes Roland now taking his time. But all right, so this is the story that was told on the after show?
Yeah, it was basically Troy was talking about crazy things that he did when he was with his band.
Okay.
And E-Rock was hanging out with Troy in those days.
Okay.
And so Troy had an E-Rock story from the...
I was enjoying Troy on the show yesterday. I was thinking to myself, why don't we have Troy on the regular show more?
That's up to you. That's a question you got to ask yourself.
He fucking has a good presence and knows how to tell a story. Roland, Jeremy Lin, you watched last night?
I watched. I got a disc of White Collar season finale and Royal Pains.
A disc?
Yeah.
The DVD?
A big fan of.
Why wouldn't you watch?
I saw 2 minutes. I saw him block a shot and give an assist. I was like, wow. I hit play.
You have 4 Jeremy Lin shirts.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you watch?
I went to see White Collar and Royal Pains.
You still have Lin fever?
Why not
I
just
do.
go with the bit and just say, yeah, I loved it. It was great.
Really.
No one's gonna...
No, I like this part. I like this way better, actually. Why do you tell Ronnie why you got the Jeremy Lin shirts again?
I had the Lin fever.
And you like when people high five you? When
Oh,
you're
yeah. I
coming
was in
into
the
work?
subway. People were like, hey, yeah, Lin. I'm like, yeah. People go, woo.
Roland just wants to be part of things.
It's great. You should tape your eyes back and just fucking have a ball with it.
He tries to fit in like Malkovich in the line of fire when he's going woo woo at the rally. Remember the presidential rally? And he knows he's going to gun him down, but he's like woo just to fit in.
This is plastic gun.
Hey, Ronnie, Rush broke in Cleveland, supposedly.
Oh, is that right, Rush?
I don't know. Let's go to Chad in Baltimore. What's up with Baltimore today? Chad.
Hey, what's up, guys? Rush just had their DVD was in Cleveland this past tour, and this will make you feel old. That moving pictures and that whole Tom Sawyer thing is now 30 years old.
Wow.
But anyway, some radio station in Cleveland started playing Working Man, and that's the reason why. That all started their whole thing.
Wow.
Have a great one.
So Cleveland broke Rush. And Rush still not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
No,
right?
why would they be? This
That's
Grandmaster
unbelievable.
Flash is too busy getting in Madonna.
Just for moving pictures alone, they should be in it.
Nah, why would they be? There's not enough room.
I don't know. Why do they have such a hard-on for Rush? I don't get
They're
it.
just douchebags.
I don't get it,
That's
man.
the official answer.
All right. Here's Troy telling a story.
All right, just keep going. I'll tell you if you have to stop.
Yeah, how about this? You tell the story slowly, and Eric, you can scream.
I'll buzz in if we.
You notice what Sam's doing here, Ronnie?
Mm-hmm.
He tricked us into getting his voice on this show.
promoting the Sam After Show.
What are you doing, Sam?
In Sam's
If you don't want clips from the after show, I won't give them to you.
You're tricking me. Now we're hearing your voice.
You hear my voice
and now I
every
got to
day.
discuss it with you.
I don't need my voice on the air. You hear it every single day.
We're hearing it now.
You know how many listeners just cheered when you said that?
You have to stop.
That's fair.
Are you sure?
He gave me permission. Yeah, don't. All right, so go ahead.
We have time?
We have plenty of time.
Okay.
Yeah, we have 4 minutes.
Okay. Well, we used to party and we used to have a good time and we'd have girls over and it would just be you know,
and Eric in the band.
Yeah, so it'd be like, probably about 4 or 5 dudes, maybe a handful of girls.
Sure.
So a lot of the girls were down for whatever you would possibly want to do. I mean,
like the girl in the van.
Yeah, like they would just be like, whatever, toys, multiple dudes, whatever.
Multiple dudes, yeah.
So, are you sure? I'm going to keep going, Eric.
Yeah, he hasn't put the brakes on yet. You don't have to check.
Okay, just tell me to stop and I stop.
Yeah.
Okay. So there was this one girl there, and she was down for whatever. She made it very clear that she was like bring it, like whatever you got, she can handle.
What a treat.
Yeah, and so
and you guys could bring a lot.
I mean, we were fucking lunatics.
Yeah.
So, I had went first, luckily, and we went into another room and had a session together.
You were sexing.
Yeah.
You sexed.
Yeah. So then I went back out to party, and it was like
intercourse.
Yeah, and then it was literally like one of the other guys went.
Wow.
One of the other guys went.
And they were all fucking this chick.
Yeah.
One after the other.
Yeah.
Was the chick conscious?
Yeah.
Yeah, she was down.
Yeah. She was a little loopy.
But she was down.
Yeah. Yeah. Completely consenting, was just a fan and was just wanting to have a good time.
How come you got to go first?
Because it was my
his
apartment.
house. So that's the rules.
Yeah, fuck yeah, it's the rules.
Okay. So you're going guy after guy. How many guys are we talking about?
I'm going to probably say after me, 2 or 3.
Wow. So you're talking about like 4 guys total, one after the other, penetrating her to completion.
Yeah.
So far, I'm not remembering any of this, but keep going.
Okay.
Okay, you sure?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not recalling any of this.
So afterward, we were kind of like, Eric, get in there.
Do your thing, Sex Bagel.
Go
Were you
in
calling
there.
him Sex Bagel?
Of course.
Yeah, so
that was
what
his
did you
name.
say?
That was his rap name. I was like, Sex Bagel, get the fuck in there. And he was very shy. He was very timid. Like, he was a very reserved guy. He wasn't like, yeah! Like, he wasn't a rager.
Right.
You
So
know?
he was he wasn't dissimilar to the Eric that we know now.
Right.
Right.
So he went in to the room. Am I okay, Eric?
Yeah, so I'm not recalling any of this.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. He went in the room, so he was in there for a little while.
Nice.
Okay. And we were like, what the fuck is going on in there? Like, we didn't hear anything. We were like trying to listen up to the door.
Casanova.
Right. And
1 second. I mean, you can continue, but you sure this was me? You're not confusing with anybody else?
No, yeah, this was you.
Okay.
You're positive.
Yeah.
Okay.
So we opened the door
because you wanted to see the moves.
Well, we didn't hear anything. There was no noise in there whatsoever.
Uh-huh.
And we opened the door, and Eric was there snuggling with this girl.
Okay, I don't remember this because I was probably drunk.
No, he wasn't.
He may have been drinking. I don't
don't remember this story.
I mean, everybody was drinking. Everybody there.
Yeah, but what? So you get drunk and you snuggle with a girl who's just taken 5 dicks?
Snuggle buddy.
Holy shit! Are you serious?
See?
E-Rock, you don't remember this at all?
Well, after the show was over, I was talking with Troy in the hallway, and we were piecing some things together. That was the situation, but the girl he said I was with is wrong. Because the girl they were all banging and doing stuff with, because Troy had a jacuzzi in his living room, and they were doing stuff with like anal toys and all that stuff. I was with her friend in the other room. That was the one who I was kind of like running interference so they could all fuck with the goer in the living room.
Yeah.
So I passed out sleeping next to her friend in the other room.
No.
Yes.
Troy?
He's lying.
I don't remember it like that.
Because the next morning her friend disappeared and we found her crying on the front step of your apartment.
Which one was crying? The one
The
that
friend.
the gangbang.
No,
girl?
the gangbang girl was up saying hi to everybody and jumping from bed to
Yeah,
bed.
those girls were always troopers, man.
The
They would
second
just
girl
hang out with you the next day. The whole gang, no
Yeah.
problem.
Yeah, we had a lot of great girls that would come hang out with us. But yeah, I don't recall exactly. I'm like, I'd probably say pretty sure that it was the girl that everybody.
I'm sure it was.
No, because you guys,
why would
you
you
guys were
remember
with
it?
her the whole night. I was with the other one.
Why did you feel like you had to comfort her, E-Rock?
Yeah.
I
Did you
passed out.
fall in love?
No, I was running.
Falling in love?
No.
He thought she'd be his girlfriend.
Give her those bedroom eyes.
No.
Rescue her from this gangbang.
Yeah, you were going to be her
Rescue from the
Captain
no.
her hero.
No, the other one was doing all kinds of shit. This girl was going to ruin everything, and that was the one I was running interference with, but I passed out.
And that's what she told her friends. Like, you know, she wanted to. These guys all wanted to fuck her, but this guy was going to ruin everything. So I hugged him.
Yeah, I think the friend wasn't giving anything up, and the other one was a sure shot. So
exactly.
So I think that's sort of why you were interested in the one that everybody got.
Well, once I realized I remembered the stories, because I remember getting woken up at one point saying, you got to come see this, because the girl in the living room who was partying with everybody, they were putting stuff into her ass. And as they pulled it out, shit shot from wherever she was on the couch to the counter in the kitchen, and they're showing the distance of the shit that went across the apartment.
But wait, why are you napping when this is happening? What kind of guy are you?
What kind of stuff were you putting in her ass, Troy?
Well,
or the guys at the time.
My
whatever.
roommate and the one guy in a band used to work at an adult bookstore.
Yeah.
So we would just literally go. They would say the cameras are here and here, so you know you can just take whatever you want. So we would just get like we had this thing called the man rammer, and it was a penis that was this big.
Foot and a half.
Yeah, and then it had a handle on it, it looked like a bicycle handle.
Yeah.
And like we had it on display on our mantle, and it was like, you know, if you come in, like, can you take that? You know, that was the sort of thing.
But the man rammer, like for ramming men.
Well, a man rammer, like a penis rammer. So you could use it on.
Yeah, man ramming. That's for guys to get fucked.
Yeah. Okay, well, we would use it on
How big
chicks.
was this thing around?
It was probably like a Pepsi can, thick, and then probably like a foot and a half long.
What the fuck?
So yeah, so we had all these like crazy sex toys that we would just have fun with, and it was just like if you came over, it was like we opened up a drawer and it was like, can we use any of these? And girls would be like, yeah, go ahead. So we would just do like anal beads that were like, you know, that big, that were like the size of like
a cue ball.
Yeah,
that's what you just showed me.
Yeah,
the size of a cue ball.
And it's just like
he does a lot of visuals for the radio.
Yeah, I like that.
I know. I should probably describe it a little better. But,
yeah, whatever to translate.
But yeah, I don't really recall it being that girl. I thought it was the girl that everybody got that went through like a train.
Right.
I'm sure it was. Why would you remember?
Because the room that I was in, Troy's roommate had no furniture. It was just a blanket laying on the floor, and that's all the guy had.
Well, it was a futon.
Are we missing something? Because E-Rock doesn't seem like the type of guy that would hang out with like you, Troy.
Well,
he seems like
at
the
that
guy.
time. At that time in my life, I was.
You were a little wilder.
I was a little fucked up.
I was.
What do you mean you were a little fucked up?
I don't know. I just was not happy being me at that time, and I did everything but be
And
me.
you are now.
You didn't like yourself, Eric?
At that point, I did.
I just don't think Eric really knew himself, and he was sort of looking for his own identity.
Why didn't you like yourself, E-Rock?
I don't know.
What was going on?
I was tired of Long Island. I was tired of just. It's all whiny suburban bullshit.
No,
That's all
what
it
was
was.
wrong? Go ahead.
Yeah, tell us.
Tell us.
And
I
what
just
what song talked to you back then about your feelings?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Was it Everybody Hurts?
Was it Janice Ian, 17? You were just fucking listening to it, your room with a candle on, just dreaming of going to parties with the man rammer and
the man rammer.
Fucking everybody, just changing.
Yeah.
Did you clean the man rammer off in between chicks?
No.
I mean, we washed it off.
You washed it.
I don't know if there was really sterilization.
It was a paper towel.
I want to know more about E-Rock. He didn't like himself.
Well,
and what music did you listen to get you through it? Come on, man, share.
There was nothing. I wasn't like relying on music to
Like
get me
James
through
Taylor, just fucking.
Really go deep?
Yeah.
I was listening, rap, punk, some hardcore.
He was really into ska.
Ska.
Yeah.
Ew.
That came
Does
a little
anyone
later.
ever
Real
get
big
into
fish.
ska?
You just fucking You just sitting back there every day, sell out, just fucking enjoying yourself. Mighty Mighty Boss Tones, you're fucking less than Jake. No one gets me. I wear a fucking tie that's got like little piano things all over the piano. No one in the school gets me.
Mighty Mighty Boston's all right, yeah.
We knew Eric because Eric worked at his college radio, and he knew how to rig CMJ.
Mm-hmm.
So, So the band I was in would start charting in like really weird places, and at that time, I mean, that's how you got signed. You know, labels would look at CMJ and go like, "Who the fuck is this band? They're charting all over here," and then they would investigate. So Eric had a way of rigging it. So that's how he got involved with our band and a couple other bands.
Oh, really?
For those who don't know,
so you didn't
CMJ
really want to hang out with him, but he had something to offer.
Well,
be honest.
I mean, I
you guys
really
became friends, but at first you're like, "Fuck, I don't want to hang out with this guy." But look,
well, I met Troy secondary. Like the other guys I knew before Troy, and before those guys, I knew other friends of theirs from another band. That's how I met everybody.
Yeah. So, you know, we hung out, and then we would go up and go to his school, and we would play his school.
And steal all the equipment from the school.
Yeah. And then we would go out to...
the band would go into your college radio station and steal
Oh, yeah. I
the stuff that you were responsible for?
No, because where the radio station was later, a little further down on the floor, was the storage area they would keep extra, like, TVs and computers and things like that. And the doors down there were not really that secure. You could kind of... If you gave it a gentle kick, it opened up, and I said, "Look, there's a bunch of Macs and PCs in there."
You guys treat Eric well?
I mean,
you took advantage of him.
Well, a little bit, yeah, because he would have a party at his house, and we would trash it.
Specifically because it was his house? Like, we got to trash this guy's house. It's funny.
Well, it was just kind of like... We just wanted to have fun.
And Eric wanted to just belong.
Yeah. Like we had he had a hot tub.
What an evil combination, man.
Like he passed out or something, and then we took everything and threw it in his hot tub.
What do you mean everything?
Well, there was like everything we could find around.
One guy fucked a cantaloupe, came in and threw it in the hot tub. It was stuck in the filter.
I got a blowjob in his mom's bathroom. From her.
No.
Did your parents find out about it?
Oh, they probably will today.
Oh, really? Boy.
Funny. Hope no one ate that cantaloupe.
There were Heineken bottles in the trees that I couldn't get down, so all this green light was reflecting from the sun.
So the next day, like, you had to go and clean up all their mess?
When did you realize these guys were taking advantage of you?
Well,
they weren't your friends.
They're screaming at you, "Why aren't we charting anymore?"
Right.
Work your fucking voodoo.
Right. Did you realize they
I
weren't
hung out
your
with
friends?
them for a couple of years, and then I got sick of it, and then I left.
Because you finally
No,
woke
because
up.
one of the guys wanted... he started asking all the band members everything to start paying weekly dues into the band shit, and I was like, I'm not paying to be here, so I left.
Yeah, Eric's.
Then they wanted money from you?
Yeah, it was a fucked
I
up,
never did.
It was a fucked up situation. But Eric's seen some shit. Like we used to have
literally all over the fucking place.
Right.
We used to have.
And why was the shit flying out like that?
I don't know, but it was awesome because that was
Is that
at least
possible?
15,
to shoot
20
shit
feet.
across the room?
Well,
They yanked it out
No,
of
there was
her.
anal beads, and he pulled it like he was starting a lawnmower.
Yeah.
It was like, boom, and it was like shit went
just
flying everywhere.
splattered everywhere.
And the girl was cool with this?
Yeah, she was having a blast.
She took photos.
She was having a blast.
Yeah, she had a good time. But yeah, I mean, there was Eric's been to we used to have weekly meetings, and we would have late night, and then we'd have
Monday
girls over
nights, yeah.
Monday night meetings, and then we'd have girls come over, so we'd do a band meeting, and then we would just do crazy
Horrific
shit.
stuff.
Yeah, and Eric's seen some pretty crazy shit go down. There was one girl that got branded.
Oh.
With our band logo.
We just
where's that girl now?
I don't know, but her parents threatened to sue, and
Yeah.
it was a real mess.
She was only 11.
She wanted to be like initiated into the band, so someone came up with the idea of
What
hey,
band is this, by the way?
You don't want...
I mean...
Foghat.
We don't need to really...
It's Foghat? Yeah.
So somebody came up with the idea of like, hey, we have those metal wire coat hangers in the back. So we took it and bent it into the first letter of the band name, and just by holding it with an oven mitt on the electric burner in the kitchen, heated it up till it was orange.
Yeah, and you can smell burning flesh in that.
Hair, flesh. It was just...
Fuck, where'd you hit her?
Right in the ass cheek. Just went, and when you heard it, you heard a crack and a sizzle, and then almost like a pop. So it's like,
Did she yell?
Yeah,
she screamed.
Yeah,
and we're like, no, it's okay, it's okay. We took like wet paper towels and then put some Vaseline and a Band-Aid on her.
What was the drug of choice? There had to be drugs.
Honestly,
no one just does that.
What, the girl or us?
You guys had to be on something.
No, we really didn't do much. I mean, we were sponsored by Jägermeister, so that contributed a little bit to it. But we weren't ever really on hard drugs or anything. I mean, I was actually straight edge at the time, so and the other guys really didn't do much.
And you just felt like she wasn't going to cause a problem after being branded?
Well, you know, you just kind of get wrapped up in the moment.
And can we do this on the radio tomorrow?
I mean, that'd be great.
Oh, shit, it would.
Was Eric partaking in this stuff, or was he like an onlooker?
I was there.
He was there. He was more of an observer. He was very observant. Like, he didn't really
I put the Band-Aid on her.
He didn't participate
He
much.
helped her again. He put the Band-Aid. He
Well, because you think he probably didn't have access to a lot of...
Oh, well, he's helpful. That's nice. I'll rescue you.
It was black. It was black, crusty, and bleeding. So they're like, put a Band-Aid on.
All right, but let me ask Troy. Did you give a fuck that was black, crusty, and bleeding?
No, I was just looking to have a good time.
Yeah, of course. You didn't like Eric. He just brought something to the table.
Well, Eric was
it's
a little...
obvious.
Eric was
maybe it developed into something, but...
He was a little nerdy.
And a little needy, right?
Well, and he just had never really been exposed to that kind of craziness.
Right.
So he was just a little bit more like shocked about what was going on. I think he was just happy to be involved in what was going on because he had never really been involved with anything like that.
Like when you trashed his house?
Well, he wasn't really involved with that. He had passed out.
Let me go to Jay in Rhode Island. He's got an observation. Jay?
Hey, what's up, buddies?
Hey, man.
I just thought the funniest part of this whole story wasn't the fact that the girl had train ran on her. It's that the next morning she woke up and went bed to bed, but yet the girl who had to sleep next to E-Rock was outside in tears.
Yeah, I don't think... I want to recall that it was the actual girl that got trained.
Ronnie, you got a take on this whole thing?
No, I got none at all.
With the E-Rock thing, though?
I got,
Did you have the needy guys when you had your crew?
The thing about E-Rock is that he played his part. You got to give him that.
Yeah.
You got to give him that. They branded this girl right down to the bone. She was in big trouble, and he was there with some Vaseline and a Band-Aid.
Came to the rescue.
He's like an EMT.
Yeah.
He's Mr. Cleanup.
Yeah,
he's the wolf.
Yeah.
He's the wolf. If fucking shit goes down,
you call E-Rock.
You gotta call the wolf. He's going to take. He shows up in a tux, and he's follow me, gentlemen.
Yeah, we had fun back in the day. It was a lot of fun. But
E-Rock, when did you finally have it with these guys and move on?
Let's see.
What happened? Was there an incident
about
where you're
early
like,
'99?
What happened though?
I was getting yelled at for not paying money into this shit. And I go,
How much
"Fuck
money
you."
were they going to charge you?
They wanted from everybody that was there, and at that point there was anywhere from 6 to 10. He wanted like $100 each
per what month?
Yeah,
was it a month or
per
week?
month. And we found out that he was paying like his phone bill and everything out of this money, and it wasn't going back into the band like he had said it was. So it was a shady ordeal.
But you wanted money from him because you knew he was a rich kid.
Well, I wasn't the one asking for the money. There was more of like a band leader that was asking for this money. So
taking advantage of E-Rock.
Yeah,
knowing that E-Rock really wanted to hang out with you guys.
Did you guys respect E-Rock?
I mean, I liked E-Rock. I don't know if the other guys did, but
why? What did they say about E-Rock?
Behind his back.
Behind closed doors.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, he's very similar to the way he is now. So it's like he's just sort of, I don't know, he was just sort of happy to be involved, and he was a little timid, I guess, a little, just he was just excited to be there and just be involved in it. So he really didn't care what people did to him or what people said to him.
Did they ever use the word faggot to describe him?
Plus,
I'm sure at some point, probably.
I wouldn't get piercings. I wouldn't get tattoos. I wouldn't do all that stuff. So that was starting to cause an issue.
Yeah, you just wanted to be alone. That's why you just wanted to hang out, help the girls.
Yeah. Make sure they're okay.
Yeah, caretaker.
Make sure they were healing properly.
Yeah. I don't think Eric really had access to girls like that were that willing to do whatever anybody wanted. So he just sort of
snuggle.
Well, I just didn't know if he knew how to react. He knew how to act to those girls.
And you guys would just yank fucking anal beads out of chicks, huh?
Yeah, I mean they were just
Big
down
ones.
for whatever.
They ever pink sock on you or anything?
What's that? When like shit comes out?
No, their whole asshole pops out.
No, I mean these are young girls, so they're pretty tight, like a drum. You know, but I'm sure if they're a little bit older, I'm sure that would probably.
Were you ever arrested for this shit?
I was arrested, but not for that.
What were you arrested for?
Retail theft.
Shoplifting?
Yeah, well, kind of. Yeah, I was set up, but I was involved.
What do you mean you were set up?
Well, I worked at a snowboard shop, and we were on the second floor, and I used to throw snowboards and boots and stuff out the window, and then I'd pull my car around, grab it, I throw it in my trunk, and then I would sell snowboard shit out of my trunk. And then I got set up by the owner of the place.
Because they knew it was you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not a setup. He was
He
robbed
wants his shit
and
back.
went back and got the guy who robbed him. That's not a fucking
Yeah, but
setup.
he set me up
where's
so I
the
got
setup
busted.
part?
He set me up so I got busted.
Oh,
But you did it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But whenever
Yeah.
you go down that road, you got to know when to pull back and realize, fuck,
Yeah, I
they're
was
on to
stupid.
me.
I was 18. I didn't
You
know
just
what the
assumed
fuck
it was going to go on forever.
Yeah, because I'm just making a lot of money, and you're just like, well, I don't give a fuck.
How'd you get caught?
This guy had come in and said, "Hey, I'm going to buy this, but I'm going to shove these gloves down my jacket. Is it cool if I just give you $20 for them?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah!" And I took it, and then the police came and arrested me.
Because you didn't have a lot of overhead cost.
No, I mean, I robbed that place blind.
You were very easy to catch, though. It really wasn't a very involved.
No, not at all. Not at all. It was a very very simple.
All right. Yeah, Troy, you tell some good stories, man. I was listening yesterday after our show. Very good.
Cool. Well,
all the van stories and shit. Holy fuck.
Yeah. That was a rough one.
Are we going to replay that sometime?
Yeah.
You can throw that on the weekend. If it's good, it's good. Who gives a fuck?
That's right.
Throw it on this weekend.
Although maybe they've heard too much of my voice.
Yeah, they have. They have. All right, E-Rock. But you moved on. E-Rock, you talked to any of the other guys besides Troy?
Well, there's one guy that a mutual friend of ours that Troy and I have mentioned in the past. He used to weigh like 500 pounds, and now he's down to, I think he's about 200.
Yeah.
Has his tongue split like a serpent.
Why?
He's an awesome dude. Because
you don't like
to
that,
lose
Jimmy?
weight. No. That's how lost weight.
Yeah,
food kept falling out.
Can't really shovel it into the back of your
He actually had a great stunt that he wanted to do on this show, but I don't think that they're going to let him do it.
What is it?
Well, this dude was, like Eric said, he was 500 pounds. He weighs about 200 now, so he has a lot of extra skin hanging off of him.
Why don't you get that shit cut off?
Well, he said if we could find a doctor to do it, he'll eat a pound of his own flesh.
Oh, God.
I'd like to see that.
Wow.
But they don't think that legal will clear anything like that. So.
That's old school
Is it
NEW
raw
shit.
or is he going to cook it? How's he going to do this?
I mean, I guess that's sort of debatable. But I don't know a doctor that would do that and then hand you back your flesh.
I think you get the flesh back.
It's yours.
Yeah, it's yours, man.
They probably put it
There
in
you
something
go.
that's not edible, though. Like formaldehyde or something.
Is cannibalism illegal?
Well, we did it back
Not
at NEW, so, you know.
Yeah, it's yours. You can eat it.
We did it once.
Who's to say you can't?
It was, what's his name? Stockbroker Dave had a vasectomy, and we got the tubes. And we ate them. I didn't eat them. Yeah, we put it on a Ritz cracker. It was officially cannibalism.
Just a little salt.
We did it. We did cannibalism on the radio officially. Yep.
Yeah, but he'd be willing to do like a burger or something.
A burger of his own. That is awesome. That's so
Who's
old
gonna
school
make
radio.
It, though? Who's going to make the burger?
Look, you remember the day we fucking cooked rats in NEW?
Yeah.
We could find someone to cook up some human flesh easy.
Yeah, and when this came up in a meeting, Danny actually said that he would take a bite of it or have
Danny
it.
would?
Yeah.
Holy fuck, what do you think that tastes like?
Oof, I don't know.
He was hoping crispy.
Oh, God. I just got fucking water in my mouth.
Yeah, that's a rough one. Unfortunately, I don't think it'll happen, but it'd be great to see.
Who's the person who says no to this?
Well, they have to run it up the flagpole, as they say around here.
So let's run it up, see how far we could go. Let's get some shit done.
It's
Throw
been
it down a
mentioned.
well, see if it makes a splash.
Yeah,
You
let's
know?
do this.
See what's going on there.
Let's see if they can blue sky this shit.
Run up the flagpole. I'll salute.
Or let them bake it, because we're going to need to bake the flesh anyway.
Oof.
Remember the old days? Let's let this bake for a while.
Yeah.
Have you ever done anything crazy like that, Ronnie?
No.
What was the
No,
craziest thing you ever did on radio? I've never asked you that question.
Actually, sitting right here. This is fucking.
And listen to this shit.
As weird as I ever got.
You were never a stunt guy, though, right? For the most part.
For me doing it, no. There was always some fucking,
No, I know not you personally, but I mean, you guys didn't do a lot of stunts in your heyday, right?
No, I mean, we did all the same. That's how we had Paul O on the show and all that kind of shit.
Right.
We branded him. We did the whole
Right.
fucking put him in the fucking freezer with his D-back on and all that kind of shit. But we were doing a eating contest, and it was with Don Vito, and he fell asleep and fucking swallowed the stuff and fucking it got caught in his throat, and he ended up going like brain dead. He literally like was brain dead. I was like at the hospital, and the doctors were saying we can't get his fucking brain. And I actually called his parents, and I was talking to his brother-in-law, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck happened. We were just partying and stuff, and he's brain dead. And his mom was like fucking crying and everything. And then all of a sudden, he just sits up in bed like the Undertaker. And starts fucking yelling. And starts yelling, "Get me the fuck out of here. I'm not ruining my vacation on this."
Holy shit.
And then I had to tell his parents, okay, he's alive again.
That Don Vito, the one
Yeah.
we all know?
Yeah.
He's a big fan of our show, or used to be.
I
He used to do shows with you.
Yeah, I knew him from my old neighborhood.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
What was the eating contest?
It was just like a chicken wing eating contest, him and Paulo, and they were just fucking eating barrels of it and drinking the whole time. He just passed out and died a little bit. And, you know, it was one of those things where you're like, fuck.
Right.
Everything's done.
Yeah.
It's all gone.
Was it a remote?
No, we were just sitting around the fucking studio.
So you had to get the dragging his body out?
Yeah, I think we had actually got him into the limo before he fucking actually died. And then they took him to the thing. And like the doctor is saying there's no brain and like some, whatever, his alcohol was through the roof. And then I guess he had thrown up and they tried to have him sit up. And like, so he was like suffocated. But his nostrils never worked that well because he used to spray paint cars and never wore the mask. He would just sit there and spray paint all day long. So he couldn't even do lines.
Right.
He would have to fucking eat lines like a fucking, like a bear. He was just,
You've known him forever?
Yeah, I know him forever.
Is he brain dead from your radio?
No, he's fine. He's fucking fine.
No permanent damage?
Yeah. Literally, when I remember years ago, and this is like a not even before radio story, we were going in his van. We're riding in the back of his fucking van going to Wildwood, New Jersey.
Yeah.
From Philly. And nobody gave him a beer when he wanted it. And he fucking put the van in fucking cruise control and got out from behind the wheel and walked to the back of the van with us. And everybody was like getting high and drinking. And you just see the driver next to you. And everyone's screaming and running. And he's like, I put it in fucking cruise control.
No.
We're fine.
That's like an urban legend. Yeah.
No. And we're going, dude, it ain't fucking automatic pilot. This isn't a 747. He just walked into the back of the fucking van.
Holy fuck. How much time did you guys have? Seconds.
Who knows? But he was always crazy. And then they put him on TV for it.
Yeah, obviously.
But like that was nothing about him was like an act.
So who grabbed the wheel?
Whoever was fucking, somebody from the back just jumped up.
Holy fuck.
And then he was yelling, "I don't want anybody driving my van. Get the fuck out of here." He was a fucking maniac.
Yeah. We should get him on the show.
He's not allowed to
cross
do anything.
Cross state lines?
Yeah, he can't even use that name anymore.
Why?
He got in some kind of trouble out in Colorado, and part of the deal was he can't do his character for it was like 10 years or 7 years.
So he can't be himself.
He can't be himself. He can't go out and
do anything.
Yeah, do gigs anymore because he was still, even after the show was off the air,
going. He was still living that life.
Yeah, still living it.
Wow. Fuck. Pat Duffy was part of you guys.
After I had finished with the band, he had joined. So we never really knew each other.
Oh, Pat.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I've been literally waiting for this subject to come up for a really long time. I can vouch for everything these guys are saying.
Oh, really? They were crazy, huh?
Oh, yeah. I'm very familiar with the Man Rammer.
So they used a Man Rammer after you were gone, Troy?
It was
or a very similar one.
Yeah, I mean, there was, like we said, some of the guys that we were with had worked at adult bookstores, so we had completely robbed them blind.
Well, you didn't pay for the toys?
No.
Oh.
No.
Would you throw dildos out the window?
Yeah, we would do all sorts of crazy shit.
Well, let's not forget, we used to have the wiffle ball bat, so.
Yeah.
We did some crazy shit, Troy. We're like you.
Yeah.
Pat, you got a story? Because we got to go to break. We got Kevin Pollak standing by.
The only thing I thought of yesterday was they were talking about the rape van, and the only thing we ever did was we picked up this chick in Chicago, literally took all the money out of her wallet, spent her money across the entire country, and left her on the rim of the Grand Canyon.
Jesus Christ.
Literally, she just passed out. We put her shit next to her outside, next to her tent on the Grand Canyon, and just took off. We never spoke to her again.
She didn't have any money left?
No, nothing. Took her credit cards, her money, everything.
You took her credit cards, too?
Yeah, well, we needed gas.
And the band, did the band almost make it?
It was close.
Yeah. You guys make any money?
No, we didn't really make money.
We had to pay money.
But we had a lot of fun. We would go on tour and we would take strippers with us and they would just pay for everything. And then we would just do awful shit.
What a life.
Yeah.
All right, Pat. Thank you, sir.
No problem, guys. Later.
Pat Duffy, everyone. Ronnie B sitting in, and we got Kevin Pollak next. Stay there.
I don't need my voice on the air. You hear it every single day.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel. On Sirius XM.
New from Puddinhead Records, Opie and Anthony present Sittin' and Singin', the handicap hits.
Hey, rolling with the devil. Yes, I'm rolling.
It's all the rock you know and love, done specifically for people without leg mobility.
'Cause tramps like us, and baby, we were born to roll.
Just because your legs don't work doesn't mean your ears don't. Just ask Van Halen.
Hey, I wish I could jump. I'm never gonna jump. Might as well just sit here.
The hits just keep rolling in. If only they could walk.
Ah, yes, I would roll 100 miles and I would roll 500 more, but my hands would hurt 'cause I'm rolling, get it? I sit in the chair that you're in, now face north, you roll around 90 degrees and still just sit here.
It's Sittin' and Singin' the handicap hits from your pals at Puddinhead Records and the Opie and Anthony Show.
Sirius XM. This is the Opie and Anthony Show.
Kevin Pollak is walking down the hall. He's playing Caroline's this weekend. 212-757-4100, right? Yep. That's a number I remember. In a world where we don't have to remember phone numbers, I know that one. They've been good to us over the years. Ronnie B sitting in today. Having a good time, Ronnie?
I was.
You were?
Yeah.
Was the Troy thing a little slow, you think?
That
dragged a little bit?
I just feel like it's Sam, once again, just bringing everything back on himself.
He does do that. Hi, man.
Hey,
How are
Kevin.
you?
Kevin Pollak. You can sit wherever you want, sir.
All right. I want your chair.
By the way, you shouldn't have waited as long as you did.
Yeah, who gets fired over that?
I don't know. We're going to figure that out, though.
Totally kidding.
So
Somebody
happy to
should
be
be
here.
like
Yeah, you know Ron Bennington?
I'm a fan.
Nice to see you, man.
How are you? I'm a big fan. I'm late to it. Maybe only a year. Mm-hmm. But really only 2 years with you guys.
Really?
Because of the Sirius. Mm-hmm. Well, in Los Angeles, if it's not in Sirius, then and I'm not, going to bring my computer in the car 4 years ago and drive around with you guys.
No.
But now I'm hooked because they replay in the afternoon. So I'm driving around listening to both your guys.
Oh, good.
Wow. It's ridiculous. It's all I can do. I won't get out of the car.
Wow.
I've got places and meetings. Won't get out of the car.
Very strange because we're fans of yours.
Devoted.
So it's a weird thing happening.
Now it's not going to be funny.
No,
now it's just you're good, I'm good.
Do you ever do, not to put him on the spot, you ever do Unmasked with Kevin Pollak?
No, we've actually asked about it before, but I'd love to bring you in.
Before?
Yeah.
I never heard.
Yeah.
I'm in. Now?
Good.
Should we leave?
Yes, let's go. I'll get an audience. We'll have an audience here within minutes, and I would love to.
He is the greatest interviewer by far.
Yeah.
We would have a good time with Unmasked.
I'm down. I'm in.
Oh, good.
I'm all about it. I had one of those driving around L.A. moments, listening to the show, and people were calling in, Ron, your guys' show, about comedians who were good dramatic actors.
Uh-oh.
And they were calling in one after another, and I'm driving around going, I should probably be on this fucking list, no? How is it I'm not coming up? This is so... And then finally somebody called it, because you were only taking suggestions from the callers. And then somebody called up and said, what about Kevin Pollak, Usual Suspects? And thankfully,
so you
hung in there with the idea.
Right.
Who else
with
did they mention?
Premise.
Yeah, who else was mentioned? Do you remember?
I think Robin Williams got mentioned.
Yeah, sure.
Time.
Jim
Carrey's a good actor.
Yeah.
Jim Carrey's terrific. But it is a rare thing to be able to do what you did.
That's why I waved the flag so loudly.
Yeah.
Hey, look at me, you son of a bitch. Meanwhile, it's the worst fucking thing I ever did in my stand-up career, was becoming a dramatic actor.
Is that right?
Literally. Well, because, careful what you wish. Most comedians would, I imagine, if they want any acting credit, or street cred, as it were, they want it as a dramatic actor.
Sure.
We all want to be comedic movie stars, but if you want some cred, you're going after a little bit of drama. So, shake it up. All right, so I make a left turn about 20 fucking years ago with A Few Good Men, Literally 20 years this year. How the fuck about that?
I saw that in the gym the other day. I'm
Holy
like, I know
shit.
that guy now.
Well, you can't avoid it. It's
No,
on
of
every
course
hour and a
not.
half. Yeah, it's ridiculous. So now I have to educate people that I started out in stand-up comedy and have been a comedian. All these, because literally, oh, look, it's the dramatic actor
Well,
guy.
I think it comes down to whatever happens to you, there's another road you didn't take.
Yeah,
so
sure. Yeah.
You know, like, there's so many people that sit around going, why didn't I get my chance to drama? Like, Gleason used to be pissed that he didn't get more dramatic roles.
What was the movie he did? Gidget or Guizot or something?
Yeah.
It was some weird movie. He was very, very happy. I think Laurence Olivier was in. He did a movie with Olivier too.
I wouldn't know how to pronounce it either, but it is spelled like
Guizot or
Gigot.
Gigot, yeah.
Gigot.
My
And by the way, wouldn't it be a great world if that's how you pronounce it?
Yeah.
That would be
Makes it
fucking
easy for
fantastic.
everyone. Why not?
Gigot. You seen Gigot, right?
Yeah.
I never saw
We
that
mocked
movie.
it the whole way through because I was a girl I was dating at the time that made me and my fucking stoned friend watch it. We just thought it stunk. She's like, watch this part. I mean, shut up.
No.
That's 25 years ago.
He played Minnesota Fats. That was
Fantastic.
fucking unbelievable.
Who changed his name? His name used to be something else, Fats. And he changed it. His name was New York Fats, and he changed it to Minnesota Fats to match the movie. Boring Facts.
Wow.
No, that's
To match the
seriously.
movie?
Yeah, because it became.
I wish you would have stayed with it because I was at the edge of my seat, and I'm
That's-
like, really?
That's the truth.
Yeah, I love that.
So are people realizing you're a fucking stand-up?
No, but I
wanna
mean,
get
what
back to
happens
that.
is, I'm at Caroline's this weekend, right? So I'd say 60% of the
An
audience
amazing
comes out.
stand-up.
We'll say, oh, I saw your new special last year.
Yeah.
It was great. And then 40% will say, I love you in this movie or that. And I had my friend dragged me here. I didn't know you did stand-up.
Yeah.
And it's, it's fucking annoying.
You still
Because it's
like-
how I started. And it's my first passion. And
still
making
like
movies
it?
is exciting. But boring fucking work. I mean, it's bullshit.
Right.
You sit in a trailer and you wait. And then you go out and...
You'd rather do stand-up?
Oh, God, yes. You kidding? Taking the audience for a ride of your choosing live for an hour? Fuck me. I mean, that's
But
it.
a lot of guys don't want to do the stand-up.
Well, they don't
wanna
want the
move on from that.
road, or they don't want the
Yeah, a lot of them want off the
bad
road. That's true.
hotel.
Yeah.
You want to sit home and count your money. You don't want to.
Right.
You don't really. So, but yeah.
I would imagine making movies would be awesome.
In theory, on paper, it's fantastic. Yeah, I mean, it's not even a job. If anyone ever complains, actors or actresses, I just want to slap them for a day and a half. It's bullshit fucking work. In fact, everyone on a movie set is working but you.
Right.
As an actor. Everyone is pulling cable, they're moving lights.
And you just wait in
You're
your
waiting for a
trailer.
donut, really, to get...
I hung with Jay Moore recently. I was just amazed. I was in his trailer all day. They needed him for...
Right?
I mean, it took longer to walk to the set than him being
But
on set.
they were shooting around him. They really didn't even want him there. There was other people coming in and doing his scene.
He was playing the Charlie Sheen character for, what was it, Law and Order or
Yeah.
CSI, whatever the fuck. And we fucked around in his trailer all
Oh,
day.
yeah.
I'm like, when are you working? And
Yeah,
they
no.
finally got him, and we walked, and he was on set. And
It's
they're like,
absurd.
okay, that's great. That's it for today. I'm like, you worked maybe 5 minutes today.
You work 12-hour days, minimum. 12-hour days. That
Yeah.
seems like a lot for your average
Sure.
working person. 11 of those 12 hours, you were absolutely sitting on your ass, waiting.
So how do you get yourself up
Exactly.
to finally, act?
Yeah, well,
You must be bored and tired at that point.
Well, I don't. I mean, I'm a comedian, so I've managed to fool them through a number of films. I don't know the exact number, 66, but it's not. It's not what it looks like. It's bullshit.
66
I
movies?
have 5 of them really good. My batting average could not be worse.
Who's the biggest actor you've blown a take in front of?
Oh God, all of them.
Oh,
I mean,
you have?
Sure.
Okay.
Oh yeah. I mean, that's not as awful as it sounds because everybody.
Yeah, but I'd rather hear the other side where the big actor stumbled in front of you.
Yeah.
Because I'm sure you've seen that, too.
Well, De Niro needs 35 fucking takes every scene.
Really?
Yeah, and I'm asleep after 3. Yeah, I mean, really, you're gonna get it from me in the first 3 or 4 takes, and then I just hear myself talking.
Right.
And there's no magic.
Yeah.
But he mixes it up. He's doing something different every time, and I want to kill myself.
35 takes.
Yeah. We had that one scene in Casino where we're sitting at the table and he's going through the blueberries with the muffin and he's not happy. But yeah, I mean, it was exciting as fuck.
Yeah.
Sitting across from him was ridiculous. And but 7 hours in, you're like, I think we got this.
7 hours in, you're like, I don't give a fuck.
I'm
You're
pretty
Robert De Niro.
sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Bobby has nailed this. I'll be honest with you.
And
Little
it's of his choosing, obviously.
Well, of course, that's how they work out all these years. They both like to do
Scorsese's a perfectionist, Ron.
Well, him and
I know Kubrick was, obviously.
Yeah, but Scorsese gets to, run his own show. But the weird thing is, like, when they did King of Comedy, Jerry Lewis was pissed because they would show up really late. And Jerry Lewis is old school, like, let's shoot this, move on to the next thing.
Mm-hmm.
And they take their time. They do their own thing.
And also Jerry, directed so many films, and he...
Right.
I think he was brilliant in King of Comedy, by the way.
I love that film.
We all love that movie.
I think it probably seemed like that's what he's probably really like. Was that to me? It was probably
he wasn't
what Jerry
acting.
Lewis was really like.
Yeah, I would go with that. Yeah.
He reached down from Mount Rushmore about a year ago. I get a call from my agent saying, Jerry Lewis wants your phone number, wants to call you. I said, well, don't be a dick. Give him the fucking number.
Yeah, why would you have to ask that?
Because, it's like everyone. You have to ask. The president would like to call. What do you...
That conversation should be, I gave Jerry Lewis your phone number.
Yes. That's all it should be.
You don't need an in-between there.
Yeah, he's not my agent.
Give him the fucking number.
No, he is. And then I get the call, and I'm not at my phone or whatever, and it's a voice message. Hi, Kevin, Jerry Lewis. Listen, they call me, and then the phone number, 702, whatever. It's Vegas. So I call back. And he answers the phone, and it takes about a couple of minutes for me to realize that he's sitting in his living room in his house and doing nothing. And I don't know why I thought when you call Jerry Lewis, you go through three people and then he talks. Mm-hmm. So he says, "Oh yeah, listen, I just wanted to say I saw your special, and it's terrific. It's the best thing I've seen in 25. Hold on a second, I have notes." I'm laughing my ass off, thinking this is the greatest. He actually wrote out notes so he would remember what he wanted to talk to me about in the special. When you come out, here it is. When you come out and you kick the mic stand, did you have to join a separate union for that? And he's killing me. He's crushing me. And, you make fun of the guy. You do whatever you want. He's been around forever. He's done this. He's done that. But then when they actually make some sort of contact with you, now he's the Pope. Mm-hmm. Now it's like literally, I'm floating on air with this crap. And then he would call again. A couple days later. You know what was on? Few Good Men, what was on last night? Now he's literally my mother. He went from my hero, my idol, to And then he says, how do I get that special? I want to show my friends. Jerry, I'll send you one. No, it's all right. I'll send you one. And then he calls back, and Ricochet was on. You were so good at it. Literally, like
he's a fan.
I mean, it went from hero worshiping to how do I not answer the phone now?
Where you want to tell him to get a life.
No.
Get a life, Jerry.
No,
Have you met him physically?
Then it led to a lunch in Las Vegas, which was amazing. It really was incredible because I started doing a little bit of research on them because, Martin and Lewis were literally as big as the Beatles. There had not been a touring act to their magnitude. Mm. And then I sort of asked him about it, and he got into it. He got into telling the stories about it. He and Dean. He said, we did, I think, a 52-city tour in 60 days on a train. We had 3 cars. There was a car for Dean and I, and then there was a car for our managers and marketing people, and then the band had a car, which you didn't want to go to unless you wanted to smile a lot. And he said it was like a whistle-stop tour, literally, and every city they went to. Well, you've probably seen that famous picture where they're hanging out the hotel window.
Right over here, which is the Hard Rock.
Right.
But that's the old Paramount Theater.
And how many thousands of kids looking at the bottom of it, like 5,000.
Martin and Lewis.
But see, the thing is, everyone knows them from the movies, but when you see any clips of their nightclub act, there's just nothing.
It's astonishing.
Fucking compare it to.
It's astonishing.
They were just, going in every direction. And the thing that kills me is like Dean Martin was fucking so funny.
Yes.
And he's the straight guy.
Right.
He's the guy that's the anchor. And he's funnier. His timing is amazing. And then he's the one pulling Lewis.
Wow.
It's unfucking believable.
Yeah, there'd never been an act like that since or before, where one guy is absurdly handsome and an amazing singing voice. The other one is literally, I'll do anything to make you laugh, silly, ridiculous.
Right.
It's like Jim Carrey and George Clooney doing an act together.
How long did they tour together for?
10 years.
Oh,
I think
10 years
all the-
exactly.
10 years.
To the day.
And then they walked away from it.
Yeah.
And just,
Why did they walk away? What's the story there? They just were done?
You know, yeah. I mean, because they were living together. This is like the Beatles. How long did the Beatles?
They didn't want to stick together for the money? Because the
they
fame must
did.
have...
They did.
Yeah.
How many movies together during that time too? I mean, it really got to that place where
They were still
get me
famous.
out of here.
No, they were gigantic.
They still had juice, right?
Yeah.
Oh no, Jerry went on to make a gigantic.
No, I mean when they
Film deal.
when they broke up, they still had juice. They could have continued that.
Oh God,
Yeah.
yes. They
that's-
both went on to giant
And
solo.
everybody
careers.
thought that Dean Martin was the craziest person in the world. They're like,
Right.
you have left the money.
Right.
Then he went with the Rat Pack, and then he's
Right.
got the TV.
But there was no
shows.
guarantee all that was going to work. Is
No,
my
nothing.
point. We
Yeah.
know now because of history, but
Right.
here you got this great thing that you're just going to walk away from after 10 years, assuming that you're going to do all right without it.
But it's literally like the Beatles.
Right.
When the Beatles, they each went off and started working in the smaller clubs.
When and when their egos of that size, I'm just surprised they lasted 10 years.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's hard.
And when you look into the Beatles, you're just amazed any one of those guys wanted to walk away from that, but they did. You saw the George Harrison
Right.
thing, right? We all saw that?
Yeah.
The documentary?
Yeah.
Where he just fucking had it. He didn't want it anymore. I'm like, you're one of the Beatles.
He just wanted to
How do you
plant
walk away
trees
from
and
that?
plant tomatoes and shit in his garden and be left alone.
But how the fuck do you walk away from that?
Because it's like being in a submarine with other fucking guys. You just want to kill each other after a while.
But it's the Beatles.
Yeah, I know, but they don't see that from inside.
Yeah, I know.
You know?
Yeah. Unbelievable.
I don't think you can never have the appreciation while you're in it.
No, you couldn't.
For what it is.
Right.
I really don't.
You
Right.
just get I can't go where I want to go. I can't do what I want
Right.
to do.
And Jimmy's
I've got
right.
enough money.
I listen to the show. I listen to you guys go off on how fucking sick and tired you are of this bullshit.
Well,
I mean, it's management that
been a long
you're
fucking time,
tired of,
Kevin.
I'm sure.
We're sick of being treated like zeros.
Yeah.
We want to be able to not walk somewhere. I can go anywhere comfortably.
Yeah.
I'm sick of going to the store.
I mean, I can dig it, but you know what I'm
you
saying?
know
It's
why?
kinda
Because
similar.
we know, and Ronnie, well, he can speak for himself. We know what this could be.
Yes.
And it's just so complicated and hard now. Not where we sit, but just everything around it.
Right.
They just make it exhausting.
Yeah.
They really do.
Yeah. It's almost like they're in a room somewhere,
It's unbelievable.
with like a chart and a graph saying, how do we make this more
Right.
difficult?
And all we want is dumb little lights in the studio. So when we film videos, they look good. We want maybe a bigger studio. We're not asking for crazy shit, and everything has to just be talked about. We just talk about things
But
over
you know what?
and over again.
You don't think that somebody walked away from the Temptations and shit? I mean, people do this
Yeah.
all the time. Like no one, like the Motown guys had no fucking idea that was a great gig until it was over.
Right.
All of them were like, "This is crazy."
But the Beatles,
Because it's so
the Beatles
much
are the
better.
Beatles. I mean, you know what I mean.
That's why
I
Mick
just-
Jagger keeps getting every guys together. I'm
Yeah.
sure, saying,
Right.
We really should never, ever stop.
Well, no one will show up to see those guys separately.
Yeah. Right.
That's the
a
fucking
problem.
funny thing.
Name one Mick Jagger song. I mean, I'm sure you can, but not as impressive as those songs from the 70s.
All those fucking
Doesn't
guys.
compare to Give
you
Me
know?
Shelter.
Look what happened with Pink Floyd, and
Right.
he goes out with his regular name, even though he fucking wrote all those albums and shit.
Right.
And no one gives a shit.
But they're happier, probably. Right? Not
Yeah,
being
I
part of the
guess.
machine.
Don't
that
think
was.
Roger see him at all?
Who?
Roger Waters.
Yeah, but
No,
not,
Rogers isn't the best example.
Roger
He did all right on
Waters
his own.
plays fucking 10,000 seat
Right.
places.
He did all right on his
or
own.
5,000 seat places.
Right.
But he was playing stadiums
Sure.
with Pink Floyd. And they go out without him and they still play stadiums because people just go, Pink Floyd.
Right.
They don't know who the fuck made shit.
Right. They don't even know who's in the
it
band anymore.
Yeah.
We talk about that, where the bands are moving on without any of the original members at this point.
Yeah, I remember actually Sam and Dave, neither Sam nor Dave.
Right. Oh, really?
Yeah. Look, I remember that.
How did they get away with that?
For a while, there was no Sam. It was a different Sam.
Right.
And then they came back, and it was a different Dave. And in the end, it was just neither Sam nor Dave.
Can I tell you the best
Tim
part
and
of that?
Larry.
He thinks you're talking. He was hoping for a second you're talking about him, Sam.
Oh,
He used to do a radio
You were
show.
right
with a guy
half a
named
second.
Dave.
He lit up like he
Yeah.
thought it was him and
Seriously.
Dave.
Yeah.
He has a show called Sam and Dave.
Oh, I know.
Leonard Skinner's at that point. I think we're down to what? Maybe one guy?
And
One guy
their
who-
fucking nieces and nephews in the band
Yeah.
and shit.
But it's Leonard Skinner.
Right.
And then the fans just look at it as Leonard
Right.
Skinner still.
And they hired a guy named Leonard just to have one around.
Particularly their fans.
Yeah.
Who aren't all that fucking sure what's going on.
But they got one guy left. That's
Yeah.
it. These bands will be franchised. I'm convinced.
Well, Kiss has 2 out of 4 gone. I mean, Peter Chris and Ace really been gone for years.
Right.
They've kept going. They've had
And Gene Simmons talked about on our show where he would love to franchise the actual band and sit
Yeah.
home. where he fucking, cast the band, the New Kiss, and he sits home.
Yeah. That's what you need to do.
Well, we do that here. We fucking franchise the show.
Gallagher tried it with his brother.
How about that? Gallagher 2 or Gallagher Light? What was it called?
Gallagher 2.
Gallagher 2.
Ron Gallagher's brother.
We, God, have you ever talked to Gallagher?
It's been
over
forever, but,
he is
25
lunatic.
years ago.
We fucking love him, but he's a lunatic.
Sure.
Man. He's got some fucking far-out ideas.
You know who was great in here's... I don't know why lunatic made me think of this, because people think he is.
Yeah.
You guys talk with Nicolas Cage. I thought that was phenomenal. It was phenomenal.
I thought it was going to be one of those, pulling teeth things.
No.
He was great.
He was...
Did you hear him telling the story about how he sat at a 6-hour opera crying to himself?
Yeah.
He went by himself to a 6-hour opera?
Yeah, it wasn't even on, though.
Huh?
That was on a Sunday. Nothing was even happening.
Yeah.
He was just in the room crying.
And then he ends up crying. It was so emotional to him. He loves opera. Who knew?
I love...
Thank you, man.
I love his
really
take
like
on
that
the
day.
whole Civil War photo bullshit that came out.
Yeah.
And
you see the Civil War photo, Ronnie?
Yeah.
He's a vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I haven't seen the photo.
You weren't here that day.
I was in L.A.
It was me, Ann, and Nicolas Cage. That's when we get... There you go.
I mean, it's pretty, and I love how he says it looks like a slow version of me,
Yeah. That's
wow. Is that a relative or no?
No.
How about just going with that? I might have a family member somewhere down the pike instead of saying, no, he's a vampire.
Yeah.
Clearly the man is a vampire. I mean, you kid, it's not possible to find anyone that looks like him.
Right.
That's absurd.
Yeah, let's go with that.
1 billion people since the Civil War.
We found your great whatever it would be grandfather.
No, not possible.
No.
Ridiculous.
Caroline's Kevin Pollak. I think we're going to break here and continue with Kevin Pollak.
I'm starting a new comedy podcast. By the way, I got to tell you about,
Oh yeah, am I doing that? Because they asked me to do it, but I don't know if I can because I'm coming back Sunday from Fort Lauderdale.
Well, we all got invited to do Kevin Pollak's podcast. I want to do it badly, but it's like Oscar night and all that shit. There's some shit.
I know. But I'll
Can we do it another day?
I'll tell you more about it when we come back because it's I'm pretty excited about it.
Fuck the Oscars, I'll do it.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe I. All right. If Jimmy does it, maybe I do it then.
Well, let me tell you what it is first.
That's true. Which you'll do after the break.
Yeah.
All right, but we got to sell tickets for Caroline's? I doubt it. You're doing good there, right?
It's not going to hurt to mention I'm there tonight, too, Sunday.
Okay,
Jesus,
fair
crazy?
enough. Caroline's, 212-757-4100. More with Ron Bennington.
Come
and
see
Kevin
the
Pollak.
dramatic actor who's
You're
doing
leaving?
stand-up.
I'm leaving at 9
Caroline's.
today.
Why?
Because I have to get on an airplane at 11. It's my flight.
But we're having fun.
Yes, we are.
I don't take it personally. Man's got to move.
All right, fair enough. He hit that.
This is the Opie and Anthony channel. On Sirius XM.
I need music to this. I'm a rooter for the Hooters. I'm a fan of the glam. Just a knocker docker. In other words, a man. Try to look girls in the eye. That is who I am. I'm a cripple for the nipple and the part that don't get For my reincarnation, coming back and uplift bra. I want to lug them jugs and be with women in the raw. Want to hug them haystacks, every little straw. Tease them double D's. I'd be the chief. Me squeeze them squaw.
Sirius XM. The Opie and Anthony Show.
That's a taste of reality from Kevin Pollak. Kevin Pollak is going to be at Caroline's tonight through Sunday, 212-757-4100. And he wants to talk about, you got a couple different podcasts going on?
Well, the Kevin Pollak Chat Show thing's been around. It would be 3 years in March. So
Wow.
soon, couple weeks.
What kind of
3
audience
years.
you get for that?
We've had as many as 100,000 watching live, which it's an internet show.
You get 100,000 people watching live?
As many as. You probably average more like 15 to 30,000.
Why did you get 100,000 that day? What did you have on?
Sugar Ray Leonard.
We had Sugar Ray on. How cool was he?
Amazing.
Loved him.
It's the second time you meet him and he doesn't remember you. That's not humiliating.
Yeah. It's startling how much he remembers from every single fight from his entire life, dating back to when he's, a kid. Mm-hmm. That was the startling part for sure. And then on the iTunes there, you're talking about averaging around near 1 million downloads a month.
That's a bigger audience than what we're talking to.
No.
You don't think so?
You're getting over 1 million a day.
You
You're talking about? Of course.
I don't know. They never tell us.
Yes. Why would they? That would allow you to negotiate.
Sugar Ray knows exactly how many people.
Yeah.
He knows everything.
People ask me all the time, how many people you talk to a week?
They don't tell us.
I don't know.
60.
I would like to think it's over 1 million a day. I would love to think that. I have no idea.
I guarantee it.
Yeah?
Yeah. I'm going to start
right
the
now.
research today, and I'll report back to you in a week.
Jimmy.
Well, let's hope
he's got a plane to catch.
Let's hope at least a few hundred of them of that million a day show up at the Improv. And in 1 hour, my pre-sale happens for my Cleveland tickets. Sorry to keep plugging, PlayhouseSquare.org, April 28th, Ohio Theater, live 1 hour. And I'll see you guys Monday, Kevin.
Great to see you again, man.
What's the
I hope
password?
we see you Sunday.
Yeah.
Isn't there a password or something though?
Oh yeah, for the pre-sale today, WMMS.
Nice.
Tomorrow there's no pre-sale; it's on sale.
It's going to sell out.
Yeah, I'm babbling. All right,
and we're going to broadcast.
Sorry,
safe travels. Safe travels.
Bye, guys.
All right, lost Jimmy, I guess. That's it.
There he goes. Bye, Ronnie. Good seeing you, man. Say, buddy.
So what is Kevin's?
The new podcast?
Yeah.
I think this is the one I'm going to do live.
Wait, what's the old one?
Well, the chat show, Kevin Pollak's chat show.
You're not getting rid of that?
No.
And what's that one about?
But that's a one-on-one conversation with, everyone from Paul Rudd to John Hamm to Ivan Reitman to...
Well, you're ripping off Unmasked.
Everything.
That's Ronnie's thing.
Everybody, all the comics do that now. I think it's perfect.
That's Ronnie's thing.
What, the one-on-one conversation?
Yeah.
Well, I know Unmasked.
Ronnie invented that.
Well,
he invented the one-on-one.
I thought I was ripping off Charlie Rose. I didn't realize that was
2 years after.
You're ripping off Ronnie B.
How long has Unmasked been around?
71 years. It's
the longest-running show.
I know
that feeling, though, because David Steinberg just started doing a one-on-one interview with comedians only on Showtime, and I went, what the fuck have I been killing myself for?
Right.
So I know the feeling you're talking about.
But the thing with Stein, he seems like he's putting 8 into a half hour.
Oh, is that what he's doing?
Yeah, he's doing it like little clips.
Hey, Ron, why don't you take the Unmasked to the podcast world?
We can't do it.
Why?
Because
that's not part of your deal here, is it?
It is part of my deal here.
Oh, all right.
That fucking was not good.
Well, the thing is like, unlike all the other podcasts, I get paid to do it, though.
Yeah, true.
It's different from actually doing a podcast.
You're much better off.
It's a weird world, man. People can't figure out how to make money with the podcast yet. You have to get your own sponsors.
Well, you get your own sponsors.
You get the Fleshlight yet? It's good. Good sponsorship, the Fleshlight.
Fleshlight?
Yeah.
I'm not talking to the right people.
They'll spend money.
I'm clearly not.
Joe Rogan makes some good money off the Fleshlight on his podcast.
Well,
and Kevin Smith.
If I had a company called Fleshlight, I'd be throwing money around too.
Yeah.
That's a flashlight you can fuck.
Oh,
yeah. Okay.
That's a terrific combination. A flashlight you can fuck. Who came up with that?
I'm ready to do it now. I'll do a library right now.
But they had to suggest that idea to somebody. And someone had to fucking green light
pitch meeting.
Right. Yeah. And said, you know what? You're onto something. A flashlight you can fuck. Here comes Danny. He has more info probably on it.
There it is right there. Is the picture of the fleshlight.
It's a flashlight you can fuck, right,
genius.
Danny?
No, well, sort of. I actually know the story. If you
Does
really
it
want
light?
I do want to know.
Does it light?
No, maybe they sell. Maybe they sell an accessory.
Oh, it lights. If you know what I'm saying.
I had an opportunity to meet the CEO of Fleshlight.
Oh wow!
And
that's pretty impressive,
dude. He's a cool guy, and let me tell you, man, they clean up.
I know they do.
They clean up.
They're fucking sponsoring
How
podcasts.
many guys are fucking flashlights? What do you mean they clean up? What are their
Well, I saw their offices, and it was incredibly impressive to say the least.
Right.
There was a lot of money floating around that office, so that tells me that a lot of people are fucking plastic toys.
I'm just thinking if I'm going to go down that road, I would want the whole fake woman, not just this looks
not just the flashlight.
Yeah, this looks too serial killerish.
I'm not bragging here. I might have to fuck a spotlight. Because I'm looking at that.
You're going Spotlight.
Now they have some fancy ones. You don't have to go all fancy like that, Ron. You could just get the straight up, the black casing with the regular size pussy inside.
But what's the story?
The story goes, this guy who made these, he was in Hollywood doing special effects.
Right.
So he already had experience with latex and different plastics and stuff. And his wife got pregnant, and the doctor said it was a tough pregnancy, and any kind of sex was going to be very risky and could put the pregnancy at risk. So he was going insane, trying to figure out stuff to fuck. I'm serious. So he had a flashlight, it was similarly shaped, like a big Ever-Ready flashlight.
Yeah.
Figured, hey, I could make a plastic pussy, shove it in there, and fuck the shit out of it. And so he did, and now he's a multi-millionaire.
Is he really a multi-millionaire?
Without a doubt.
It shouldn't be that shocking to you. If you could figure out a different ways for guys to fuck, you're going to make money.
No, I'll tell you this, too.
But I want to know the ideas that didn't work.
You know what I mean?
Well,
the flesh sander.
The flesh sander.
That one didn't work out so well.
The pussy that was shaped like a fire hydrant did not catch on. Shockingly,
the flesh fish.
They had a
wasn't
truck.
big hit.
They had a truck that backed up into you with a vagina on the tailpipe. That didn't work.
Now let me tell you, one of the best things about meeting this guy was getting the factory tour, because I got to watch all these old Hispanic ladies making these pink plastic pussies all day, and that was quite hysterical.
That's the name of my fourth book, by the way. That's so weird that you saw that.
And you do get a what do I want to say here? You get a consolation prize for visiting, and so I got my own fleshlight.
Oh, nice.
And so I'm like, this is cool, but I started to freak out because I'm like, all right, I'm in Texas, I got to go home to New York. I don't have any checked bag. I just have my carry-on. So I'm like, so now I'm hoping they're going to scan my bag to the X-ray. They're going to see this weird.
They probably have seen it all.
Yeah, and that's what I was thinking. That's what I was praying for.
Right.
And sure enough, nothing happened. And I'm like, how do you not open my bag for that? And so surely I'm sure enough guys.
Seen a million of them coming out of Texas.
Another fucking flashlight. No problem. Go ahead.
Yeah, we've seen it.
I didn't use it for a while because I didn't want to be like, am I really going to fuck this thing? But then when I did, boy, was I happy I did.
Really?
It's a great product, my friends.
Do you build a woman around it, though? I'd have to build a woman.
You can't. I mean, I guess you can.
Maybe set up some pillows, something, right?
Like, you could take it and you could jerk off with it, but that's dumb because you're still jerking off.
Yeah.
You're just using something to beat off with. So my approach is you got to wedge it into something.
Wait a minute.
So then you can
give me
fuck
a pen. Somebody give me.
Yeah, hold on a minute. We're going to take notes there, Danny. Couch cushion?
That's couch cushion? If you had my couch cushions don't separate, so I can't do that. But yeah, you could do it if you got a couch like that. Sure.
This isn't different at all than you telling us how you fuck. It's just as entertaining. In case you're wondering,
I had
it's
something
just
to share.
as entertaining.
I hear it.
The tour I loved hearing about. Now that you're talking about how you fucked the flashlight, I'm good.
Well, look,
let me just get the check.
I am a big fan of products that work as advertised. There's no lying in what this is, and when it says it works and it's great, and then when you get it and it does exactly what you need it to do.
I heard him tell the same story.
I'll endorse this.
He told the same story on NPR. And I mean, verbatim.
Yeah.
It's just
I don't get money from them.
Exact story.
Fucking this, you will not regret fucking
but there's
a
a
fleshlight.
lot of things you can fuck, but this one is taking over.
Because they finally put science and technology into fake things to fuck.
Right.
It's no longer a banana peel in the microwave. Like,
But
this
you
is
want a robot. That's where you're going.
Oh,
I
yeah.
see that
You got to have the whole
it's
thing.
It's not going to be enough.
I feel like it's a serial killer thing. Like
It's
the serial
not
killer
that
cuts
weird.
out the pussy and then fucks that and throws the rest of the
that's a
body
good
away.
point.
Because I
didn't
mean,
think of that.
you're looking at porno when you're using this thing anyway. So it's not like you got tunnel vision on this extracted pussy hole.
And what's the pussy modeled after? Do they have?
Well, you know, they have
at the factory. They must brag about whose pussy this is.
Well, they have different sizes, I guess. Like, you can get a normal puss, and then there's like the extra tight puss. And then there's a
cat. There's a cat.
I don't know about the exterior who is modeled after.
He's modeling how you use the fucking
God.
See, because they sell furniture that you can shove
beating
in.
us, right? That fucking freeze frame right now is what happened to this country.
This is why China caught up?
Yes.
And why the Middle East hates us.
They didn't have every right to.
We're looking at. Wait, they also sell that looks like a gym horse.
You know what it is? It's like a Liberator. You know those Liberator liberator things. It's like the fuck furniture.
The wedges.
Yeah, and it's like you could shove
Where do
the
you keep
fleshlight
this,
in
though?
it.
Where would this go?
In the living room?
It's in your fuck room.
Right by the fireplace?
Because I definitely don't want to go to the garage and get it and bring it in. It's really fucking depressing.
And what lives in that hole when you're not fucking it?
Dead cum, probably. And that's the worst thing about the one downside to owning this.
That's the worst thing.
You have to do something about it when all your fun has been over. So and when you neglect to clean these things up, it can get really messy.
I can't thank you enough.
Really
this
quick.
has really been terrific.
Well, welcome to the Fleshlight Hour, folks.
Thank you.
We're getting you a sponsor.
No, it's terrific. I'm good.
We're going to be billing you for this.
It's a good
Does
product.
it look like a flashlight? Can you make believe it's an actual flashlight if like your parents are over?
Well, and funny you should mention that, because there have been times where
Mom, put that down, Mom!
I've neglected to put my fleshlight away. But the top has
I
been
don't
on,
find
so you
that
can't
surprising at all.
So you can't see the glowing pink pussy on the top. So there's like this screw top.
glows.
Well, no, it doesn't glow like a battery, but it's it's a pink. It stands out in a room.
When you've cleaned it.
So as long as you got the screw top on, it just, who knows what it could be, like a Big Gulp from 7-Eleven. You'll never know. Just shove a straw in
Can
there.
we compete with these guys?
You're going to have to come up with some
If
really
you can
fuckable
get
toys.
more guys like him to go around the country talking about it, this is like the greatest vacuum salesman I've ever seen in my life.
They should pay you, Dan.
You know what? When you could really get behind a product, man, you believe in it, I'm all for it.
I see what you did. Get behind a
I didn't mean that. I'm sorry. I don't.
We should do snakes in the can or something. Go with snakes in the can. You fuck that.
Well, look, you can't knock it till you tried it.
Yeah, all right.
Yes, I can. I'm not going to fuck a flashlight.
Fuck
Sorry.
it. It's fun to fuck.
Yeah, no.
It feels good.
I went ahead and foolishly found a woman, but here's the thing. You should be happy
stupid now.
You should be happy. Yeah, I went ahead and found an actual
Call me crazy.
person with a personality and a brain. But no, you keep that flashlight handy.
I put the screw top back on. I put it right back in the bathroom.
Yeah, I'm unbelievably happy for you.
And you.
I really am. You
don't practice safe sex with this thing just to keep it nice and clean?
You know what? You can't. I have to. I have done that.
And where do you put it? In the dishwasher?
Well, you know what ends up happening? You usually end up going, fuck it, I don't feel like dealing with that. So, 3 days later, you put it onto the on like the shower faucet and just turn it on full blast.
That's no way to treat a pussy.
Well, I mean, look.
Is this a video of actually how to clean it?
Why don't you just throw it in the garbage with your dignity? Just fucking throw it all out.
I want to use it again.
Dude, man, I listen to Joe Rogan, and they're selling a shitload of these things. What's that, the cleaning fluid?
Cleaning fluid?
Cleaning your
You make your
fleshlight
own.
is very simple. First, remove the fleshlight sleeve from the case and run water through it.
Squeeze out the cum.
Brilliant
wash out the case
casting an
on both
English
of the caps.
woman to do this.
Once clean, store the fleshlight sleeve and case in a well-ventilated area so that your fleshlight will completely dry. Following these simple care instructions will ensure that your fleshlight will last you a lifetime.
So here's the instructions in case you missed it. After you're done coming inside of it, clean it.
Well,
that's the lesson to be learned from
Is this too much for you, Kevin?
No,
You want to tap out?
I'm
You're still in? All right.
I think this is a service that needs to be shared. It's his enthusiasm that's getting on my nerves. I don't know why you need to wave this flag this hard. I think you're sending out a signal that may come back to bite you.
Well,
He sprinted down the hall, by the way. He couldn't wait to tell
Because
us.
there's so many fucking dumb masturbation products out there for
Again,
men.
this is a mystery in the universe. Think about the sentence. There are so many dumb masturbating things out there.
Well, there are, and they suck, and they're just as much money if you actually buy them. Like, look, working for this radio show, a lot of weird shit gets sent in, and a lot of weird shit is neglected to be taken home because of embarrassment or whatever. And I have no shame. Any kind of dignity I had, like Ron said, left me a long time ago. I have taken home plenty of things from this radio show to fuck.
You guys make pussies when you're growing up?
No, you know what?
Ronnie?
No.
I never did, but a friend of mine
make
copped.
them?
Well, I mean, when you're like 12, 13,
You gotta
your
do something.
hormones are out of your fucking mind.
Oh, yeah.
I did. I tried to make something out of my tube socks rolled up.
A friend of mine did. He put pudding in a Ziploc bag and then put it in the microwave for like 25 seconds, and then he didn't fuck the pudding in the bag, but just the plastic that was
just wrap that
containing
around?
the pudding. I thought that was pretty clever.
There you go.
I just went there and back. I'm going to be okay. I want to take a knee, if that's all right.
Well, Kevin Smith has it's Brian telling the Kevin Smith story, but Brian in Minnesota, go ahead, and then I guess we'll move on. Brian.
Oh, first, Kevin Pollak, loved you in Red State, man. That was awesome.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Did you like making that movie?
Loved it.
I fucking love that movie.
Yeah, I really am super proud of Kevin and thought the film came out amazing.
Yeah, cool. Brian.
All right, Kevin Smith told the story on his podcast. He's a big proponent of using the fleshlight, and he forgot to clean it. I think it was 3-4 days or whatever. When he got back to it, he said the cum was all gray and black looking, and a bunch of ants were eating it.
There's a gift that keeps on giving. You have got to be pleased with that particular unit.
When you're done, you can...
If the ants want your cum, you know you've got a winner. The light is on you.
I can't wait to ask Kevin about that next time he's in.
Shine a light on my cock.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
So the podcast.
Please, if there was ever a transition that needed to happen.
We're done with the fleshlight?
Well, here's the thing.
You have anything else on it? I can listen to this all day.
I can talk about the fleshlight until...
Yeah. I want to know other products that just failed miserably.
You want to hear the pitch sessions?
Yes.
Yeah.
Where they just looked at you like,
you
no.
go inside of a box.
Right.
It's like the size of a refrigerator, right? But without this refrigerator separation. You go inside and it fucks you. Just you can't, there's dark in there. You don't know what's happening, but trust me, you're gonna come.
But how does your product fail? Because you know what I mean.
Maybe using shitty,
guy would fuck just about
plastic,
anything.
I think that is the bottom
rips.
line. A guy will fuck.
So it's almost impossible to fail.
If you haven't been foolish enough to find a woman who makes you happy and smile and feel fulfilled, then yes, get her a couple of rocks and
some pudding in a bag.
Yeah, pudding in a bag.
But
then my fourth.
This all started because podcasting, no one has figured out how to make money, and Fleshlight is helping you guys out. They're sponsoring podcasts, so we're going to get this sponsorship for you, Kevin.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no thanks.
You're going to say no to this one?
Yeah.
I met the CEO. I could probably hook it up.
Yeah. I love that you met the CEO and got the tour and got yourself one.
Fuck the shit out of it, too.
Yeah. I sensed that you fucked the shit out of it.
Were the fake pussies just hanging up in the factory? How many were there? Are they coming off an assembly line?
Yes. And that's the funny... Dude, it was like watching how it's made, the Pussy Factory. That was it. I got to watch that episode.
The difference, of course, is that episode of How It's Made will never happen. It will never air. It will never be shot.
Right.
So all the better to hear from you today on what it actually is like.
And how do you know if one's broken, where they have to take it off the assembly line and throw it in the garbage?
Well, they inspect them. It really was an amazing setup. I was quite impressed.
All right. I got to go down to Texas just to go there.
I mean, it could be cogs or fake pussies. I'm going to be impressed with that kind of setup.
Kevin Pollak's chatshow.com.
That's great. So I'm going to launch a brand new comedy podcast live.
So the chat show is one-on-one.
Yeah. That's long-form conversation, unmasked, very similar.
That was just a joke.
Same. No, but it's true. You can get these people to sit down and talk for more than 5 or 6 minutes. And in this case, you guys have people come in here for an hour or sometimes a couple of hours.
We like to do an hour usually.
Yeah. So I find it takes about an hour to break these people down and get them to cry. No, I'm kidding.
Did Sugar Ray Leonard cry?
No.
We had him almost in tears. He hinted that he might have been touched.
Yeah. No, that happens. I mean, they get choked up talking about things without question. But so I wanted to do a comedy podcast because this idea had kind of been kicking around for a while. Jay Moore, when he does his impressions, what makes them great, and I would like to think I know this about him, that he would agree, is when you find the impression is conversational. It's one thing to do an exaggerated version of an impersonation, but when you can get them into an actual conversation where they're not using a famous,
quotes or whatever.
Yeah. That's when it becomes interesting to me. So, like Jay, I've been doing Christopher Walken for quite a while. I'm not saying if you Google the sentence Christopher Walken impersonation, I come up first. It's not a competition. There's 175 people out there that do a great Christopher
Who's number
Walken
2?
now.
You know, because you're watching him closely. I know
who's
you
number
know.
2 on the site?
No, who's
Some
number...
kid from YouTube on Google.
Oh, really?
On Google, if you look it up.
An Asian
There's a whole page dedicated to Asian Christopher Walken impersonations. The whole YouTube channel.
Can I hear the Asian Christopher Walken for a second?
Hi there, folks. It's me again.
Asian British guy.
So, I've had an overwhelming response
Asian
to
British guy?
my poetry reading, which is very good. I wasn't sure if you guys would, accept a more serious side of me, but apparently you do. And
by the way, just playing this guy might make him number 1.
At least,
and if that happens, I apologize ahead of time.
You son of a bitch! I've had this bragging right for 2 years.
What's up with that? Come on,
Just go Christopher Walken Linsanity.
You guys are doing a great job. If I start complaining, they're going to start messing with the quality of my videos.
Set him on
well,
fire.
you know it is.
Is he doing the impression yet?
No, not yet.
Come on, Sam.
But he has almost 1 million views. When does he do the
Look up,
impression?
And then, the most fun.
Please, I'll give you $47 right now to stop this.
Yeah,
and put in. Just type again Christopher Walken impersonation and hit. There you go. So
That's you.
You don't have to play it though. No, don't play it.
Than mine.
Yeah.
He's doing you.
No, you can stop. Yeah, you can stop. I'm here. I can do it for you. Yeah.
Now we're watching you do it.
But the thing is that I wanted to do a comedy podcast, and I thought about this thing where. So the thing is called Talkin' Walkin'. And it's just me and Ron, or me and you, sitting on stage talking about life and current events or whatever. But I'm only talking as Christopher Walken the entire time. I mean, it's as if you're sitting down with Christopher Walken for an hour and just talking about everything from, there's a man that walked into a Walmart, no clothes on. It's weird. It's odd to me, only in the sense that, at what point do you make that decision? I'm going to go with socks today. I'm just going to wear socks to the Kmart. No, not socks. Shoes. I'm going to wear shoes. And he committed fully, head to toe, soup to nuts, literally, naked. But it's a commitment, so you got to tip your hat. Picasso was a hack. Noses on the side of your face. It's nonsense. So I did the first one, and I'm going to launch it on iTunes, I think Friday or Saturday. They're always tricky about how long it takes them to upload once you give them the stuff. But then I'm going to do it live on stage Sunday night. It'll be the first time live in front of an audience. Wow. And I'll take questions from the audience as well. But it's not really an interview. It's a conversation. Mm-hmm. The first one I did was with this funny guy, Matt Myra. He's the other half a Nerdist with Chris Hardwick.
Sure.
And we just literally sat in my dining room for an hour and a half, and then I edited it down to about 48 minutes or whatever. But yeah, it's the conversational side. That's what always made an impression interesting to me. You could always do the exaggerated version or use the quotes from films or cowbell. I mean, stop it already with this, right? Anyways, so it's called Talkin' Walken. We're building the site this week, talkinwalken.com.
Oh, very cool.
And it's IN on Talkin' and Walken because I don't want to get sued by his family. He loves it.
Yeah.
One of my stories in the act, God forbid you get down to Caroline's this weekend.
I'll go.
Please. Is meeting Christopher Walken when he got his hands and feet and signature in cement in front of the Chinese Theater on Hollywood Boulevard. I was asked to be one of the 2 speakers at the ceremony. The other speaker was Quentin Tarantino, of course, directed him in Pulp Fiction. I'd never met Christopher Walken, so I don't know why I'm invited.
You would assume that you would have before then.
You would assume that we had met, but the fact that we hadn't met, I was honored beyond belief to be asked, but I know I'm there because I do the impersonation, right? But I don't know what he thinks of it. Because I'm sure this wasn't his idea. Get that kid who does me. I don't see that happening. So I show up, and I'm nervous, and I see him in person for the first time, shit myself instantly. It's him, And he sees me and he goes, "Hi! They told me you were coming. Thanks. Thank you." And the whole time I'm thinking, it doesn't matter what he says, because he's using the voice.
Right.
I mean, I'm crying. And he said, and then we're standing next to each other for like 10 minutes in silence. He doesn't say anything. And now it's getting weird and creepy because no one's talking. Because that's a long time for silence. And then finally he turns to me. I said something lame at the beginning like, "Congratulations, hand the feet in the cement." Very, very cool. So after 10 minutes of silence, then he finally turns to me and he says, "Cement. Wow." And that was it. I'm on the floor pissing myself laughing because he actually said it. You know, it wasn't someone doing a bit.
Right.
And then I got to do the story of how on Halloween night when kids come to the door, I answer the door as Christopher Walken to try to scare them. I got to do that story in front of him, in front of the press at the ceremony for him. So to do the impression of him in front of him in that weird way, and out of the corner of my eye, seeing him sort of lean forward at the waist, laughing. Right. That was one of those "you can take me now" moments.
But isn't that that's a tough spot to be in?
Well, when you have the real one there, there's no reason for an impersonation.
Right.
In fact, the big part of the act is me telling stories now about my friends think it's a great idea to do them for them.
Right.
It's a horrible idea. It's a stupid idea because they're them. It doesn't matter how good you think you are. They're better. Right. They're better as a rule. Right? Mm-hmm. Like when I did A Few Good Men, we talked about it. All my friends who knew I've been doing Nicholson in my stand-up act before that would call, when I was working on the movie, they would call every day. Did you do Jack for Jack? You got to do it for him. He's going to love it. He's going to love it. You got to do it. Again, friends stupid. Idiots. Why would I do Jack for Jack? Why would I be the 1,000,000th dickhead in Nicholson's face saying, "This is what you sound like"? You know, who would be that to be anywhere near someone like that, let alone working with them?
And does anybody even think they sound like they sound anyway? Like most people hear their voices and go, "Wait, that's me."
Yeah,
you know. So to think like. I remember growing up in Philly, I had no idea there was a Philly accent.
Right.
I thought we talked just like Johnny Carson. So it wasn't until after I moved from there that I started to hear the accent.
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Alan
Arkin said, "You know, if you notice since you started doing me, I stopped stammering. I don't stutter as much. I just talk directly and without stopping or thinking. I hated the sound of you pausing and thinking about it." Sometimes they...
I got to ask, did you end up doing Jack to Jack? Was there just a moment?
No, there was no way in hell, because I was convinced he was going to say...
I just assumed that maybe he let his guard down one day and you went, what the hell?
What if he doesn't like it? Because it was so, honestly, it was so thrilling to be anywhere near someone like this, let alone have him consider me a fellow professional working on this thing. I'd rather talk to him about,
Did he know you did him?
I don't know, because I never asked. You know what I mean? I had done it on the Tonight Show with Carson. I mean, it was out there.
I know
it was out there. He could have seen it, that's for sure.
He must have saw it.
But, he told me the most amazing story. Oh, God, I've never told this story. I just realized. While we're working on A Few Good Men, the news breaks Magic Johnson is HIV while we're working on the film. So everyone, of course, on the set, all the crew, everybody, one at a time is coming by Jack to either say, "Hey, man, sorry," because he's Mr. Lakers, right? Or say, "What the fuck? What does this mean?" You know, because a lot of people just couldn't wrap their brain around it. So the whole day, Jack's kind of walking around in a bit of a fog, and there's base camp where the trailers are, and it's always a little bit of a walk from the stage. In this case, we shot on a sound stage or the set, wherever you are. So. Jack was one of those enigmas to me where I wanted to leave him alone. I didn't want to force a conversation on him. If it happened, it happened. I didn't really want to, I don't like bugging people because I'm still that kid who can't believe he's there, honestly. So, and especially with that film, for me, it was like being brought up to the majors, let's face it. Everybody in the movie's famous except for me. I remember actually, Rob.
You weren't famous then?
Well, I mean, I had done Avalon and I'd done some things, but that movie was a juggernaut. Right. Nicholson head toe-to-toe with Tom Cruise. I mean, it was a bit... Sure. I remember Rob Reiner said to me while we were sort of prepping, he says, "Listen, Jack's going to be swinging for the fences because he doesn't, that's the way the character's written, and he's going to be in all of his glory. Tom's going to be swinging for the fences to keep up with Jack. Demi's definitely got to swing for the fences to try to keep up with those two. I need you to hit like a double into the gap.
Get on base.
Yeah, just get on base. That was so great. Wow. So we're walking back to the base camp where the trailers are, and this one particular day, where the news broke about Magic, and Jack's all bummed out, is the day that I find myself walking alone with Jack back to the trailers. We just got both released at the same moment or whatever. People stand around, have a conversation. And then he and I are walking side by side back to the trailers. And again, I'm not starting the conversation. It's a weird day already for him. So he's walking and he just keeps saying, "It's surreal. It's just surreal. The whole fucking thing is surreal." And we get closer to the trailers, and we're past his first, and he puts his hand on the door, he's about to enter his trailer, and he stops, he turns back around, and he says, You want to hear a story about surreal? And I'm now like, are you fucking kidding me? Jack Nicholson wants to tell me a story about what he thinks is surreal.
Wow.
Why, yes, Jack, let me pull up a fucking chair. Wow. So I said, yeah, sure. And he says, I'm doing this picture Chinatown. Already I'm done. I'm done. I'm doing this picture Chinatown.
Might have heard of it.
And I'm rehearsing this scene with John. He's talking about John Huston, who directed it. And he's saying, I'm doing this scene with John. Oh, no, I didn't direct it. Polanski directed it. John Huston acted with him in the movie as well as the scene. We're rehearsing, and while we're rehearsing the scene, I look over his shoulder, and about, 30 yards away off in the distance, walking towards the set, is his daughter, Angelica. And I had just started banging her a couple of weeks before. And I hadn't figured out a way to tell the old man. And you have to understand, I would have killed for him. He was like a surrogate father. He was everything to me. And I remember, how am I going to tell him? It was so upsetting, because if he had asked me to kill her in that moment, I would have done it. That's how much he meant to me. And as I'm thinking about all this, I come out of my head, back into the rehearsal, right as John Huston says to me in the rehearsal of the scene, Mr. Giddish, are you sleeping with my daughter? That's fucking surreal. And he spins around and walks into his trailer, and I'm standing there like, did anyone else hear this? Did that just fucking happen? Blew my shit away. I don't know why I never told that story.
That's a great story.
Probably because he mentions he was banging a junkie.
Yeah.
Don't want to be disrespectful, but there you have it.
But he was with her for how many years?
Forever.
After that? Yeah.
Long time.
Yeah.
Nobody bigger, right?
Nope.
Jack. Nobody bigger.
Also, how are you cool to 5 decades?
Right.
That's the real brain fuck. I mean, he was cool out of the get,
I was at a prize fight where it was fucking tons of celebrities. I think it was Holyfield and somebody in Vegas. And literally, when fucking Nicholson just came in, everybody turned. All these celebrities.
Even the celebrities.
Turned to go like, Jack. You can see fucking celebrities go, Jack Nicholson's here.
Yeah, because you see that a lot when you see celebrities that won't turn for other celebrities.
Yeah, because...
But when they do, then oh, fuck, that's greatness right there. When they're turning their fucking heads, too.
Because Kevin's right. In, 1969, people were like, there's fucking Jack Nicholson. And it's never stopped.
70s, 80s, 90s, the O's, and now.
And now whatever we call
How the fuck do you stay cool to each generation? It's impossible, is what it is.
Sure.
It's literally impossible. And never done an interview. Only in print. Never appeared on camera his entire life to give an interview.
What about the Carson?
What about
the Carson stuff?
Never did.
Never did.
You never did Carson?
I'm telling you, never did anything on camera ever.
He never did Carson?
Never did.
Bizarre. I just assumed he did.
No.
Isn't that something though? Again, part of the mystique.
I think that's part of what kept it so cool.
Wait, he never sat down for an interview.
I'm not kidding.
I'm learning this today for the first time.
You would.
No, I believe you.
You would read in Esquire, GQ.
Yeah, he gives
Playboy,
great interviews.
All that stuff
in print.
Those guys a week, but I even remember when they started when stuff like E! Entertainment yelled stuff to him as he was going in, and he would just say something on the way in. That seemed weird to me,
right?
Because it was so long before you would only see pictures of him.
Well, here's the question: Why do you think that's what he did?
Because he wants to be a fucking movie star. He wants to be an actor.
He's
and
old
a movie
school.
Star.
He's old school, and I think the belief was if you get on camera and talk about yourself, people will know that you're not as cool as they thought you were.
Right.
I mean, honestly, it happens immediately.
You can't compete with that.
No,
just some of the characters he played, probably.
Yeah.
And the fact that we would go make up our own rumors about what his life was
right.
like. You know what I mean? That would be probably.
But how
better.
many other guys never did an interview?
You know what? I think it took even De Niro a lot of years before he started doing them, and now I wish he didn't.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, when you see him,
we joke about that. Jimmy and Ann, joke about that all the time.
Worst
he
thing
falls apart as soon as
even
he has
Marlon
to
Brando
talk.
ended up on that stupid Larry King interview.
Yeah,
that was pretty cool.
He held out forever. But I remember seeing
that was
recently,
a moment, though, don't you think?
A clip. Oh yeah,
he did all right.
Oh yeah,
showed how weird he really was.
Yeah,
which
was great.
Everyone assumed.
Good point. But it was Richard Burton, I think, was interviewed by Cavett. Or no, Merv Griffin. Merv Griffin went to the set of some film and sat down with him. And that was weird, seeing somebody like that who, there's a weird mystique. I don't think it exists today, which is why you have all these.
Oh man, these guys got to do 1 million interviews for every project.
That's the fucking
They
problem.
just have to.
There's 15 of them during that week. You'll see them on every single show, and some of these guys repeat stories, and a lot of actors aren't personalities.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like I think maybe De Niro. That's the thing. Like he's kind of empty and then fills it with the character. But I always wondered why they didn't invent like a talk show character. Here's the guy who comes out and does the talk show.
Do you hate when you interview someone on your show and you think you're getting something real and thinking, oh, that's unique, and then you watch them later on a TV show and
they
tell them
repeat
the exact story? I'm like, fuck, seriously? Like, did you have a good time here at all, or are you just kind of like going through this in a robotic
I only get
motion?
original stuff. It's fucking amazing. It's amazing.
Well, the Unmasked, certainly, you break them down. But when you're doing a regular radio interview...
I never think about it as breaking down.
I assume I'm pulling something out of these people, and then you go, no, they were planning on telling that. They were just waiting for their opportunity.
Not kidding. I never told the story about Nick.
No,
No, I'm saying.
Yeah.
You broke me.
Oh, thank you.
So I know it's not going to go in the annals or the annals. But
interesting.
Yeah.
We're going to do one more break and continue with Kevin Pollak, who's at Caroline's tonight through Sunday, 212-757-4100.
Live on stage Sunday. One of you two guys is going to be with me on that stage. Either one of you. You're both welcome. Whoever can make it. I'm serious for the talk and walking.
Were you raising
and
your
we'll just
hand
sit around
or-
and
or
shoot the
pulling
shit.
the mic down?
It is the Oscar night, though.
It's
I
an
got
Oscar
I
night.
know.
That's a rough one. What time
it's
is it?
counter-programming for all the people who don't give a fuck that the artist is going to win every Academy Award.
Don't ruin it for me. See, I
Did you like The Artist?
The fix is in.
Yeah.
Yeah, of course
It's
I
going to
like
win a shitload of awards.
It's gonna win everything.
And no one saw it.
It's going to win everything.
Because I saw it.
Yeah.
Did you like it?
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
I did too.
By no one, you mean America.
The mainstream.
Well, they're
America.
waiting. Yeah, it's only playing the Paris. It's been at the Paris like
Because-
it's fucking 1978.
Who's going
where
to
it
sit?
stays in the same?
But
theater.
how are they going to sit through a silent movie?
It's astonishing.
Just the masses, I'm
But
saying.
that's the accomplishment to me, is how the film got made, how it got marketed, and how people invested money in a movie that, knowing the same thing that we're now saying, which is America, the nation, will not go see this movie.
I loved it.
Yeah,
you really
of course.
felt like you
It was magic.
You went in a time machine and
It was-
watched what people used to watch, silent movies.
It was magic. What are you going to do?
Oh, let's talk about that after the break. Other movies, Oscars,
Sure.
Jeremy Lin. Are you part of the Lin Sanity?
You know what I love about this kid is that the Chinese version, I heard this on the news somewhere, the Chinese version of Twitter, he has over 1 billion followers.
1 billion?
And they think the reason that it's exploding to that degree is, and his popularity there throughout Asia, is that unlike the previous Asian basketball stars who were centers, this kid's 6'3", and his prowess is now considered attainable.
Mm-hmm.
He's that kind of inspiration. That's
Right.
it's one of the reasons the guards get more money usually.
Right.
Not usually, but in a lot of cases.
Well, when they looked at Yao Ming, they're like, no, none of us are going to
We
be
could never-
7'2" or whatever he is.
But they love basketball in China.
Yeah,
I
they
know
do.
the last Olympics when they're fucking chanting MVP
Yeah.
at Kobe for no, and Kobe's like, what?
Yeah.
Really? This is fucking great.
Yeah. So this kid now represents, well, you can do this too because he's 6'3".
Right.
So it's beyond hero.
It brought me back, man. I tapped out for easily 10 years with the Knicks. I'm so in. I was starting to take
Of
a peek.
course, it's exciting as
I was
hell.
taking a peek when they grabbed Carmelo Anthony and Stoudemire, but now with Jeremy Lin, I'm watching every fucking game. I haven't done this in, I can't tell you the last time.
Yeah.
The Pat Ewing years.
And that's happened within
Allen
a couple of
Houston.
weeks, right?
John
That's-
Starks years.
That's astonishing that it happened within a couple of weeks.
Isn't it?
Here's what's funny, though. If fucking LeBron would have came here, it would have been madness. And he's just realizing that.
Right.
Like, no one gives a shit that he's in Miami.
He was scared.
Scared of failing here?
He's just scared in general. All the talent in the world, but just a scared guy.
I've been watching him this year. He's a fucking animal, man. He's
Are you watching basketball?
Yeah.
Can you talk him out of that beard, do you think?
No, I think it works for him as like a black lumberjack.
What do you think for tonight? Knicks Heat.
The Heat's going to crush them.
I
They're
think so,
fucking
too.
unbelievable.
I
don't think anyone's stopping them.
I think so too. I mean, the Knicks are still trying to figure out what all this means and trying to put the pieces together here.
And I don't know how good this Lin kid is.
He's good, man.
He's
fucking good.
I'm telling you, you'll have to watch the game tonight.
I'm not. I don't disagree. It's gonna be. I think it's gonna be a tough game for the Knicks down in Miami.
Yeah.
You know, of course, LeBron.
If they beat Miami, this fucking place is crazy.
Oh my God!
As a matter of fact, they might even get a call from the commissioner and just say, "Lay down and let's keep this fucking Tebow."
Dude,
thing
Knicks
going.
beat the Lakers without fucking Stoudemire and Carmelo Anthony early on in the whole Lint thing. A couple days in.
I think that's kind of what sparked it. I think that's kind of what set it on fire. That game, that exact
Well,
game.
when Kobe's saying, "I don't know who this kid is,"
Yeah.
what's his name?
You
That
know-
was fucking great. That was just great.
But what an asshole! He knows.
Yeah, of course he knows.
Yeah. Like, you know how we make believe we don't know other radio
Right.
guys? Of course we know other radio guys. Well, not so much these days, but they're all gone. But all right, Kevin Pollak, 212-757-4100. Caroline's this weekend, Thursday through Sunday. I got to figure out what show to go to. You got an early show tonight? 8 o'clock?
Yeah. Ooh, come on out, you son of a bitch.
Tonight might be the night. Let's do this. You want to go see some comedy tonight, Ronnie?
I gotta
Me
do
and you
another
hang?
show here.
Then you nap. Do a little nap. We go see Kevin Pollak.
Maybe I'll do
Let's hang. Me
This
and you
is
hang.
not uncomfortable, Sam, in case you're wondering.
Oh, good.
I'm fine with this.
Good.
Sam, you going to see Kevin Pollak?
Of course.
You're lying.
Well, I don't have tickets in my hand, but I would
Yeah,
like to.
you do now.
But now all of a sudden,
You know how funny he is?
You couldn't have more juice.
Yes,
than-
I've been sitting here. Of course I know how funny he is.
I didn't know how funny he is when fucking Danny took over the show. I thought Pollak was going to be a lot stronger.
I like the Danny segment. We learned a lot about the fleshlight. What's wrong with that? We got to go to the factory. Come on. If we didn't have Kevin Pollak booked, we would have done an hour on that.
I just wish,
Easy.
and I apologize to the listeners who wanted an hour on that, but I must say, I just wish the kid had a little enthusiasm for the fucking flashlight.
All right, we're going to wrap up next. Stay there.
You know him as Vinny's lovable uncle from MTV's Jersey Shore.
Oh, what the fuck?
Now the Sicilian funny man brings his act straight off the boat and onto Broadway.
Listen, no, I gotta say something. Oh, shut the fuck up. Let me fucking talk.
Uncle Nino presents Bad Jokes and Wine.
I've been drinking all fucking week. We make a toast to the crack that never heals. The more you rub it, the better it feels. You could scrub it from here to hell. You never get rid of that fishy smell. Fucking from me.
Come see what nobody else will as the stereotypical Italian recites line after line of adolescent toilet humor.
First time I had sex, I was so scared, I was all by myself. I says, I was with this girl. I says, honey, is it in? She says, yes. Well, start walking towards me now. Oh. I asked this guy, I says, buddy, I says, did you ever see the numbers on the condoms? He says, what numbers? So I guess you don't have to roll it back that far, huh? Wow.
Never before has an offensive cartoonish caricature told so many bad jokes in 1 hour, writes the Daily News.
Oh, wait, what do you call that shit? Chunk. What the fuck? How come only brothers can play basketball? Because you gotta know how to steal, run, and shoot. Yeah, he's insulted. Get the fuck out of here.
I laughed once, then wondered why I had, said the New York Post.
Yeah, I have to say one last thing. I'll shut up. I promise I'll shut up. I got it. Listen, I love black women. You know, I always take a shot in the dark.
And when asked, the New York Times said they didn't bother to show up and review it.
I was with this girl. I says, miss, did you ever have a 60-second orgasm? She says, no. She says, you got a fucking minute? What the fuck? You know?
It's Uncle Nino's Bad Jokes and Wine.
And God bless everybody. Who gives a fuck?
Live on Broadway for as long as people still give a shit about the Jersey Shore.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Sirius XM. You're listening to Opie and Anthony. Whether or not you're paying attention is another question.
Talking to Kevin Pollak today. Caroline's tonight through Sunday, 212-757-4100. And then KevinPollaksChatShow.com. And then, I got to remember this, Talkin' Walkin', right.
Sure.
TalkinWalkin.com coming to your computer soon.
And the iTunes. I think we're going to launch Saturday a new comedy podcast called Talkin' Walkin'.
I just started downloading podcasts, and I'm going to download a few of yours today. I just started. I avoided all that because I'm thinking, wait,
sure.
This is radio.
Yeah.
That's what we do.
Yeah.
Why am I going to listen to other people's radio shows?
Everyone's killing themselves to get into radio because they can call it a podcast. Andy Warhol was very close.
Right.
When he said everyone would be famous for 15 minutes, everyone will have their own podcast for 15 weeks.
And for some reason, if you tell people you're in radio, they'd like, ugh, you're barely in entertainment. But if you say I'm podcasting,
Yeah.
it's the same
Cutting
fucking
edge.
thing.
That's so cutting edge.
Right.
You guys must be so
Phenomenal.
fucking fed up with the podcast shit.
Well, here's what
Oh, my
here's
God.
what really kills is the 1 hour a week as opposed to 20 hours a week for 20 fucking years.
Yeah.
You know?
No one paid their dues. I mean, we've all been in the trenches doing something else. Now we're
Right.
going to dabble. That would make me crazy if I was sitting in your
And
chair.
all these guys that, do our shows, they're now competing with us. Because now our listeners are now downloading their podcasts instead of listening to Ron and Fez or Opie and Anthony. I'm like,
I think
what?
it's, I
What's
think
going
it's
on
like
here?
when like fucking Norman Mailer had to watch, people like blowing his books off because, Fonzie writes a book. And suddenly Norman
Yes.
Mailer's like, what the fuck?
Fonzie writes a book.
I'm fucking busting my ass over here.
But you're right. The big difference earlier that you mentioned is 100% true, and it is sort of the dividing line. Yeah, you guys are getting paid.
Yeah.
You're making a living. And a handsome living at that.
No, we're good.
You put in your 20 years and you make a living because you put in your time. You're
Right.
getting paid because you've earned it. And the rest of us that are dicking around with these podcasts should not be getting paid, and we're not.
As much as I bitch, it's still great
Only
what we do.
one
but
smart guy away from figuring out how to make money.
I know,
for
that's what we're all
everybody.
waiting
There's just
for.
one guy, because believe me, everybody in radio would walk away in a fucking heartbeat.
Well,
if
it
this
is-
guy came up with how to do it.
Right. There's a new system now where they're tracking city by city the downloads. So I think that's where the difference starts. You start
Where's
to
your
see
big city, Kevin?
actual numbers. Well, I'm brand new to this new system, so
Yeah.
I'll report back to you hopefully soon how this is working. But they'll tell you, when I say there's 1 million downloads on iTunes, that's a trackable number. But I don't know where the fuck these down. They're coming from all over the world.
Right.
But when they say you've had 10,000 in Austin, Texas last month, then that becomes a thing.
Yeah. And that's where you guys are making your money because your numbers are going up in these clubs. And
I guess it's all marketing. Everything's driven by fucking marketing.
True.
You know how it is. My first book comes out Christmas time.
Yeah?
How I Slept My Way to the Middle. Come on, it's a funny title.
We're laughing.
I don't know what the book's going to be, but it's a funny
Oh,
title.
you don't even know yet?
No.
I'm going to start with the title and I'll figure out everything else.
I've been working on it for a year. It's secrets and lies from life in the biz.
Stories?
Basically. Yeah.
You got a lot
like
of
the one with
stories.
Nicholson. That's in there.
That'll be in there. Good.
Uh,
So our listeners don't have to buy the book. Then,
No, I'll
because
just
they
come
heard the
back.
story already.
I'll just come back and eventually I'll read the entire book.
Will you? But Ronnie makes a point, like with the podcast, and before we move on,
sure,
these guys are doing an hour a week and keeping their audience.
Right.
So I'm like, why do we have to do 20? And then Ronnie was telling me off mic, you do 4 hours a day. Let's say 3 are like over the top, just fucking, you're in the zone. You're Michael fucking Jordan. And then
it's fucking Flashlight for 3 hours.
And then the last hour is like, I'm trying to think of another, like a kind of a middle of the road NBA guy. It's just there and okay. They'll fucking focus on that. Motherfuckers.
Right.
Or you do 4 hours of great radio and it doesn't matter because by tomorrow you got to do it again.
Yeah.
And then these guys are podcasting 1 hour, and I'll get to another one next week.
Like you even said, like you're going to bring your flashlight back thing. And
Oh,
then
fuck yeah, we
people
will.
be like, Jesus Christ, again with flashlight.
Yeah, but we'll add
Haven't
something
we
to that.
fucking heard that? Twitter's the worst thing ever happened. I would never go on it. I don't go on anything.
I'm
where
only
there's
on it because I'm a
feedback.
narcissist.
Oh, all right.
Are you?
You
I'm not on
happy now?
Facebook because I don't want my friends to know what I'm doing. My friends are idiots. Fuck them.
You get a fan page, though.
There's a fan page. Yeah, there's
a fan page on Facebook.
The
'cause-
wonderful Lane Ewing. Give her a shout out. She runs that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's a plugging marketing machine. Again, I'm on Twitter because same with you. I spend most of the time retweeting funny people, to be honest with you, and then I'll plug some shit.
It's really weird to see people like Albert Brooks
Yeah.
fucking writing jokes on a daily basis on Twitter. And
Well, I've talked to him or Gary Shanley
Yeah.
or Steve Martin. Actually, Joel McHale and I, we did this awful, it turned out bad. It was good on paper. Movie with Steve Martin, Jack Black, and Owen Wilson, the Bird movie. Yeah.
Oh, it wasn't good?
It was good on paper, though?
Oh, yeah. It
Can I
was.
stop you for a
I
second?
thought the trailer was great. I saw
Did
the
you?
trailer and then
It looked bad.
It's much
no,
harder.
No offense, it
It's
looked
much
bad.
harder.
But it brings up a point we've talked about over the years. Movies that were supposed to be outstanding and failed miserably.
Yeah.
Like you guys know when you look at these scripts, like, oh, this is a no-brainer. This is going to work. So then what happens?
I hate to be trite about it, but comedy is timing. And the timing and the delivery of a joke within a conversation in the storyline of a film is as delicate as timing on stage. If you flub a word in the punchline, the joke's gone.
Right.
And then you have to make a joke about how you fucked up the punchline.
Right.
But it happens live, so at least there's something happening. In a film, when you get to editing, that same delicate moment by moment that you have the audience, and then you made a left turn. You should have made it right.
Right.
It's so much more fucking hard than you have any idea how to edit a funny moment. Are you on the person's face who receives the funny to see their reaction? Is that why it's funny? Or on your person's face who's making the funny and then we don't know what the other person thought?
Yeah.
It's really, I'm telling you, it's that
So
simple.
you really got to pick the editor more than anything else. You're like, I need a really good editor. On this.
The director and the editor both have to have genius timing of comedy to pull off comedic moments in film. I really, really feel so.
What about this, too? Because like you said, it's all about timing. When you have to do a funny line over and over again, do a lot of takes, does that
Guess
fuck
what? It
up?
gets less funny.
It does, right? So now you have to be a really good actor to go, wait, I laughed genuinely the first time, but now we're 10 takes in. Now I got to go back and make believe it's still funny.
Yeah, some people get better take after take because they find new juice, new angles, new ways to work it. Whole Nine Yards is brought up to me a lot as a fun film that I did with Matthew Perry and Bruce Willis. Because Matthew had been doing Friends for years and years, and they have a process of when you're working on a sitcom called Beat the Joke, when the writers will write jokes and in front of the audience, someone will keep trying to come up with a better joke. So they get in that mentality of beat the joke. And on the set of that, almost every line that's quoted back to me by fans on the street from Whole Nine Yards will be a joke that literally Matthew Perry said right as the camera, the guy says, roll sound. Matthew will say don't belong. What? Just say don't belong. And then this is quoted back to me for the rest of my life. When you say don't belong, and he says what? And you go, don't belong. That literally just thrown as the camera's cranking up.
Spontaneous.
So that, some people just get better. They get experimental, and then that magic just fucking happens.
Is there a problem with making movies look perfect, that it fucks up comedy? Because I feel like when we were growing up, some of these great comedies we loved, they were kind of like a little dirty. You know what I mean? They weren't perfect.
I think
the lighting might not have been perfect.
The Hangover,
someone might have slightly flubbed something, but they didn't care because the joke was there.
The Hangover is a good example of not giving a shit what it looks like and just going for the funny. Just getting funny people. Todd Phillips, I think the guy that
realize if you do 20 fucking takes, you're really going to fuck up the chemistry or the funny.
Todd Phillips clearly doesn't give a shit what his movie looks like.
Yeah, I think that's
I don't want to
important.
slap his DP in the face.
No, but I think that's
but he just goes for the funny.
That's a compliment.
Right.
Because you see some of these comedies, they're so polished that it's like, what happened to the spontaneity of the humor of the comedy?
Isn't it weird how many times a dramatic movie will almost be funnier than a lot of comedies? You know what I mean? Like Goodfellas or Glengarry Glen. You'll just laugh at those movies more. But if you'll even see sometimes a comedy and watch it again a year later, you're like, what the fuck was I laughing at last night? It got lost on me.
Yeah.
Right. It just went away.
Do you think about Schmidt's a comedy or a drama?
I think it falls in, but I laughed my ass off.
I laughed my fucking ass off.
Every time Deer and Butu comes up, whatever that fucking name is, I'm crying.
But I went to a theater in Huntington to see this movie. Yeah. I remember this like it was yesterday. I'm howling in the movie theater. I think I went by myself. We might have been off the air at that point. I had to fill up time. And there was a lot of older people in there. No one's laughing. I'm like, what do you think you're seeing here? And am I not seeing this properly? Because I thought the movie was hilarious.
But maybe they were thinking that they're going to die soon.
That is strange about. They were looking at it as a drama, I guess, which certainly there are those moments there. But as far as black comedy, man, that movie's hilarious.
To me, I felt that way about No Country for Old Men. When that crazy lunatic's walking around with that air tank blowing people's heads out, and he has the crazy scene with the guy in the gas station.
Right.
I'm laughing uncontrollably. I think it's such a great dark comedy at times. I'm laughing so loud that when the film ended, some guy gets up in front of me and looks back and says, "Yeah, well, I guess I'll have to see the film again."
Really?
I swear to you. I swear to you that happened. Because I have an annoying laugh, not on purpose. It's just when it's organic and real.
Yeah.
I just go, ha! I mean, literally, that's just how it comes out. And in the movie theater, apparently, that can be annoying.
I was watching Modern Romance with a fucking girl, and I'm like crying. I'm laughing so hard, and she's just staring at me with fucking daggers. Like, how could you think this awful man is so fucking funny?
Right.
And I literally had to like gasp, like, this is never going to work.
By far my favorite Albert Brooks movie, without compare. And if you've ever been in a fucked up relationship, it's the best
so
movie ever made.
fucking true.
Yeah. Right. You're not going to wear that to work, are you, honey? Well, we have some sewing to do. There's men out there, they rape. That's all they do.
They just rape.
Yeah.
It is so fucking dead on when you're at your worst.
Yes.
And anyone who doesn't get that, that person and you've got to stay away from each other.
What about Fargo? Same shit.
Fargo's
That
funny
movie's
as shit, man.
hilarious.
Kills me.
Right?
Kills me hilarious.
You know, we were talking about Nick Cage. I think Raising Arizona
Yes.
does not have a setup line in the whole. Every fucking line is a punchline to me.
Yeah.
Every line is the fucking line of the movie as you're watching it.
I got to see that movie again.
So fucking strong.
It's ridiculous how funny it is.
And then you'll meet people who will be like, I don't get it.
It's just
people
weird.
Don't act like that.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So the books will have stories.
Yeah.
You got a lot going on, Kevin.
Secrets and Stories and Lies. Movie also I wrote with the director. You like Midnight Run, right? Come on.
Love
It's
it.
a great
Who doesn't?
comedy. The guy who wrote that, his name is George Gallo, terrific writer. I wrote a film with him that he directed called Columbus Circle. It's a little psychological thriller with Jason Lee, Giovanna Ribisi, Selma Blair, and some other great people. And it comes out on the Blu-ray DVD March 6th.
Are you in it?
I'm also in it, yeah.
Oh, good.
Columbus Circle is the name of that one.
You like it?
Yeah, I thought it came out. It's kind of a Hitchcock kind of thing. Yeah. So you know what? It's like irons in the fire.
Right.
You know, I made the foolish mistake of being a stand-up comedian who had fantasies of being a dramatic actor, and suddenly that worked, and then shit on my stand-up career. So I realized I had to keep out a lot of balls and plates in the air.
I was going to say this after the show, but I'm going to say it on air. Like, I blew off Kevin Pollak doing our show forever. And then he finally did it last year, and you remember our conversation?
Yeah.
Like, dude, I owe you an apology. You obviously worked with this show, and I was just stupid.
Why
but
did
you
you
said
think it wouldn't?
something today that made it all make sense, that I started looking at you as just a dramatic actor.
Yeah. Right.
And you said that, which it fucks up your stand-up.
How about the curse of care for what you wish? I mean, it's a perfect example. I mean, I wanted nothing more.
But when you said that today, I'm like, it finally all made sense to me, because I'm like, why would we say no to Kevin Pollak all these years? You know?
Because he was just a dramatic character actor. What do I give? I'm going to have Joey Pants in here?
My loss, simply, you know, but we figured it out.
Well, I appreciate that beyond words, so thank you. And
yeah, absolutely.
I'll be back tomorrow. Is that good for everyone?
You can come back tomorrow. I think it's just me tomorrow, so whoever wants to do the show, Ron, you
You
in?
don't have anybody to do tomorrow?
We might have Jeffries, maybe.
I think Jim Jeffries.
Jim Jeffries.
Well,
coming
he's
in?
great in here. He was here a couple days ago, I thought.
Last week, yeah.
Last week,
so we
yeah.
take advantage, get him on as much as possible when he's on the East Coast. Ron, you want to come back for another set?
I got to do this thing today.
What
and
thing?
then we got
What,
the
your
big
show?
announcement. Yeah, I got to do my
What show?
And I got a big announcement.
How about you do? You have to do tomorrow's show.
You got a big announcement tomorrow.
Yeah.
With you and Fez.
Not good.
Not good?
No, not good.
Why would you give that away? Why would you just
Why would you say it's bad?
Why?
I figured it was a 50-50 shot. I have no idea what the announcement is.
You really don't? You made that up?
Yes.
Jesus, you should be in movies.
Thank you.
You
Thank
totally
you.
fucking had me.
Thank
The
you.
way you said no. It was after the not
Thank
good.
you.
It was a no. And
thing
then
is,
your
I actually
reaction
did-
Yeah,
brought
you
it-
fucked it up, Ron,
Yeah.
because I went 50-50. I'm like, it's either good or bad. I'll go with not good.
Well, I was going with a whole different way.
Oh, were you?
Oh,
So now-
you gave it away.
Oh, okay.
That was going to make.
So you're acting
You know,
good,
it's going to
too.
be my own thing. of like everyone's going like, holy shit! Even Opie thinks it's bad. It is fucking bad.
It is bad?
That's the
See,
problem.
now I don't know. Now we're all confused.
All right, you're both in the next film.
The thing is,
Yeah, thank you.
there's so much they're doing with science these days that you're never really out of it. You know what I mean? Like every day alive, somebody could be coming up with something new. That's what I say.
And if we crack the code on how to make money off podcasting, we can all retire.
That's all. That's all we're looking for.
All right.
Yeah, I could handle a 1 hour a week podcast.
It's a pain in the ass every day.
Yeah, I guess. I guess if you want to know the truth.
I wonder if you're going to start bitching about an hour a week too. Like I don't
Oh, then
fucking
then-
believe it.
Could you? Then forget it. Just move on to something else.
I honestly think it's going to be shorter and shorter. Like Sam will be doing 30-second fucking things by the time he's good enough.
How about you just blow out 10? Imagine just blowing out 10 minutes. That'd be nice. 10-minute set. We had a lot of good 10-minute sets today,
People,
Ron.
people, when just think if there's a YouTube video sometimes, if it says 5 minutes, you're like, I don't have 5 minutes for you, dude.
I think I
let's
know when
get
I
to
first
it.
launched the fucking chat show online, the computer geniuses, the internet gods were saying, no, not more time. You don't want to do more
Right.
time on the internet. You want to do less.
Yeah.
You want it to be viral. I said, nah, it's not going to be viral. I'm going to sit down and talk to people for a couple hours. I
Right.
said, yeah, no, bad idea. Bad.
I think the world has changed where if you do less radio, if you're a fan of the show and we do less radio, that frees them up
to do other
I'm
things.
serious, because there are guys, they're like, fuck, I got to listen to all 20 hours. I think that's crazy, but they have to.
Right.
So if you knock that down a little bit, you're freeing them up to maybe check out a Kevin
Cut it
Pollak
back to 2 hours?
podcast
Is that what you're saying? You want to cut it back to 2 hours?
I'm thinking 2 hours would rule. 3
Right.
hours would be easy. 2 hours would be perfect.
All right. I'm making a call.
4 days a week.
Here's what you're doing.
3 hours a day.
You
12 hours a week. I could do that.
You sit down with Christopher Walken and you talk just for an hour. About anything. Oh, look, an apple.
How do these guys? I gotta ask. It's walking, talking, right?
Talking,
walking.
I-N.
How does the guy get in on the conversation?
It's because it's just two guys talking.
But you, as walking, you don't know when to jump in.
Well, no. See, But honestly, that's the only hurdle the other guy has to get over, which is
figure it out.
You literally are just talking as we are right now.
Right.
I'm not going for the joke. When it just like you were saying, drama ends up being funny.
Right.
The way you were just talking conversationally, that to me, the subtlety of that, that we're not set up punchline. We're just literally talking about
and seeing where it goes.
Yeah, I mean, you don't know if you read the story. There's a girl, her and a boyfriend, Valentine's. They had a bondage fantasy where he left her in the car. That was the fantasy. She's naked, duct tape on the mouth. Zip ties around the wrists, and he goes down the block and has a smoke. People drove by. They see the girl in the car. They call nine patrol cars eventually show up. And the couple has to admit, well, it was just a fantasy of ours. And the cop said, you're weird. You're strange people, and you're going to jail. It's not good. So, again,
I would be horrible on this show. Because all I would
strong.
all I'd want to do is just listen to you. And then go, oh, right, he needs something from me.
No,
I have a huge smile. I love his walking. I'm just sitting there like dumbfounded. How do I get in on that?
I get ridiculous, like bizarro world stories that you pull from, every day. When you guys, 4 hours is so fucking intimidating to me. So there's got to be daily stuff that comes in that you're looking at. That's kind of it. We just pull some stuff to talk about.
Well, we'll be checking it out.
All right. Talking Walking.
TalkingWalking.com coming soon with the INs. That's how you spell them.
Yeah, because I don't want his family to sue me.
Right.
I know he likes it.
Well, open house tomorrow. Whoever wants to come back. Ronnie's fucking blowing me off. How about you do one set? Coming around 9.
About 9?
And then you slide into your big announcement tomorrow.
All right. I'll come in at 9.
How about 8? I got you for 9. Let's go for 8.
Well, you're going to have Jeffries, right?
Yeah, I don't know what we're going to talk about. He's a weird dude.
You want a comfort zone.
No, I like Jeffries. I'm not fucking around.
I think he's going to do very strong for you tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a lot of buzz about it right
Jimmy's
now.
gone. Jimmy's down where Anna Nicole Smith died.
You're
doing that area.
Losing partners one
Holy
every hour.
fuck.
Another one's fucking leaving you.
Yeah. Sam, you doing radio tomorrow?
I don't think so.
Oh, thank God, because they don't want you on the air.
Exactly.
I'll be back at 8.
Come on in.
I'll come in at 8. I sense it. I want this look, though.
You want that? She's dead, though.
Well,
what happened?
The eye patch.
The eye patch lady's dead.
Come on. Why just pirates? Why can't they sport an eye patch and be...
You think that look will ever be cool? The eye patch?
Eye patch?
They've been trying forever. Is there something else we could do for the one-eyed people?
I'm just going to say it. I'm just going to say it because it's all your listeners are thinking right now.
Yeah.
The fuck flashlight.
Boom. There it is.
Right in the eye.
Boom.
There you go. All right, we're babbling now. So Kevin Pollak will be. We know. We know that much.
Yes.
We know when we're just fucking staggering to the fucking.
Love you guys. This is a thrill for me. Thank you.
Kevin Pollak. KevinPollak'sChatShow.com is definitely happening. You get that on iTunes. It's at Kevin Pollak on Twitter.
Live every
You retweeted one of my
Sunday.
lines, by the way, and I'm going to fucking say that made my fucking night, man.
What do you mean? I've retweeted you several times.
I know.
No, please.
That was fucking big for me.
Thanks.
Big.
David Wayne, the new movie Wanderlust with Paul Rudd and Jennifer Aniston, the guy who wrote and directed that, David Wayne. He wrote it with Ken Marino, but David Wayne is going to be my next my next victim on the chat show on March 4th.
Nice.
It's live every Sunday
Right.
afternoon.
Nice.
It's literally streaming.
You think that movie's going to blow up from this weekend?
I just saw it, and I hope
Yeah.
it kills, because
Yeah.
You liked it?
I'm not kidding. It is hilarious. And it has that delicate balance of being silly, and then there's a little bit of a love story there. And they don't shove it in your fucking face or down your throat. It just happens, and you're like thankful for it, because the movie is so silly and funny.
I just did Ken Marino on the Unmasked.
Love
and
him.
He's
amazing.
He is really
Hysterical.
so fucking brilliant
Yeah.
of a guy.
Oh, I remember you plugging that he was going to be on, because you were
Yeah.
saying, I don't have to tell you that it's anyone
Yeah.
about this, because the ladies want this guy, and he's
Yeah.
coming in.
Everybody from the state that has this
Yes.
cult following, but the thing is, I was just telling you today, he wrote the thing Diggers a couple years ago, which is a real kind of straight film Marino wrote about Long Island clam diggers back in the 70s. I just think it's really fucking solid.
Diggers is a good movie.
Yeah, it's really solid.
I'm gonna
I mean,
check that out, too.
It's almost like a fucking 70s film.
Wow.
You know, it's kind of got like a diner breaking away
Right.
feel about it, but real blue collar stuff. And then he wrote this film, and it's really. I saw it with a full audience, and they were fucking going crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I hope he.
Wanderlust.
I hope he
Hilarious.
gets a big fucking
Fuck.
pop out of it.
Because I haven't.
You'll laugh. I
I
promise
haven't
you.
wanted to see a movie in a long time.
I promise you you'll laugh.
It seemed like a shitty year for movies.
It was not a great year, which is another reason that I give a fuck about the Academy Awards.
now-
Come out to Carolina. Oh, never mind.
We
I
might have
gotta
to do Carolines now, Ronnie.
You're doing all this stuff.
Gotta be
We
an
might have to do Carolines.
Unless that
with
fucking
Kevin
ugly
Pollak.
dog comes out and dances around the stage from the artist, that would be reason enough for me to show up.
Right.
That fucking dude.
Did you
Amazing.
see that they're banning Borak to fucking?
Really?
Yeah, he's not. They pulled his fucking tickets.
Persona non grata?
Yeah.
Why?
Because
Sacha Baron Cohen you're talking about?
Yeah, they thought that he was going to show up in his character and walk the.
The dictator?
Yeah.
That looks hilarious to me.
And they're like, you're not going to fucking market your show here. So
Really?
they yanked them, and now they look like dicks.
Of course.
You know, everyone's pissed off at
So
him.
he's getting the press he wanted anyways. He doesn't
Yeah.
have to show up.
He doesn't even have to do
Fantastic.
it.
That's what you got to do. You got to
Yeah.
create a stink and then not have to come in.
I like that. I like that a lot. I want to just franchise the show. Find a new new aunt.
Younger,
Younger,
faster,
fucking
better,
yes, of
cuter.
course.
Bigger flashlight.
Yes, all that. All right, we're out of here. Kevin Pollak's going to be coming back in tomorrow, but it's Caroline's tonight through Sunday, 212-757-4100. And, of course, Ron Bennington, thank you so much, man.
Sure, bro.
And maybe we'll see you tomorrow, I hope. And
Okay.
it's the iBang on Twitter.
The iBang on Twitter is.
Have you explained that to our audience, the whole iBang thing?
It's just like a funny website with a lot of.
It's
different
really
funny
good.
Stuff. You're
Have
a
you
big
checked
fan
out
of it?
Yes,
No.
I absolutely am.
I got some of the interviews on there and stuff too.
iBang.
The iBang, yeah.
The iBang. It's unique. It's different.
Is that like the Terror Bang? Because that I hear about.
That is that's the Interrobang. But when I'm with Opie, I have to really break it down to what it would be.
I
Twitter is.
say the iBank, so they go to Twitter, and then all the links are on that Twitter. That's why.
Oh, see, that's not bad.
Why didn't you go with the Interbang for the fucking Twitter account?
See, he can't. It's Interrobang.
Oh, Interrobang.
And then he interbangs.
They didn't hire him out of Harvard. Get off his balls.
So, but the only way that he will,
The iBang on Twitter.
yeah, the only way that he'll go to it is if a tweet happens.
Sure.
And then you'll see it.
Yes,
And go over.
but that's how we all are. We're lazy. So tweet more links.
I mean, I'll tweet constantly.
Please do.
I got to meet Fez now.
He's
You're
here.
going to meet Fez.
Oh, I'm excited.
And then
I'm excited.
He's going to line up the Unmasked for you too, because he produces the Unmasked show.
Okay.
And then the big announcement.
But it was
tomorrow.
really great hanging out with you today.
Real
too, man.
pleasure. And
Yeah.
thanks for not tanking on me that day on the air because I was driving the car listening.
I would never let you down, dude.
Thank you. You didn't.
Big
That
fan.
was awesome.
Well, I'm going to go fuck your mother and then have a snack.
Here you go.
All right,
Boom.
guys. We'll see you tomorrow.
The Opie and Anthony Show. Opie and Anthony. On Sirius XM. Sirius XM. And now, the Opie and Anthony Show continues. This is After O&A Live. Here's your host, Sam Roberts.
Guess what? We're back on. What do you mean, this asshole?
Yeah, me and Kevin are like kind of bonding.
We'll bond then.
And
I love that.
We're becoming friends right in front of your eyes.
That's why I
and
want
you had to fucking turn the mics on so everyone else hears it.
You're the one who
This is
said-
the small talk, the real talk that happens after the show.
That's what people want to hear.
We were talking politics.
Is that why it's called After the Show?
That's right. They want to hear what goes on after the show.
But he pins me in so I can't even leave, and next thing you know, I'm doing more radio.
look a little pinned in.
I don't want to do more radio for these guys.
I have Travis right here.
I know.
in
I can't get out
position.
if I want to. And then I got to get through Roland. And then one of the bosses is outside the studio. I don't know how to get through this obstacle.
Let's go
course.
talk to him.
Yeah?
The boss, yeah.
Tomorrow
Sure.
we have
You
sandwiches
mean that?
too.
What?
Tomorrow, DeFontaines is bringing sandwiches.
Roland is
so excited.
Yeah,
Who?
Roland is the only talent booker that gets more excited for the sandwiches than the guests on the show.
How about you book tomorrow's show? It's just me so far. And now Kevin officially.
And sandwiches.
You're by yourself tomorrow, but we have sandwiches.
But now I got Kevin.
What kind of sandwich?
Any sandwich. They're going to be a whole tray, like 5 trays of sandwiches.
5 trays. I mean.
Doesn't matter. It's the quantity, not the quality.
As for flavors, I got a number.
I'd like one good sandwich. I don't need 5 trays.
Listen, if you can't find one good one out of 75 sandwiches,
Yeah, good point.
They're assembly lined.
But what does that say about their business, that they have to send 5 trays, so hopefully you find one good one?
They're all delicious sandwiches.
They are delicious?
All 5 trays.
Yeah,
you could
a couple
vouch for
trays.
every sandwich.
Look at me, yes.
Okay, you're right.
Who else is coming in tomorrow? I'm good with just me and Kevin.
But not
we
the
need-
flashlight thing again, right?
No. Well, honestly, if it gets a little slow, we're going to go for that.
Tomorrow is the day
That's
we were
how
going to
I'll know.
revisit.
Yes.
That's how I know things are going well.
Yes.
Get him back in here with the tour.
Yes.
Everybody's on the road.
We got all our tricks, trust me.
Yeah,
We got all our...
We'll break our Oscar picks tomorrow.
When we're,
Did you do that already?
Really? I didn't see a lot of the movies, man.
Me neither. That's why it's good.
Didn't see it.
When the show's going
The
slow, we
artist.
make fun of E-Rock and how fat
Remember
he
Bill
is.
Murray used to do the...
Huh?
Bill Murray used to do his Oscar picks on the news update on
Right.
SNL 100 years ago,
Yeah.
and he would basically say, "This movie here, I didn't see it," and he just knock it off the. Yeah, so that's crap.
Makes it easy to pick a movie.
It really does.
Yeah. Am I witnessing, though, also not only this friendship being built, but Kevin going from guest to co-host after basically one appearance?
Well, what else am I going to do?
It's just, I mean, it's a great thing.
If you can, ride with being blackballed from the show for 10 years,
yeah. You get to come on and be
and
the
then
co-host.
prove your.
Oh God!
No, you know what? I'm
like an idiot.
unbelievably touched that you brought it up on the air because I had no idea any of this was going on.
I was going to tell you off air. Like I didn't understand why we said no to you because I've always been a fan of you.
But you said no.
Yeah.
Okay, I don't blame you. Character actor, dramatic. What's he going to come in and
Because
talk about? What it was like to work with Tom Cruise?
But that became who you were.
It becomes.
And you said it on the show today, and I went, "That's why."
Yeah.
Because the fact is, Kevin's a funny guy.
Did you know he was a stand-up, or did you just know him from
I
the
think so,
movies?
but I never saw your stand-up,
Right.
and I liked your roles in movies.
Right.
But we like funny. We just like funny people on our show.
Yeah, I get it.
But
As a fan of the show,
But
believe me.
some of these roles are like, well, he's not that funny.
Yeah.
He's good.
How are we going to get laughs? Is he going to come in and reenact a scene?
Stupid on my part.
No.
Dumb.
Don't put yourself down. That doesn't make anything better.
You know what it is? though? It's good radio.
I'll be putting himself down.
Yeah, why
I
not?
can't believe he's literally blocking your path.
Are you blocking, Travis?
That's what he's here for.
Is he allowed to leave?
No, not yet.
What else do you want to ask?
Eric was trying to get me to shit stir. E-Rock was talking into my headphones while that was going on.
About what?
He wanted me to ask you what other guests you've turned down.
Wow, that's a great. I forget after a while.
Yeah.
Who have I turned down?
My soul's too sad to bring it
Yeah,
up.
Roland remembers every single name on that list.
I have nightmares about it. I was like,
Yeah, but sometimes we turn down guests because we don't want just a show filled with guests. We want to just hang and do our thing.
Yeah.
Who, Roland? Who's been the hardest for you?
Who
to
was
say
as
no to?
consistently turned down?
Yeah.
Whose name was brought up many times and he went, you know what? I don't see it.
Oh, I know.
Who? Oh, Travis knows.
Jeff Garland.
This is a bad topic for you. This is a no-win for you.
Jeff Garland was the name that Travis just mentioned.
I like,
He's funny as fuck.
Yeah, I know. I hear. I'm not impressed with him on Curb.
he's funny.
You got to turn it up a little, Jeff. Turn it up if you want to
Is
make
he
it in
really,
here.
Kevin? Is he really funny on the stage?
Yeah.
He truly is a
His stand-up is
naturally
good?
funny guy who can kind of riff about nothing
Oh,
or anything. Yeah, yeah.
what a dumb.
Made another mistake.
He was hilarious at Caroline's.
Was he?
Was-
Yeah.
Who else?
You had Norm from Cheers in here, and you wouldn't have Jeff Garland.
We're trying to have an intervention with Norm. It didn't go too well.
It really went poorly.
It's the worst interview I think we've ever done.
No, Jeffries did Norm throughout.
Huh?
No, I was thinking of Cliff.
No, that was
Cliff.
Yeah.
Norm just came in here depressed.
Oh,
And it
man.
was really sad to see because I was a huge fan of Cheers. And I called him out and I was like, "No, I'm all right."
And then
Something
Jim, Jim asked
and it looked
him,
like he was drinking all night. I don't know. I don't feel like getting sued.
but he was writing a book about drinking.
Right.
Like that was what he was promoting.
Yeah, a book on beer. So I figured, well, he looks like he might have had beers last night. Maybe only a mere couple hours ago because we start so early.
And then Jim asked him like legit questions of, have you ever thought about, are you an alcoholic? Like, are you? You know, and that was completely the wrong direction to go in for him.
And it got worse from there.
That was not what he was feeling at the time.
And then after the interview, we hope some of you guys do an ID for us. He's like, no.
Yeah, he walked right out.
He said no IDs for these guys. I didn't mean to go down that road. It just got weird that day.
Yeah, it wasn't like a prank interview. It just went wrong.
Like Paris
This is why
Hilton.
Jeff Garland's scratching his head.
Huh?
Saying, this is why Jeff Garland is scratching his head, saying, I can't fucking believe I can't get on the show.
Now we got to get Jeff on.
Norm wants to kill himself, and I can't.
And I can't be booked.
Are you getting yelled at? What's happening?
E-Rock's waving his hands around.
What
now.
is-
He just won't talk.
No, I was just telling Roland put his headphones on.
Why?
When he talks, he moves away, and you can't. He
It's
can't
the
hear him on the
after
mic.
show. It's all good.
Does it matter if we hear Roland?
That is true.
Half the time you don't know what he's saying anyway, so it's better it's off mic.
Lin Mania.
Who was the most painful one for you to say no to? Like,
there's a list.
Which one?
I don't name names because publicists listen. So I don't name names.
No publicists listen to the after show. Nobody listens to it.
I don't name names.
Yeah, but sometimes we say no because we're overbooked or whatever.
Or sad.
Or sad.
Also, you don't have to give away who said no.
Right.
The question
There's three
is,
people.
The question is a name that
like a strong name that you were just
that for many reasons might
Right.
not have made the show.
one that you were kind of counting on.
This is great radio, by the way.
I know. I just can't.
You thinking about it?
Yeah.
I know. There's a few of them. I'm trying to think of the.
Because
main one.
you've had to turn down people in this building like the day of.
By the security.
He has the worst job, without question.
Yes, absolutely.
For this reason.
Or by somebody went by the security desk. Oh, hey, can I get a cup of coffee? I'm like, well, on your way out.
Like, what about what's his name? Anthony Michael Hall, or Anthony? That's yeah.
He was downstairs.
What happened? What was the story?
He was down on the K-Rock lobby, and then you go, I don't want him. And I go, I just bring him to the green room. And you're like, no.
Is he the dude from the John Hughes movies?
Yeah.
That guy?
But Vacation. Come here and talk about the Chevy Chase movie Vacation.
Yeah.
I'm holding a grudge because when we got when we did the Sex for Sam thing at NEW, the next day when the whole world was literally talking about us, he actually canceled on us because he thought it would not be good for his fucking image to be on our show.
It was his publicist who did. He didn't know about it.
And to be fair, probably wouldn't have looked good for him to be on your show at that
Good point.
Yeah, and he was very, very.
But you don't live in my head.
That's right.
In my head, it seemed normal
yeah.
to do the show after this big, huge controversy.
And maybe an important moment to show a little support.
Yeah, exactly.
That's when you find out who your real friends are.
Why did we say no that day if we said yes?
You said you. So they said yes to booking him.
Yes.
And then he got to the building.
I said, I'm going to go. You said, where are you going? I go, okay, Anthony Michael Hall. You're like, give me a minute. All right. Then you're like, no, don't bring him up.
Because you remembered literally 5 minutes before he was going to be on the air that he's the one that canceled that
Oh,
day.
really?
Yeah.
You sure it wasn't Jimmy? Because Jimmy
No,
usually goes down that road.
No, that was you. that was like the one day.
And so you had to go down to the sidewalk?
No, down by the security desk.
And send him home?
Yeah.
Was he...
He grabbed me by my shirt.
He grabbed you physically?
Yeah, he grabbed me. He said, are you fucking kidding? I was like, the funny part is, no. He goes, I switched my flight. I switched everything to come to the show. I'm like, well, you could catch a later flight now. And he screamed, yelled, cursed.
But he couldn't come upstairs.
Yeah, he said, I'm going upstairs. I go, I can't get you upstairs.
Then he should have came in at that point.
Yeah.
Did you know that was going on at all?
No.
No, he screamed, yeah.
That's Roland's job. He has to deal with all this because of him, and he didn't even know what happened.
Well, my new friend Kevin Pollak is going to think I'm a complete asshole.
Quite the opposite.
Oh, thank you. Thank
You
you.
respect it.
Quite the opposite.
I mean, things happen, right?
Yeah. Fuck yes.
Kevin knows.
It's a very awkward situation.
Things happen sometimes.
Yeah.
But you,
And also, you had the memory of the guy saying, go fuck yourself on a very important day.
It was an extremely important
But
day.
you've never turned down somebody like at the door of the chat show before he was supposed to go
Very
on.
early on, I said no to a giant, giant name in comedy because for me, to sit down with someone and talk just to them for 2 hours live, I need to be fascinated. And
Right.
I'm not fascinated by this guy's story.
Oh, who was it?
I really want to know.
Really?
Yeah.
On air?
I've
You don't have to
never,
on air.
I've never said who it was. He's huge in comedy, but it's also kind of huge in a way that people go, "Oh, all right."
It
I
makes
think,
sense.
yeah, I think
okay.
it wouldn't be much of a breaking story if I say the guy's name. 'cause
Everyone's
then-
got a name in their head now.
Yeah, well, good. That's even better.
Yeah.
You know what? A reason to tune in tomorrow. Maybe
All
we'll
right.
talk about it tomorrow.
We're gonna name the name tomorrow.
Yep.
Oh,
Eric,
fantastic.
who else?
We had a guest that was sitting in the green room for almost an hour during the K-Rock portion, and then Steve was instructed to tell her the show was over while we went and did the show at XM.
Who was the guest?
Nina Hartley. She was promoting a book, and she sat in the green room for almost an hour, and we had to walk past her while she was in the green room to go do the XM show.
Or my favorite Steve moment is when he forgot about Mike Rowe sat behind him.
What?
Mike, that's when I left. Mike Rowe sat behind Steve for 2.5 hours.
Where? What do you mean sat behind him?
In the green room.
That was...
And then he said, Steve turned around and go, oh, you're here. I've been here for
No. What happened that day?
That's what he said.
I feel bad, and we gave him alcohol and everything, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I was
we got him a really expensive
Gave
bottle.
him alcohol and everything.
Well, no, we got him a really expensive bottle of what?
I think it was champagne or something.
No, I thought it was scotch.
Yeah, I think it was.
I think it was
Scotch,
some
too.
sort of hard liquor.
I think we found out what his drink of choice.
Mike Rowe
was.
used to do our show all the time. He's really good on the radio. We like him a lot. And we booked him the same day as Victoria Gotti.
Yes.
And she would not shut up.
And Mike Rowe ended up coming in here for like 15 minutes, and then you guys got Victoria.
we finally got him in, and then he was just sitting there because she kept talking.
Right,
because
you thought Victoria Gotti was going to be quick.
And for whatever reason, we couldn't control the situation that day. So Mike, he's a guy that doesn't get mad. He was mad.
Yeah, but he's coming back though soon.
But that was...
I blamed that on Steve, though. Sure.
Really?
Yeah, I threw him under the bus.
Yeah, that was just one of those weird days. It happens.
Yeah.
We didn't do that on purpose to him at all.
I know. I blame Steve, though.
That's not in the host said no and blackballed for 10 years category.
I wear it as a badge of honor now. Because, you know what?
He wasn't blackballed for 10 years.
That's his word.
His name came up a few times.
It's true. It's only funny because they made a bigger deal out of it. And by the way, the happy ending is an absolute thrill.
And I said this to you a year ago. You did the show. I went, holy fuck, I'm an idiot.
What's the matter with me?
All right, I said it, right? You remember. But now it all makes sense because of that whole dramatic actor thing.
Yeah, it's annoying.
Which we didn't do a lot of back then.
Right?
We did mostly just comics then.
Yeah. Now you do dramatic actors.
We do.
Yeah.
We take chances.
Who, by the way, your instinct was right, are not terribly interesting.
Yeah.
Or funny. Rarely funny.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. Sometimes it's like pulling teeth.
They're funny. Yeah.
What?
You can't even say they're not funny. That's not an insult. If somebody's just not funny, they're not funny.
Everyone's amazing.
Everybody,
It's rolling,
you're all,
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Funny
No, he
and
can't
beautiful.
win. If you're dealing with publicists every day, you can't fucking win.
No.
You know what?
What?
Everyone's bringing up Richard Jenny now.
Richard Jenny.
You know.
Well, what happened? I mean, bring everybody up to speed. Not everybody knows what happened.
I don't know.
Bring him
He's
up to
dead.
speed. No, I know that, but before he died.
And I'm sure Kevin knew him probably. You know
Yeah,
Jenny coming up?
But I think, Richard, if
We
you were
fooled
with
around
us
with him.
now, would be the first person to admit that he was a bit of a pain in the ass.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, and I think
You would
everyone-
admit that.
People who love him know that about him.
And he sort of was a pain in the ass at NEW.
Uh-huh.
And he wanted on immediately. And I don't remember what we were doing that day, but we just couldn't get him on immediately. We still have a radio show we're trying to craft every fucking day.
Right.
And he was getting really impatient, so we decided to really just fuck with him and make him, call from outside the studio. We allowed him to do a prison visit.
What, because you had the big glass window, so he had to
Yeah.
talk to you through the window?
And nothing against his comedy. Funny guy, or we wouldn't have had him even, at the station.
He wouldn't have been booked if he wasn't brilliant.
Yeah, but he was being a pain in the ass. I'm like, oh, really? You're going to challenge me on that?
Yeah.
So then we forced him to call from literally right out the window so we could see him calling us. And then we kind of had him sort of auditioning.
Right.
To come on the show.
Yeah,
If
and
you came on, what bit would you do?
we did all that, which is great radio.
That's great radio.
But to this day, a lot of people feel that might have been what made him do what he did that day.
I don't think that. I mean,
They like to make this the fucking
Yeah,
leap.
that's a bit
Of
of a
course, that's not the reason.
I'm sorry,
Of
this
course.
was the same day that he...
No. Then
not
years
even
later.
years.
Years later, all that went down.
And people tie that together. His downfall started that morning when you guys fucked with him.
Because our listeners are assholes. Yes, they make that leap.
I wouldn't go with asshole. I'm gonna go idiot. I'm gonna go straight up
moron.
But
Yeah.
none of these guys were around
What a
for
maroon.
You guys weren't around for the prison
No,
visit.
I wish I
It was
was.
classic.
The one that really I know stung Roland hard was the David Tyree incident. the story that we've told 100 times. That made that one incident made Roland a Jets fan because
Really?
they wouldn't give him Giants tickets anymore.
No.
Well, David Tyree, the famous catch in the Super Bowl when they played the Pats last time, he caught it with the...
On his helmet.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So he has a book called The Catch, and we were in a bad mood that day. We
He
had
has a book called The Catch?
More than just
Thank you.
More
It was
than-
called More Than Just a Catch.
Right.
Like, no, it wasn't just a catch to me. It was everything.
about Jesus, too.
Jesus and all. And I forgot. We were in a bad mood, and I'm
Yeah.
like, fuck this. I'm not talking to this guy. Who cares?
Well, but it
Good
was
for you, by the way.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
But he won the Super Bowl for the Giants. That should be big enough for you to want to talk to the guy.
New York sports team.
But it wasn't a guest pitch. It was already been pitched, already approved. The commercial break before he was coming on, Opie and Anthony were looking at the books going, well, what the fuck am I going to talk to him about? I don't want to talk to him.
Right.
And then Roland goes, he's outside the door. He's coming in now.
Right.
And
So me and Ant walked right by him.
Sure.
He doesn't know what we look like.
No.
A lot of people don't because we do radio.
Right.
We walked right by him and had Sam and E-Rock make believe they were us.
Franchise.
That's great radio.
That's genius, actually.
And
it
then-
was the most uncomfortable interview. We
And then
listened
I
back
was-
to it a few weeks ago. It was horrible.
And then I'm like asking questions from the other room as like a listener trying to fucking bury these guys in front of them.
Anthony pretended he was an intern at one point.
Yeah.
That's pretty terrific.
And just David Tyree was sitting there.
Everyone loved that but Roland, I'm guessing.
Roland hated it.
I lost all my Giants tickets.
And David Tyree, within 3 minutes, knew something was up because, first of all, Opie and Anthony have this reputation, and he looks at two guys that are in their 20s.
Right.
And then we're sitting there just trying to...
In all fairness to you, you were a lot greener.
And I didn't know what I was doing on the
Like
air.
Sam has come a long way, so he's just kind of starting out on this level anyway.
Right, this was
and
years
E-Rock
ago.
we didn't really put on the radio a lot. So now these guys are supposed to be these big radio stars,
Right.
Opie and Anthony.
Yeah, and we're trying to shoehorn in bad Opie and Anthony impressions that the listeners will
Right.
get that are totally out of context.
Oh, my God.
So
Now
David Tyree
they're
like,
playing our actual personality too.
Yeah.
Our,
And this
the
kid just wants
exaggerated
to talk
version.
about how Jesus helped him catch the ball. In his
Exactly.
helmet.
Yeah.
That's terrific.
But yeah, from that day forward, I guess that was Roland's Giants hookup, and they never spoke to him again.
No, they told me to lose the numbers. Never ask for tickets ever again.
Again, this has got to be a badge of honor, though.
Right. Now he's a Jets fan.
I'm a Jets fan.
But see, like we said earlier, 20 hours of radio. You got to fool around and do some weird shit.
Yeah.
You got to piss off someone.
Usually it's deserved.
Well, sometimes not. Sometimes you
Usually
just say
it's
no to
deserved.
people. They're like, I really want to do that show. Why do they keep saying no?
Like who?
Kevin Pollak, for example.
No, we got past
Wow.
that.
I thought we pulled that splinter out of his paw.
I think we got
whoops.
past
I
that.
forgot. I'm bad. I don't know what I'm doing.
Yeah, I got to go.
You have to go. we had a moment about that.
I
It was
like
nice.
that.
It was a nice moment. So who's doing the show tomorrow? Me, Kevin, who else?
I think you might have summed it up.
What? You
No
got no
Jeffries?
guests coming in?
I'm gonna call him again.
Holy fuck!
You're rethinking this right now.
Get
Kevin.
the kid who wrote the fucking book about Jesus and the
How
football.
early can you get? Now I got to be desperate. How early can you get in here tomorrow? I went from not booking you to please help me.
I have the tables of Tony.
Holy shit! You could really fucking turn this. You could turn the screws, man. If you want to get me back, don't show up tomorrow.
All right, well,
You're
just
gonna
Oh, how great would that be?
You're
going
going to
to
see someone
show
floundering.
tomorrow?
Look, I know how to do radio, but I need to bounce off something.
Yeah.
Holy fuck! You could really fuck me tomorrow.
E-Rock will be here.
Exactly. Oh, I could bounce off him. That's for sure.
Or he can,
that's a
or,
bad
joke.
or he
Yeah,
can
it's
cuddle
bad.
with you.
That cuddle story.
Well, and I'll make you do radio tomorrow with me.
I'll come in earlier.
Yeah,
No,
Kevin.
no.
I'll come in as early as I can.
You got
I mean, I'm doing a
Roland, you
show
got
tonight, so.
Mars.
No, sleep in a
It's
little.
not gonna be
bit.
here at 6,
Yeah, no. Whenever you can, that'd be great.
Oh, hell yeah. It's an honor.
And I know Mars, like Travis said, is willing to handle the first
He's
hour.
wearing, he's wearing this Constitution T-shirt.
He's ready.
I gotta finish strong tomorrow, man.
Yeah, it's been a good week.
I have to finish strong though. Got to do it.
Because like you were saying, like...
I could talk basketball with Mars. He's all about Lynn.
You can talk basketball, but can Mars talk
Yeah,
basketball?
Mars can't talk. So unfortunately...
Where is he? Watch this. Where's Mars?
I don't know. He's
I
taking,
can
I think
see-
he might be taking siesta.
I can
Probably
see if
went
Walt
home.
Frazier's available.
Really?
Yeah.
Wolf. That's
our booker. Look at Kevin's face.
I can see him.
I'm desperate, and you come up with Walt Frazier.
Not a regular, not just Walt Frazier.
I can talk about his suits and some basketball. That's it.
Right. So do the interview you did with him before.
9:50 to 10. There you go.
No, I would talk to him again just because of the whole Lynn thing.
Yeah.
Here comes Mars. We'll
Has
try him out.
Constitution.
Mars, you could talk Linsanity, right?
Absolutely. Siesta, motherfucker.
I don't know.
Working my ass off.
I don't know what you're doing.
Been
I
here
don't see
since
you.
11 o'clock last night.
What happened?
What you talking about?
What went wrong?
Nothing went wrong. I'm just filling in for somebody.
Oh. You're
What do you
doing a
want to-
double today?
He makes it sound like it was something for our channel. I've been here since
I
11.
know.
He gets
All right, I
paid
got a question
it.
for you. What's our chances with the Heat tonight? That's all I need to know. We're all thinking the same thing, right?
That's all I got to say. Because LeBron...
Because our boys aren't together yet. They got to figure out this fucking puzzle.
Right, and also...
Him touching the kid.
Huh?
And LeBron and Dwayne, they play some amazing defense. They're going to put it on them.
They're gonna have they're having a great year too.
Yep.
Can I tell you?
What do you think of Novak from three-point
Amazing.
range? How cool is that?
Every basketball team needs a white boy like that.
I wonder why they don't put him in earlier.
I got to tell you something, Opie. I got to tell you something.
What happened?
Somebody's very pissed
Kevin's
at Mars.
bored.
No, there was just another school shooting. It was
Oh,
caught my
shit.
attention. Yeah, it's horrible.
Somebody's pissed at Mars.
What? Who?
Sal, the intern.
Why?
Sal, the intern, says that all of Mars's basketball information comes from Sal before you get here in the morning.
Oh, really?
No,
We
and-
bounce ideas off.
That's what Sal says.
No, because Sal is a big fan.
Well, he is. He knows a lot about basketball.
He said he informs you, and then you use it to talk to
Can I go
all-
rest up for tomorrow?
Yes, you may.
I don't
So,
blame
wait a
him.
minute.
I'm
I didn't
stuck.
come in here saying that I
Thanks,
know all
Kevin.
this. Of
Kevin
course I'm
Pollak,
going to get
Caroline's tonight through Sunday. 212-757-4100. A whole bunch of us are going to go see Kevin Pollak.
See you tomorrow.
Maybe tonight. All right, good.
Just me and Mars like converse about basketball in the morning usually, and he's always reading the paper, getting his stats from me and all this
so he
sort
can
of shit.
talk to Opie when he comes in?
Exactly.
Oh, my
exactly.
God.
You go to a lot of games, right?
Yeah, I went this past Wednesday. I just found out I'm going to the Heat game in April a little while ago.
You got a rich father?
No,
Yes, he's
uncle.
rich.
Rich uncle that brings
Mars is a
you?
little
Yeah.
heated.
So.
All right, let me get in on that. I don't have any Knicks connections these days.
You think
I'm getting in on his rich uncle. Why not?
Because you're rich. You don't need a rich uncle.
I don't feel like paying
you
for
are
tickets.
the rich uncle.
Oh yeah.
You're the rich guy. You are the rich uncle.
How do you get tickets?
You just use your money and power of
Are there good
fame.
tickets available?
They're like $4,000.
You got it.
I ain't got no $4,000.
But if you want to pay for them,
I ain't got no $4,000.
You got it. You just don't want to give it up.
if you want to pay for them, I get you good tickets through the
How much?
garden.
Yeah, it's StubHub.
It'll be
We
face
called it.
value.
Face value. Where are the seats?
Probably.
I want to be
close
near
the
Woody
court.
Allen.
Courtside?
Get me near Woody Allen.
Wherever the
I don't
face
need to
value.
be near Spike Lee. I just want to be near Woody Allen and his fucking fisherman hat.
On the white side?
I think they're 500 face value. I think for
Near Woody Allen?
I think 500 or 1,000 face value.
Nice.
500 or
500 or that. It's either 500 or double that.
I'm pretty sure it's like close to 5,000.
Yeah.
actually, yeah.
I looked it up.
5,000?
For the face value of those.
Wait,
yeah.
you looked
Yes.
it up or you got it from Sal?
Wait,
I
the
looked it
face
up,
value
Sam.
is
Shut the fuck up,
5,000?
Sam.
For courtside?
That's what Sal
Yeah,
said.
courtside.
Wow.
Courtside is
I
very
didn't
expensive.
say that.
Eric just said it in my ear. Where do you think I got it? I made it up?
So what?
Wait, that's not StubHub shit? That's face value?
No, face value for those are like, yeah.
Holy
oh, yeah.
fuck.
You can look it up right now.
Fuck this Lynn guy.
Sal said he was pissed off that you
No,
were
I
using
was
all
sort
his
of pissed.
information.
You just having this beautiful conversation with Opie in the morning about basketball. Fucking boss, you said you were sleeping by that time. So you're getting all your info from me.
See, Mars?
What the fuck's going on with these motherfuckers?
Are you
man?
getting your info from Sal when we're talking basketball?
He's trying.
I do get information from Sam.
This isn't the first time Sal has mentioned
I was
this.
finally,
No one said.
Sam, I was finally opening up to the possibility of a new friendship. Because I'm like, holy shit, he knows about the Knicks and what's going on here.
I do.
No,
he does.
But now
he
I'm finding
does.
out you're getting your info from Sal, so I should
Sal.
become friends with Sal, not
That's
you.
exactly right.
All right, go be friends with that faggot.
Whoa! Jesus.
Hold on. I will admit, though, I really like chatting with Mars in the morning, though. It is fun.
Are you gay?
No.
Oh,
no.
That's just because what Mars said.
No, but chatting with Mars is fun in the morning. We talk basketball and stuff like that. But it's just funny when he comes
Does
in
he
here. and
add
just-
anything to the conversation that
No,
you
he
didn't know?
asked me. He's like, "Who's that Indiana Pacer who used to kill the Knicks way back?"
Remember fucking Reggie Miller? I forgot
You
his
didn't
name.
know Reggie Miller's
Oh,
name?
my God. I know who Reggie
Wait a minute.
Miller
He was
is.
the Knicks killer.
For a second, I forgot what Farouk. He looked like a fucking. What do you call that?
Oh,
Those guys
my.
in
This is not
Star
Opie.
Wars.
Opie, you see what's
Ferroni.
going on here.
I don't know Star Wars.
Whoa.
Your relationship is with Sal through Mars.
Yeah, me and Sal got to be friends.
Ferengi was it? Was it Ferengi?
Me and Sal. Me and Sal are officially friends.
Congratulations, Sal.
Congratulations,
Thanks,
Sal.
Hope. I appreciate it.
That
Mars.
means you're not going to the next Knicks game, by the way, Sam. I brought Sam. He could care less. Or is it couldn't care less?
Couldn't
Couldn't?
care less.
Well, when you use the other one, it's fine. Everyone knows what you're talking
But
about.
when you're saying you could care less, technically it means
Yeah, but everyone knows that means you don't give a fuck.
It doesn't make sense to me.
Sal and I, we talk about basketball all the time.
I love chatting with Roland. He's hysterical. He's always like, yeah, he passes the ball. He played wing. He brought it up on the after show.
Yeah, he said Lynn's position was right wing.
Right wing. And I think he finally got it, though. He said, like, scoring point guard, which is pretty valid, actually. So he eventually got it.
I like that Novak on the fucking perimeter,
oh, my
man.
God.
Why don't they start him?
Who knows?
Well, because he plays, like, power forward. And
No, I know, but you have him hang out on the perimeter as fucking Lynn is, trying to, go up the middle and
That's what I
drive
was
and shit, and then you
thinking about
fucking push it out to the fucking perimeter.
Mars is staring.
not that good, man.
Mars is staring daggers
Shumpert.
at you as
Whose
you
phone's
talk to
ringing?
Sal. Your phone.
Paul Mercurio.
Oh, that's the third guy.
Why is Paul Mercurio?
Because he wants to come on the show now.
Are you going to take the call?
Paul, I'm on the radio.
I didn't think you were still on the radio.
Yeah, what's going on? I haven't talked to you in a while.
How much, man? You guys in the middle of the show right now?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. How much, man? I was just calling to see about coming back on. I don't know if you guys are...
Yeah, that ain't happening. Didn't work out well the last time, remember? No, you're not on the air.
Oh.
It depends what you define as air.
That's right.
Yeah. All right. We'll talk. No, I got to get back to the show, but we'll talk. When do you want to come on?
Well, I was actually thinking... I know it's super last minute. I'm in town. I was actually thinking about coming by tomorrow if you guys...
Yeah, that ain't happening.
You know,
Yeah. God, we're so booked tomorrow. We have so many people coming in tomorrow.
I think we have room.
We might have room?
No, booked up.
What do you got going on? What do you got?
I'm working in Long Island at Governor's. I'm headlining out there this weekend, so I thought I'd plug that and, kind of
All right.
come on and reconnect,
Yeah.
But, if you guys are cool with it,
All right. What time tomorrow?
What's that?
What time you want to come in?
I don't know what time. I mean, what is your run? What do you,
I'm thinking maybe like 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock?
Is that good?
Yeah, that's cool.
All right, good. All right, I'll see you tomorrow and we'll reconnect.
You're not gonna fucking put me in a barrel and hang me out to dry or anything, are you?
No, I wouldn't do that. You should know by now, I don't hold a grudge. We'll talk more tomorrow. I got to get back on the radio.
So, what do I mean, you want to someone?
I'll have Roland set it up for 10 o'clock tomorrow.
I don't know, where am I coming? Up to Sirius 36-4?
Yeah, Roland will call you. I'll give him your number. All right? All right, brother. Bye.
So,
This now goes to the list of what we were talking about before,
What?
actually.
What happened?
He probably heard the
Are you doing extra radio tomorrow?
No.
Oh, it's Friday.
It's Friday. Get out of here early.
9:30.
I guess we have a guest then.
Yeah, enjoy.
You do for the shit show.
Should we franchise him?
Huh?
Exciting.
Where's Mars and Sal going? We weren't done.
Well, Mars was
Mars
just
needs
reading...
some more Knicks information.
Yeah, Mars, I saw as I took the phone call, you were trying to get some quick Knicks info. I went right to the sports
I
page.
can't read the fucking paper. Don't you do that?
No.
You
In the
went for
mornings?
like, holy fuck, maybe I can find a little tidbit.
Let me go to...
Did you know
Did
they
everyone
play at
else
the-
see that?
Yes.
Of course. And what he was doing, he was researching. He was cramming at the last minute for when the conversation
They
starts.
play at the
again.
Garden. Yes. Damn, it's remodeled.
Mm-hmm.
Those seats you want, by the way, are $4,000.
Told you. I don't got
You didn't say $4,000.
You said 500 to 1,000.
For what?
For the seats.
Woody Allen?
Mars is leaving as if he had a victory.
He's mad now.
Mars has to pretend he has work to do.
He's mad because he got
Well,
called out.
he's wearing the Constitution T-shirt.
Well, because I heard you the first time you said it. Nobody could see his T-shirt.
Shut up.
The thing about
Yeah, shut up, you babbling fool.
the thing about Mars is that like this was his one thing, and you realize that the conversations he was having with you were not real conversations. He was researching right before the conversation,
right?
Because he thought that was his end to be your friend.
Do you think he panics when Sal's like running late and he knows that Opie's coming in?
Yeah. Can you imagine if Sal wasn't here one day? What would Mars talk to you about?
No, in all honesty, I do enjoy talking with them because Mars has that sort of vernacular, I guess, the way he's talking.
Span-English.
What did the Knicks have to do?
What
now
do
they got
have to do?
Lynn.
Focus.
I think I forgot. I was actually talking with my dad about that last night. He was saying probably. I was thinking like a backup small forward,
Yeah.
someone who's quick.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for verifying.
Mars
that.
things too.
Well, they got some guys they could trade now.
They do.
Obviously.
They should cut Bibby. They should cut.
Bibby
They dropped Ronaldo Balkman, who was their actual backup small forward, and he was pretty good.
Mars is in the engineering room writing down names furiously. Bibby.
I love how J.R. Smith plays. Holy
oh my God,
fuck.
he's a lunatic though.
What's up with the hairdo?
He shaved it off. I have no idea. He had this like 90s rapper part, but it went across the top of his head. It was really weird. Yeah.
No, but I think Junior Smith is a good player.
I haven't seen a hair fucking style like that.
Yeah.
He's got a part going from like I guess it would technically be ear to ear or temple to temple.
It goes all the way across his whole head.
He shaved it off.
So he's got a piece in front, then this weird part, and then the rest of his hair.
That's weird.
He played in China. I didn't know that was going on in China.
He played in China, and it turns out like he left early, so he actually owes $1 million back to that team. And they only signed him for
I think
2.5.
1.5
million on the Knicks.
Really?
Yeah. But he used to play with Carmelo too, which is good for chemistry and stuff like that. Yep. That's it, actually. Yeah.
I think Jeremy Lin is being too polite to Carmelo. Just fucking keep playing how you're playing.
Yeah.
And let fucking Anthony catch up.
Carmelo will find his groove. You know, he's a little bit off right now, but just in due time, it's not like he needs to learn how to play basketball. He'll just turn the switch on and
J.R. Smith looks like he had brain surgery.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. It looks like it's a scar, yeah.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen.
But he's a head case. He's gotten into like car accidents with Carmelo when they were in Denver and shit. Like he's a lunatic.
He looks like Jack Nicholson at the end of One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest with the lobotomy scars in his head.
He's tatted up all the way to his ears.
What's wrong with this
He's
guy?
tatted up all the way to his ears.
Yeah, he's got like a Yankee symbol on his Adam's apple.
He's got a Yankee symbol on his neck?
Yeah.
He's a basketball player.
So he likes the Yankees.
He's a big Yankees fan.
Oh, is he rolling? I might as well get that information from Mars.
You think he'd be embarrassed if the Yankees became a gay baseball team and you have the logo on your neck?
Why would
I'm tired. That didn't work.
Yankees become a gay baseball team?
That just didn't work.
Oh, no. That's an M, not an N. That's a Young Money logo done in the Yankees font.
Oh, really?
Oh, okay.
It says Young Money over it, which the Young Money rap group is probably less of a franchise right now in terms of longevity than the Yankees. I think the Yankees probably would have been a wiser move.
Do you think he'll
See, if I got
regret
breaking
that?
news on the show,
What's the breaking news?
I'll put my headphones on.
Is this bigger than the big Ron and Fez announcement
Big.
tomorrow?
A lot of big things happening.
Wow.
You just heard the first conversation I've had with Paul Mercurio in 10 years.
Yeah, and it wasn't good.
No, I saw him once open up for Brian Regan in Philly. But besides that, I haven't talked to him since the big
uncomfortable.
incident. And now he might be coming in and do a little radio.
Yeah, with who?
Sam.
And now we got Tom from White Plains.
What?
Tom.
Hey, Opie, Greg Hughes. And is Kevin Pollak still there?
Yes,
No.
he's been
Yeah.
quiet for the last 25 minutes.
Hi, Tom. How are you?
This is Tom from Is Tom Alive Friday.
Incredible.
Are you still alive?
Yeah, I
Holy
died. I died the night I came home from the PCN Bank Center when I saw you guys with the traveling virus.
Yeah.
I actually had a cardiac arrest when I was in the emergency room.
Wait, you died after our comedy show?
Yeah.
So you're calling
killer
from?
show.
Are you? So how's the afterlife?
Well, I didn't see anything.
This guy died.
I didn't see anything, so they brought me back pretty quickly. I've been just taking it easy. But I love you, Kevin. I think you're great.
Not actually here. I
Yeah.
don't know.
No,
Thank you.
Kevin's here.
No, he's not.
Thank you.
Well, then why are you talking to him? How's your health there,
said he
Tom?
was.
How's your health?
Not good. Not good.
You said that.
That's what you said years ago.
You said that 5-6 years ago.
You're obviously fine.
Yeah, I'm struggling around. I huff and I puff going everywhere.
Just a complainer.
Remember the moment
Yeah,
when
I am
you
that too.
when you remember the moment when you set off that firearm live on our show?
What?
You don't remember the time you set off a firearm?
yes.
What?
Yes.
You called us saying you're going to kill yourself, and then we talked you out of it, mostly Anthony, and then next thing you know, the fucking
Mostly
fire.
Jimmy.
Was it Jimmy that day?
Yeah.
Where was I at with that whole thing? Laughing?
No, you were being very concerned.
And then the firearm went off after the fact, after we talked you down.
Yes. And then an hour and a half later, I hear banging at my door, and when I go to it, boy, there were
It's a SWAT team.
8 cops aiming weapons at me.
Yeah.
With the shields up, and they took me to
Bellevue.
Someplace like that. Yes, here in Westchester.
Nice.
And I spent a couple of days in there, and then I came down to see you.
Right.
You know, I've been listening to you, Opie, since WBAB back in the, well, maybe you don't want me to tell you to say that, but, you know.
I think people can figure it out.
He knows he was at BAB.
Yeah, I was there 92 to 95, I think.
And you did part-time before that.
What? I wasn't part-time at BAB.
No?
No.
Oh, somebody wasn't listening very carefully.
No, they were there, and you were there.
Were you a member of the Nighttime Attitude? Had shirts and everything.
You did?
Coming soon, I didn't do shit T-shirts, Sam.
Really?
Well, not really. I still need someone to design it for me.
Why don't you just write it?
Huh?
Just write it.
No, I know what I want. I need some fucking artist to fucking,
Why don't you just get Coke Logic to do it? That's what everybody else does around here.
Well, maybe we give Coke Logic a little break in the action.
What? It's his business. That's what he does.
Talented.
He's on everything.
Just do it in Microsoft Paint.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I didn't do shit T-shirts coming
All
soon.
right, Coke Logic. You heard. I tried.
All right, Tom. Anything else? This is the big update, I guess, huh?
Yeah, I'm still around.
Good for you. People ask me all the time.
And
Not really.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I've
I don't
forgotten.
think so. But thanks for the humor every day.
Yeah.
And you know.
I wish I could thank you for something. I'm thinking.
Well, I'm still waiting for my MacBook.
You never got your MacBook?
No, I never
God, this
got
is
it.
so
You
awkward.
said if I come on stage in Philly or Camden,
Wow.
you'd give me a MacBook. Well, I went on stage, and I thanked you for that. It was fun.
This is just uncomfortable.
No, it's
though.
weird. I just returned a MacBook to Apple because for some reason I got a new MacBook even though my other one was less than a year old. I'm like, I had so many MacBooks. I'm like, I got to return some of these.
Could have given one away.
Yeah.
I could use a MacBook.
Hmm.
So you're getting confronted by all the guests that you've turned down and all the people that you promised prizes to.
you guys
That didn't
have
Yeah,
been
what is this? You guys set up an intervention.
Yeah, Opie, you got to start being nicer to
How
people.
the fuck? How the
No,
fuck do
no,
I
I
get
gotta
called out on
defend
guests?
Opie.
Paul Mercurio calls me live while we're still on the air, and now Tom from White Plains. You guys set this shit up today.
This
Remember
is
that
karma.
lunch you were supposed to go to like 5 years ago?
No.
Oh.
Yes, you do. We all do. That's for damn sure.
All right, Tom.
Hey, thanks, Opie.
I'm surprised you made it to the iPhone age. I didn't think that was going to happen. I'm surprised you made it to the Twitter age. I'm happy you're part of that.
Well, they
You know,
they told me I'd probably be dead within 10 years, and
God.
I died. However, I was recovered, so now I got that over with. I don't care if I drop dead anywhere. The hell with it.
Ronnie, this guy died. There was nothing. There was nothing before they brought him back. But my theory is, why does there have to be something right away? Maybe, maybe it takes a little time. People are dying all the time. It's got to be some kind of fucking list. And like, I'll get to this guy. And,
Plus everybody's coming
and
back
bring him
and
to the
everything.
afterlife.
Even if it's 100 years, it's still not so bad. Just taking
can't be
100
that
years
bad.
sleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It can't be that
It's when
bad.
it gets to the millions where it really freaks you out, right?
I don't know. I'm not that afraid of before I was born. So that doesn't scare me. So after, I'm not like, oh, I didn't exist during the 1920s. So shit.
You're not worried about missing shit?
How do
What
you
would
know?
I miss?
No, this is my logic.
The apocalypse?
If everyone dies, here it is. Could it be that bad?
Yeah.
If everyone does it, could it be that bad? Or is this a complete mind fuck and everyone has to feel this fucking horrible feeling that they're going to be dead and nothing happens?
That's what it is.
I honestly just think that it just feels like you're falling backwards through space forever. Just whoa! You're just cut off from everything.
But after a while, you would handle that and you wouldn't be scared of that anymore, right? Unless you're
after
Fez.
that, then you'd be in a
Unless you're
tight
Fez.
spot. Then you'd be in a tight spot for a couple hundred years. Can't breathe.
Waiting to hit something?
Yes.
Oh, my God. Can you imagine?
Just bouncing off rocks.
You are fucking up people that are high right now. Can you imagine you just fall for years and years and years?
Does it make any less sense than living on a cloud and playing the fucking flute or whatever people believe?
Of course not.
I don't know. Blackness isn't so awful, is it? Just
I feel like
people are.
the scary thing is the world missing everything.
what would you miss?
What is this?
Fucking
Sam, what's
Super
wrong with
Bowl?
you? You haven't figured out that this is all nothing? It means nothing? It's shit?
It means something in the
What
moment.
are you going to
though.
miss?
But what are you missing? What's
Getting
one
your
thing
mail
that
every
you're gonna
day?
miss?
Who cares?
Like If people died in 2005, they weren't around to see Twitter. I want to be around to see what comes next.
But aren't you?
You want to live for Twitter? Well, you got big aspirations.
Do you really feel bad that you missed the Civil War? That you weren't there for that?
I guess I just feel like what's coming next is always better.
What's coming next is going to be the road. That's what it's going to be. It's you and your son in gray, fucking ugly ash streets trying to open up old cans of fucking beaches.
I hope that's... I just want to know what it is.
You want to know my greatest fear?
Yes, I do.
It's very simple. That I die, and within a mere, let's say 10 years, they figured out how people live forever. And I just felt fucking sure.
How come you want to live
forever?
forever?
That's what pisses me off. Because that'd be kind of cool.
My main fear is to outlive my money. That's the fucking fear.
Oh, yeah, there you go. But, because, I mean... It looks like they're going to figure out some fucking longevity shit.
What's the difference?
And is that going to start with like my son's generation, or do I get a little taste of that?
No,
Am I going to get a taste of that?
Oh, do you really want to be a fucking brain in a jar? Just one of those fucking things? Maybe you're hooked up to some kind of a fucking robot legs.
Can you enjoy Thanksgiving?
I don't think so.
If your head's in a jar?
I don't enjoy it now.
That's
I got to spend it with my family.
Good point.
You know, Ron and Fez's shows, we got to make some time for them.
He's already here.
I'm here. It's all happening.
It started. Fez
is having moments with Kevin Pollak right now.
Oh, so he doesn't...
He's good.
Kevin Pollak is giving Fez the advice show. What Walken would say. Are you going to do Talking Walken with him? Are you going to go sit on stage?
That was a real moment. I don't know how I would fit in. Because I just was staring at how great his Walken is. And I'm like, and Walken has a weird way of talking where he doesn't complete sentences. You don't know when to jump in.
Do you think if Jay Moore found out that you were doing Walken with him, that Jay would just be driving down the road crying?
Jesus, yeah.
Yeah, but you're going to ask him to come in and co-host your show tomorrow, but then you won't do his show? But he really wanted you to do your show.
I got the Oscars.
What do you mean you got the Oscars?
I was asked
nominated.
He likes to tweet during big events and then...
Live tweeting. I was asked to do something. I was flattered to be asked to do something for the Oscars.
So you can't...
I don't even know what the plug is yet, but I was asked to do something.
You better figure it out by
I have a conflict. So Ronnie's going to do it.
Well, what time is Talking Walking?
I'm already out.
We're not doing Talking Walking.
He wants you to do it.
No, he decided we're going to do
You're just trying
the
to
chat
make it
show.
uncomfortable.
He's got 2 shows, Sam.
I want somebody to do this Talking Walking thing.
I was going to tell him they should get somebody to animate it like fucking Ricky Gervais did, but I'm like, why am I helping him make a living? He's made 66 movies.
66. Wow. It's a lot of movies.
No.
Tom, have you made a movie?
Yes, in behind the scenes. I worked on Sliver and the 3 Steven Seagal movies. But Steven Seagal, he's cheap. At least his production people are.
Hold on, Earl's on TV. I'm just trying to find out how he's doing right now.
You know, Earl was our featured Black History Month today, and we didn't get to it.
Oh, God
E-Rock,
damn it.
Oh, no, we got to get Fez in here and start the
He's
Ronnie
fine.
show.
He's fine.
We'll save it for tomorrow.
We will?
Yeah, we'll honor Black.
Oh, Ronnie's
tomorrow.
a big fan of Earl. I'm a big fan of Earl.
We all love Earl here.
That's my big mistake with Ronnie. I got big mistakes with everybody.
What's your big
I'm trying to make good with everyone. My
Your
mistake.
big mistake is not doing Talking Walking.
That's the mistake.
That's the mistake.
Well, my big mistake with Ronnie was suggesting Earl.
You like Earl.
I do like Earl.
As a person.
But I suggested that Earl could be the guy for Ronnie.
And you don't think that's the case?
I don't know.
Don't we all miss Earl, though? I mean, even though he was the worst.
He had a nice energy.
You haven't had one guy faint. You haven't had one guy run down the subway. Yeah, of course we miss Earl.
Yeah.
You never really got to work with Earl like we did.
No, I mean, I listened as a fan.
It was just amazing.
But I didn't get to see him.
You
in his
listened
prime.
to the fan, is what you listened to.
What was he, the assistant fire marshal?
Assistant to the assistant.
Assistant to the assistant fire marshal
Yeah.
for that particular floor at NEW, and took his job very seriously.
Good. As he should.
Yeah. And the public file, let's not forget.
He did do the public file.
Which is old school radio where you had to keep files. What's
we
that?
should mention real quick that the Jim Norton's pre-sale is on sale now.
Oh, good.
It went on sale at 10 a.m. tinyurl.com/JNCleveland is how you can get there. Regular is going to go on sale tomorrow, but get your pre-sale tickets now. Password is WMMS. It's for his show at the Ohio Theater in Cleveland, Ohio. Saturday, April 28th. He's taping a special. So you can get your pre-order tickets now.
Are the Ohio players going to be with him?
Not sure.
Would love to see that show.
Hey, are
Did
we
you see
done
who
with
Van Halen's touring with?
who?
Cool in the Gang.
Is that true?
Cool in the motherfucking Gang.
Is it the real Cool in the Gang?
Yeah.
Original members?
At least Cool.
At least
I
Cool.
can't speak for
You
the
might
gang.
have changed the gang?
Gotta be 100.
Tom,
what's he still
doing?
Tom, please shut up.
What are you doing?
This isn't death where you get to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
This is life.
We did the Make-A-Wish shit. Stop.
Yeah.
We're talking here. Really, Cool in the
I
Gang.
didn't think I was on the air.
Tell him to shut the fuck up.
It's not my show.
Well, you're the one
I'm
with the
just
mouth.
fucking hanging, man.
You haven't moved out.
I have no pressure here.
You haven't moved out of
I
my
don't get
spot.
credit for this shit.
Opie's fucking had his coat on
For an hour.
Yeah, for an hour.
Do you realize that Paul Mercurio called me live on the show today?
I
It was
missed
a
it.
big get for Sam's show.
Opie goes, Paul Mercurio calls him, and Opie says, "Hey, I'm still doing the show. I'm not on the air, am I? No, not really. Oh.
I said not really, though. That should have been a hint.
And then he goes, I was thinking, can I come and do the show? And Opie's like, yeah, sure. When were you thinking?
The listeners literally got to hear the first conversation I've had with Paul Mercurio since it all went down, Ronnie.
Wow.
So Opie booked him for 10 o'clock tomorrow.
Perfect.
And Paul said something to the effect of, you're not going to hang me out to dry or whatever he said.
Right, no.
And Opie said, no, I don't hold grudges.
What are you going to leave? 5 up?
No. Tomorrow I did an extra hour. Now I'm good to maybe 9:30 tomorrow. Maybe
Tomorrow you do a show till 10 o'clock.
Because I don't. You know, me and Kevin Pollak have to figure out our chemistry. Ronnie might come in. Hopefully, please.
Kevin coming in at 6?
No. No, he's not. He's got shows tonight. You're coming in at 6.
I'm going to come in at 6 if I can get out of here today.
Can you get out of
If I
here
get out
today?
of here a little early, yeah.
To fucking give Fez the stick.
Yeah, let Fez
Fez is
handle
ready
the
to
show.
fucking take the stick.
And
I
the
think.
listeners love when he takes the stick.
And I know Pepper can handle it with Fez. They have good chemistry.
The thing
Why do I get? I'm glad you're here. Why do I get what's called? You know, we all get Google alerts for our names.
Yeah.
I get Fez alerts from the listeners.
Do whatever he's doing?
I get Fez alerts on a regular basis. Holy shit! You right now alerts. There was
care.
one the other day, but I assume it's just the same stuff that happens.
It is. It is fucking Groundhog's Day. And sometimes I think back to when it used to be like, holy shit, this is fucking...
That's why I love new Ron and Fez listeners.
Yeah.
It's like, oh my God, he's having a breakdown. Yeah, give it a couple of weeks.
Well, what's really funny is and the weird thing is we always do get new listeners here because people get cars.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's not like...
Right.
They finally can
So,
afford a car that
yeah.
might have this in it.
So whenever you get a new car, you're going to get this. But they'll be like, what really fucking crushes Fez is best ofs. Because people are like, holy shit! I'm listening to the best of. I'm laughing, and then I'm like, who's that fucking guy? Then I find out it's Fez. And while they're doing it, he's just... nothing is a compliment to him.
No.
Nothing is
He
a
doesn't
compliment.
take that to mean, oh, I was doing something really special. Most people don't get to do that.
But some of those best ofs, you're like, oh fuck, I'm past that. Ugh. God,
I know, I despise
replaying
fucking-
some horrible fight I might have had or something like
Right.
that.
Are things okay with him and Zito?
No, not really. I
They're
saw it
not?
all go down. Not good.
You know, the thing with Zito is...
The fuck? Tom! Stop!
Tom, I just said the thing with him and Zito.
We weren't paying enough attention to you, I guess. Tom?
What?
No, just,
Why that big over the top? I don't even know what you call that. Was that a cough officially?
I suppose.
What was going on, Tom?
A little dust.
Little dust. Sorry. What's your lung capacity before we get back to the Zito thing?
60%.
That's all right.
Down 40.
Seems like
Yeah.
plenty.
It's almost passing.
I mean, don't walk up any stairs, obviously.
Right. Yeah, as
You
long
know,
as you don't
stay
fucking-
level, sea
Yeah,
level.
yeah, as long
Like
as-
live in Florida where there's no steps anywhere.
Right.
I imagine Denver's not a good idea
No,
for you.
Denver's a problem.
That would be a problem? Yeah.
Yeah, it was a problem.
What do you mean? You lived in Denver too?
No, I visited it.
All right. Well, we're getting back to a Zito thing.
He- first of all, this guy needs a helmet for his lungs. I don't know if anyone's ever invented such a thing, but I'd like to get one. Did you see that little baby with the fucking heart born on the outside of his chest the other day?
No.
It's fucking amazing.
Yeah.
And it makes it like a heart in his chest look like shit now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it just looks like stupid.
When you keep the heart on the outside of the chest?
Your heart on? Yeah, it's kind of high, but yeah, I think I can get up there. I think I can get it up there. Yeah, I think you can, as long as loose-fitting clothes. You definitely don't ever want to wear a vest.
But I mean, the odds are he's just going to have a regular life. But if you got a hard on the outside of your chest to begin with, why wouldn't you just go with that?
And tank tops are out of the question. Too.
Oh yeah, you don't.
No, you put like a fish tank, like a fucking goldfish, like
just throw a little glass
orb over it just to protect it when you leave the house.
I've seen pictures of Jesus with his heart on the outside of his chest.
Oh yeah.
Well, illustrations, I guess. I don't think they're actually pictures.
Yeah, you didn't have photographs back then. That's still accurate.
It was a good illustration, though.
It was.
So Zito and Fez, are they okay?
No. You didn't hear.
The thing is, some of you guys, and by the way, this thing that you're even asking about Fez is why that just kills him.
Did I ask?
That you were asking about him. He's listening somewhere right now.
He can come in. Oh, he knows he can come in, right?
He doesn't feel comfortable around you.
Why? Fez and me talk wrestling all the time.
He doesn't trust you on the air.
Yeah, you're brave when he's not here, is what we're saying. Say it to his face.
But
say what to his face? Ask
all
him.
that stuff you were just saying, whatever it was.
I would gladly.
Why don't you just be cool with him?
I'm trying to. I didn't realize there was any problem.
No, there isn't. But you're saying, like, what does he come in? And that's making him feel bad.
Because you said he was feeling bad that we were talking about him and he wasn't here.
No, but the fact that that's what you're going to... What about Fez? Was when you do that, it makes him feel bad.
Well, I don't want Fez to feel bad. I just thought if he was going to do the show by himself, I would see how he was doing Chris and...
See, just even bringing that up, and you know you're making him more and more nervous.
He shouldn't be nervous.
You're
He's
putting
a professional.
pressure on him.
He's
taking the stick so Ronnie could go home, so Ronnie could do the show tomorrow.
I'm looking forward to that.
Well, who's all coming in tomorrow?
Everyone's bailing.
It's not a long list.
A lot of the guys are in L.A. doing their thing. Jimmy's out. Ant's out. Kevin Pollak might show up later.
Yeah.
Jim Jeffries, I thought was doing the show, but he's not. And Paul Mercurio might now come in.
At 10.
At 10. But I might have to move him down.
You would really do the Mercurio show?
Yeah, I'm over it.
I hope nobody shows up and it's just you and Paul Mercurio having that awkward conversation.
That'd be cool.
I think it'd be great radio.
I love awkward.
I know you do.
I want to set up an Owen Fez show.
Opie and...
I want to do an of show.
Do you remember what happened last time you came in with him?
I do.
You're not over it?
Well, we definitely will make sure the Stangles don't call in this time.
Well, they were the catalyst.
Yeah,
Fez would admit that.
Justin
me and
Stangles,
Fez are back to small talk in the hallway, so we're
Good.
Small talk about the beard a little bit. Yesterday we talked about Unmasked.
Great.
What are you talking about? Like bearded unmasked people? I mean, what did you say? Who's the best? Who's the best beard that's ever done the show?
I asked him yesterday. He's like, "We're doing Unmasked," and then he said who it was, and I didn't really know the guy.
Yeah.
I go, I don't really know much about him, and then Fezzy just kind of stared at me, and I went. I stared at him.
He didn't. Well, you know what? He probably didn't know the guy either.
And then we kind of had to just walk away awkwardly. But it was small talk.
That's
good.
good.
Just the same.
Now you know Pollak knew him.
Yeah. Would I know this guy if I saw his picture?
No. You don't. Did you watch Party Down?
No.
You ever watch The State?
No.
Let's see. That's it. That's all you know him by. That's his big stuff.
Tom, can we say goodbye to you?
Sure.
We're in Ron and Fez time now.
Yeah.
Hey, Ronnie. Have a good show.
Hey, thanks, buddy.
I'm glad you're still alive,
Man,
Tom.
you too.
Really glad.
Thank you.
Hey, take care of that lung.
Thanks, Ron.
Okay.
60%, that's good.
Yeah, it's 50 in one and 10 in the other.
You think that's how?
That doesn't sound good.
Creepy girl laugh.
Well.
All right,
Tom.
Take care, guys. Thanks.
Call us sometime, all right?
I will.
All right.
Sometime.
When are you doing your show today, Sam?
that was it.
No, I did this.
You did it for me.
So what happens? We dock your pay?
Come in after me and Fez.
I'll do it.
That'd be great.
Run a Fez after
Why don't you
show.
do a little time with Fez so Ronnie could go home nice?
I would love to do time with Fez.
No, I'm serious. That's happening.
I would do it in a heartbeat.
Well, it's Ronnie's fucking decision. But
I mean, Fez could make the call, too.
True.
All right. Stay tuned. Whatever's going on with Ron and Fez is coming up next. Big announcement tomorrow. Goodbye, everybody.
The Opie and Anthony show is now over. For real this time. Check out the O&A show on Facebook at facebook.com/Opie and Anthony. And catch Opie and Anthony live Monday through Friday from 6 to 10 a.m. Eastern. Ron and Fez are next. Hey.